Yo, all right, let me let everybody know I'm live. Copy link. StreamYard, go live. Copy link, send direct message. Uh, there we go. What's up? Appreciate the follow. So you hear it's not looking like a screenshot. It's working now. All right. Copy link. No, America's America. I agree. I actually agree, KJ. You already know. People folks said no. No, I agree. What's up, Jackson? What's up, Groove? Don't mind the ambulance in the background. So, no, I'm not Egyptian. So Black Americans are Egyptians. Ishla, 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 Hoa, Hua, Hua, Chamo and Gabo, Halito, Achukma. Yeah, I think I'm gonna watch you on YouTube. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. 36. We got 38 people on the StreamYard, 6 people on 7 people now on TikTok. 9. That you already got 116 views so far. But yeah. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to 1,000. Let's get up to 1,000 likes, y'all. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. All right. I'm all right. You?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Enjoying the day.
We got both tongue.
So what we talking? America? What's it? Egypt, Morocco, Israel?
Yeah.
What
Like,
about
is it? Go ahead. What about what? I'm
about
asking the
those
people.
things?
What about it? I'm asking. Some people say that America is Egypt. Some people say America is Morocco. Some people say America is Israel. I'm just asking the people, gauging what they think.
I don't think we're any of them.
And I'm in agreement. So we're not, there's no argument on my end. There's no,
Yeah, I'm with you. The Egyptians built the pyramids. I did like that.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, America's in America. I've always said, let's just let America be America. You know, America ain't got to be anything else. So I ain't trying to hear this country you just named before it. That'd be it, right? They want America to be everything except America. Yeah, like you ain't got no argument for me. So I just want America to be America because I can tell you, like, you know, there's different things. Like there's yeah, there are people that say America's Egypt. There's Moors that will say America's like Al Morocco or Mexican, all types of shit. And then you got it's very few Israelites. It is very few Israelites, but you know. What's up, Blockiana? Oh, that's C3. Hey, it's C3. You got C3 mommy in the building. Follow bike. Well, yeah.
All right. Well, listen. There's nothing to debate, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump off, man. You enjoy the rest of your night.
For sure, appreciate it. What's up, Haley?
Peace. My music just started playing out of the middle of nowhere. But hi, how are you?
I'm all right. You?
I'm
They got
great.
you. They got your main page. Damn? What's up, Universe Trip? What's up, Venus? But yeah, what's up, Haley? I'm all right.
Um I'm not like super knowledgeable on that, on the topic or whatever, but I really honestly don't argue with like our people when they say that. I just be like, oh yeah, because I know what they're trying to say. And I know there's like so much information, I mean, so much misinformation, within America. And sometimes this is my personal belief. I think it's all of that. You know what I mean? I think it is, if you do want to say it used to be Egypt, they could have named America that first and then took it over to Africa. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like it's a thought that be in my head, but I don't really like. I'm not, like I said, I'm not like overly knowledgeable on that. So I just, when people say it to me, I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, I be on that type of time with that. I feel how you feel about it, honestly.
Nah, yeah, for sure. But hold on 1 second. I just posted a video in response to you. What video? Send it to me. Send it to me. No, I have found all kinds of remnants. Egypt is Arizona.
Yeah, that they be
No,
everywhere though.
I know those words are from over here, but I don't think the lands over there are over here, if that makes sense.
Facts.
Because I found proof that those words were found over here first.
Like what language?
It comes from a few different languages. Like I seen sources that said there were Indians here speaking like a type of Hebrew
Oh, brother.
and some other stuff too.
Oh, brother.
And
That
then
Paleo Hebrew shit
yeah, I seen them in schools writing it and stuff.
in schools, like Indian schools, writing it.
Yeah, yeah. And they were melanated people. They didn't look like the pale skin natives.
Well, okay.
And I'm just like, where would they have got that from? You know?
That the word is not. That's what. Hold on. What's that? Moors Israelite claim America is Morocco, Israel, so they can claim they're from America despite not being Indian. Right? It's the like. It's either if you from America or you ain't.
No, I'm from America. I'm not from Africa. But I know like the word Sierra, like Sierra Leone. I know the word Sierra. That's an Indian word.
All right.
China. The word China was found in Mexico before it was found over there in Asia. Like some of these words are not from over there.
He said, John said, like, yeah, I'm like, when people bring up, yeah, that paleo Hebrew shit, like that shit just out, that is just a pictogram in America or a form of cuneiform. Like, if anything, is proto-algic. Yeah,
The language. You're talking about the language.
that paleo Hebrew shit fake.
What do you think it was? Like a different type of language?
Yeah, yeah. No, nobody speak no paleo Hebrew ever in the world ever because Hebrew is goddamn Yiddish.
I think they were going off of the Hebrew alphabet. I guess they were saying it looks very similar or something like that.
That's yeah, it look States will look similar, but that don't mean they the same shit.
Saying that Hebrew comes from like
Israel.
from that. I think that's what they're saying.
Don't nobody speak no Paleo Hebrew now.
Of
You
course
so
not now.
they don't even speak it now. So how you expect me so
Well,
people were speaking it back then?
but didn't multiple languages in the Americas go extinct though?
Multiple. I mean, yeah, there's multiple, but we had the most language families.
True.
Like I still speak an ancient language. Algonquin is ancient. It's
Well, I mean,
algic.
if they're saying all of the Americas spoke it, I don't think that. I think it would have to been certain people because we did not all speak the same languages.
Yeah, you got James Adair. Like they got that. Show us your tribal card. No, why you need to see my tribal card for? Yeah, it's Marty and Perry, perhaps the like. Yeah, this is some Germanic shit. They don't even speak Paleo Hebrew today.
And then I was also seeing someone said they had a theory about the Europeans and the Americans being the same people because they were going back and forth. They said they were shipping Americans to Europe and then they were mixing in, and they were saying, I did find some proof
What's
that
up, Creole girl?
I did find some proof that Europeans took on some of our surnames, not the other way around, because you know how they be trying to say we have European names. I did
Right.
that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's folks. I mean, there's some folks that did get sent to Europe. There's some people that went over to Europe from America. Like that can be true. But to say that, I don't know. I ain't gonna say no Europeans are the original American are the original or original Americans are the original Europeans. No, I'm not gonna say that.
But I do think they adopted our surnames because
I,
I noticed when I was looking up, the surnames they say come from there. I was looking it up. A lot of it was just based on speculation. And so, this surname might come from this word in Europe because it sounds a little bit similar. I'm like, so there's no actual proof then? It's just speculation.
yeah, I can agree. Like a lot of them did take our names.
I didn't mean
Oh
to
yeah,
come
for sure.
up. My
A
bad.
lot of them took our names. Yeah, for sure. But there's some shit. There's some shit I just can't get down with. It's just speculation. Like let's go on stuff we can actually prove.
The Jewish state. Are you talking about Israel?
I think it's good to explore the theories, but yeah, it's just speculation.
Yeah, it's just like people, but people when people present theories as facts, that's when I have a problem with it.
What's your prompt? Can you please elaborate on your prompt? We can't hear you, host.
So I literally told her I was going live. Like, yeah, but when people, your phone is just doing stuff. Yeah, I was about to say, like, it's cool to look into theories, but
I'm
when it was cool to
talking,
look,
man.
yo, I got a phone call. Who the hell are you talking to? Who the hell are you talking to?
Turn your background down.
Support Israel. What's going on with the background, man? I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the background.
Man, you can figure out from the audience. Yeah, you can figure out from the audience. Like
English right there. It says, is America, Egypt, Morocco, or Israel? It says it right there. Very clear English.
I misspelled Egypt. Whatever, y'all know the hell I'm talking about.
My mind automatically auto-corrected it. So I mean, if they can't do that, then I don't know.
I mean, yeah, America is Egypt is a good way to get people's wheels turning, though. Shit, that's
people also say. I did find some sources that did say the word Egypt was over here or in not in Africa.
What's up, I?
And I did see sources that said Egyptian mummies were buried with corn, but corn isn't even indigenous over there. So maybe Americans went over there and brought crops over there, but
Harvey, wake up. I'm up. But yeah, I don't even think Egypt is America's a good people. No, that just gets people clinging on to that African shit.
I do
because
know
when we associate Egypt with Africa regardless.
And I know Americans did build pyramids over there because I know Americans were brought to North Africa, so that does make sense. But I don't think it is Egypt. I don't think America is Egypt. If that makes sense.
I believe America is part of the old country, and I do know that it was once connected with Africa. I've actually been up and down the Mississippi because I was a truck driver. I have seen some of the stuff that they were saying were pyramids. I do believe that. I also know that before America, when it was in its colonial stage, I do remember Morocco helping America, reading that information. And I learned all this over in Germany, reading, going to like the older libraries and reading the books from the 1500s. Like a lot of stuff over there, you can go research. And the best part about it is you can buy the books, but you can't check them out or anything like that. But it'll give you that time. You can read a book from that time period and you'll actually see what they were thinking, what was going on and all of that. Because as time goes on, people start to change the history, especially over here in America.
That's cool. Like But yeah, and all this credence and stuff come from foreigners. Like, what indigenous peoples have said this shit? Like, what are the people saying? I don't give a fuck what a European called a place or called a people. I really don't give a fuck. If you want to be honest.
Yeah, and then I had seen like you know how they have paintings depicting our ancestors and stuff, what they look like here in the Americas. They had Japanese and Chinese style buildings depicted over here. So I was just like, why are people just going to other places and building stuff since they were sent to other places and stuff?
If
I think
you
that's why people are
go to
getting
maps,
confused. I think that's
it'll
why people
show
are getting
you that the Tartarians were
Yeah,
the
I don't
people.
know what your
Hold on.
my
He was
name
speaking.
is,
Jeff was
but
speaking. Bassy. Hold on. Jeff was speaking.
Basi,
Go ahead.
Basi.
Bassy. Yeah, Jeff was speaking. Go ahead.
All I know is if you go look up the old maps of the world, it'll show you that the Tartarians were pretty much everywhere. I'm still trying to learn who they are, but I'll give you the best example. If you go back and look at the Chicago Fair, you'll see that during the day, which is most of the time what they show, that those buildings look like the same Tartarian buildings that they have everywhere. And then when you look at it at night, you'll see that it was well lit, like beyond lit up. It shows the best way to explain this, like I think the issue with the Chicago Fair was it ended up burning down for some reason. But they had, even at that fair, they were showing stuff like robots and electric cars and things like that. But you have to actually ask the right questions. Like, for example, you can't say African American and Black when you're looking up certain history past like 1600. You have to say, type in dark skin, and you'll start seeing that the Indians look dark skinned with wool hair. You'll start seeing things like the actual locations where all the Indians were and where they were removed from. My bad. I'm gonna land it there because I might be jumping too far. My brain is running.
For sure. All right, go ahead, Bassy.
Hi Jeff. Sorry for the very rude interruption that I made. I apologize to everybody, Venus and all of you included. I'm from Africa. I live in South Africa. And one thing that I've realized about the majority of Americans is they don't realize where they come from. You call yourself African Americans, right? But you don't embrace Africa. And that is child. And that is exactly what Jeff was depicting.
Where you
Like,
from, Bassy? No, where you from?
I'm in Joburg in South Africa.
You're so okay.
Yeah, I'm in Joburg in South Africa, the most pettiest one of us in all of Africa. And also, Americans, can you please tell Americans that Africa is not a country, it's a continent?
Yeah, all right. We know we're from up here. We know where we're from. I know where I'm from. But
Yeah, we
yeah,
love that for you. We love that we love your. You know what? Here's the thing. We go low. You know that Michelle Obama speech? She said, when they go low, we go high. We go 6 feet under, honey. So that's where the problem started. We are petty.
okay.
I can
Not
tell.
as petty as us, because we'll take you to the deepest pits of hell.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Bloggy. You know this. We are the most pettiest people
You're
living.
not. No, you're not. We are. Y'all learned how to be petty from us.
Why are we having a petty challenge?
I don't even know how I got to this topic.
Betsy, who told you that Black Americans don't know where they come from?
Black Americans.
No, Black Americans said it themselves.
Who?
Who?
a bunch of them on
You can't give
TikTok.
us a
About
They're
name?
there.
Oh, you're talking about the confused people who grandmas told them that they were Indians. Okay.
Yes, but that's why I'm saying that I respect most of you because you understand your core.
I don't drink no damn coffee.
That's where you come from. You understand. You have decorum. You guys actually know what you're dealing with. You guys actually studied where you come from, even with your forefathers. And what I can't understand is why you can't just slap the hand off this little petty bitches that just
Huh?
think that
What is going on? What is going on?
you understand
What is going
you
on?
understand that you
Hello, can we
understand
get
that
back on top? Can we get back on
you
topic, please?
understand
I'm
that
not trying. I'm not trying to hear no
you
babble right now.
understand that
Oh no, I'm not trying to
we
hear no babble right
actually
now.
love Black America.
What yeah.
We love
No, yeah. Thank you. Goodbye. I'm not trying to hear no
First
off
of all,
topic babble right now.
we do understand that Africa is the origin of all people.
Who
It is the
understands
origin of
that?
all.
Who
It's the
understands
origin. Everyone, that's documented.
that? How
is-
Africa, the
that
motherland, and
is
we
the common theory that most scientists agrees on. There's too many bones buried all over the world to even determine where life started from.
how's Africa the motherland, but we send them billions of dollars in crops to the point where they're pumping our crops with GMOs because they can't afford to send them billions of crops a year. That don't sound like the motherland to me. I thought mothers fed their children. What's going on with that? They're the reason why our food is fake. Ain't no motherland. What you mean? They're the reason why we don't have real corn, real watermelon, real fruits. They're the reason. That ain't no motherland.
Period.
Oh yeah, I gotta know where to get the real watermelon from. And on top of that, we get our watermelon from Arizona and Mexico. We don't get it from Africa like they try to say.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
saying
most
they
of
be
our
growing
food
our
is in
stuff,
Mexico.
they be splicing our fruits
Oh, I
and
agree
growing
with you on
GMOs.
that. They
And that's
definitely do.
because they send billions of crops to Africa a year. We account for 41% of their crops, and that's just the USA. The other places in America account for most of the rest, and then Asia accounts for some of the rest as well. So they're over here taking out of our mouths. That ain't no mothers don't do that. So I don't know what he talking about.
And mothers don't flee from their country.
Jesus. Hey. But yeah,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
TikTok. Yeah, this is for education and entertainment purposes only.
Oh, yeah, we love
And
everyone.
we love everyone, even the people that need Tussie. We love everyone. We gotta keep this a Tussie-free space at all times. But yeah, we don't support. This is anti-bullying, anti-hate speech live stream. We love TikTok Shop, by the way. Let's drop some fruits in the chat, y'all.
Yeah, I was gonna say something else about Africa, but it don't matter no more. That's crazy. Oh yeah, out of Asia theory is older than the out of Africa theory, and it makes more sense. I really think the only two continents that were really here were Asia, or the first continents were Asia and America.
Mm-hmm.
See, but yeah, shout out to how many we got 60 people in here. I gained 3 followers, 7 gifters. All right, shout out to everybody that's supporting the live stream.
But I got a question though.
What's up?
So they say like everybody came from the motherland, right? White tea, Latin, Asian. But why they don't always like tell them like they are a part of Africa, but they always try to like persuade Black Americans that
All right, bro. Mute. I'm about to mute boss man. My bad. You spamming the chat. Mute. There you go. My bad. You can finish eating.
yeah, but why they always gotta remind us that our people came from Africa.
Right. But they don't do it with anybody else.
Right.
I don't know. Because
I think what they kind of forget is when you look back 200,000 years ago or so, all these continents were close together.
So why you don't remind the white tea man that he came from Africa? Why do you guys doesn't remind the Latino or the Asian community that they came from Africa? Why do you guys always have to spit that in our faces?
I believe they try to remind them of that, but they just don't listen.
No, they
They
don't.
always scream the fact of the white tea man came out of the mountains of Caucasus, and I've actually been there to the mountains of Caucasus and to Tbilisi, Georgia, Russia. And when I went to go see those people, they had no issue with black people. In fact, they loved us.
So
They
sister,
loved the fact that we were different. And I was one of the few black people because I was in the Navy and the military.
ain't nothing wrong with being from Africa. My bad. Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh no, you good. But like I said, when I went over there, those people, I'll give you the best example. I was in my 20s when I went there. I was 40, I'm 47 now. And when I was there, I could not buy Fanta. I couldn't buy sodas or anything because every person that I met there was they were amazed by our skin color. They were amazed by how we looked. They didn't it wasn't like it wasn't any racial thing as far as dislike. It was more like they were curious about us. And then for example, of course they could get BET. Now they couldn't speak any English, but they could sing Tupac and Biggie like it was nothing.
So
But
wait, are you African or are you Black American?
I'm American. I was born
So
and
you're
raised.
Black American.
Ma'am, I'm American. I was born and raised here. Now, if you want to say do I have color? Yes, I have color. But I've never been to Africa. I have no connection with Africa other than that's where my ancestors may have came from. And then when I do studies, I can also see that some of the Indians look just like us. So I can't say that's what I am. I know it may be in my family because I do know my great grandmother had Indian, but I'm an American, and that's the best way I can explain it.
Okay. I'm American too.
I respect you.
We got
I just want to be clear that if
Yeah.
your ancestors come from Africa, then you are African.
I am not African because I have no connection to that country. I only have connections here.
Yeah, you do have connections. You have genetic connections.
I understand that, but we all have genetic connections, even the white people.
No, we don't all have genetic connections. We don't.
This is what I just
told you
asked
that like 2
question.
seconds ago.
Like, why is that?
well, Billy's a trade
I
language.
just asked that question. That's crazy.
Yes, she did. But they even if you go look at it, they say that the white gene is a genetic defect.
You said we don't all have
Well,
connections to Africa, so I don't know who this we all is.
well, I wanted to come in here for the scientific fact of things. I mean, scientifically, all of us come from Africa.
Oh, you come
False.
from you come from Africa.
False.
You and Jeff
But
come
no,
from
I
Africa.
mean,
You're not African.
humans
The
come from
the
Africa.
the person who they put as the father, the modern day father of the out of Africa theory, is saying that he's going to rethink that theory because doing more research, he realized that there were other life forms outside of Africa.
You know who popularized
Okay,
the theory?
the oldest
Hold
remains
on. You
ever
know who
found.
popularized the theory that we come from Africa? Charles Darwin, and he said it's because we are the most humans are the most similar to apes, and African people resemble them the most in the face. So if you want to spread racism, go
Well,
right
now,
ahead.
what you're talking about is evolution, and yes, evolution is a proven fact. It happens.
So
So
you
that's
believe
what you're talking
Africans
about.
resemble APEs the most in the face? I don't want to say the word because I don't want to get flagged, but that's what you
Um,
think?
okay, so all right, say me. I'm Irish. I'm like about as white as you can get. All right. If you trace back my genes and the host genes back far enough,
Not
you
what
would
I
end
asked
up.
No,
you.
speak for
Now
yourself.
listen,
He's
you
Algonquin.
would end up
That's not what I
with the
asked you.
same
I said, do you
ancestors.
He's
believe?
not African. He's
I
Algonquin.
said, do you believe Africans look like
Algonquin.
the things that? I said, do you believe Africans look like the things that swing through trees? Because that's what the out of Africa theory is based off of.
We carry a lot of the same genetic genes. So I
Do
mean,
you
that's
believe
just
Africans look like the things that swing through trees?
Well, I
That's
mean,
what she's talking about.
in
He know.
characteristics.
He know.
I mean, I'm not trying to like. I'm not going to sit here and try to be like racist or
Do
anything
you
like
think
that. I
people
mean,
come from monkeys?
humans, yes.
So you would say that your great grandmother is a monkey?
If you go back far enough in my timeline, yes.
That's
Mm.
wild.
So if
Maybe
that's the
your
case,
people,
then
but
why
not
do
my
we still
people.
have
We
monkeys
come
if
from
we
Hold on,
humans.
I got a question. I got a question.
All right.
Anybody what ancient people have said this?
What do you mean, what ancient people?
Anybody before Charles Darwin? Ancient. We talking about ancient America, ancient Africa, ancient Europe. Any oral tradition, ancient Asia? What any oral traditions of people coming from
I mean,
primates?
there was a time when we didn't
They are
understand
the
science
only
that
ones
way.
who come from
I mean,
animals.
there was a time.
Hold on.
So saying that, then we would say that the Earth is flat because around that time everybody thought that the world was
So
flat.
you're
But we
saying
know that
ancient
it's not,
people.
right?
Hold
Because I
on.
mean,
You're saying ancient people ain't have no type of knowledge of anything.
they had knowledge, but probably not as
You think
in.
we're advanced
Oh
now?
well, what's that?
You think we're advanced? You were talking about people
I
that
mean,
had
yes, science
technology.
has advanced since thousands
Are
of
you
years ago.
are
Yes,
you sure? Are you sure?
yes, yes.
What about? Are you sure science has advanced in that way? Why is the world not as healthy as it was back then? Why is the planet deteriorating at the rate that it is?
Because of humans. I
Yeah.
mean,
No,
what
because a
we
So
do to
certain
the
race.
environment
uh,
that has nothing to do with science. That has to
that
do with human interaction. So I mean, it's
so if the world was in a better place back then, and technology and science is supposed to have evolved, right? Why has
right.
the world
You're
gotten worse since science has evolved?
you're contemplating two different things.
I'm
You're
not
contemplating
contemplating too many things.
yes, because you're contemplating scientific fact,
What's a
and you're trying to
scientific
say
fact?
that research.
What is research? What would research lead to? Where are you getting the research from?
What do you mean? Where am I getting this from?
Where are you getting it from? The
Thousands of
theories. Evolution.
scientists.
Evolution is a theory. It's not a fact.
Okay, no, it's not a theory. I mean, it is a fact.
It is
But
a
when you're talking,
theory. No.
even
When has evolution been proven?
when I mean, when you look at the how things line up, I mean, how do you say
How do
that
they
it
line up?
wasn't?
Were you there millions of years ago to see someone spring from the earth?
No, but I can trace
No,
back
nobody has
lineage
seen
and
that. Nobody
DNA.
has seen nobody has seen that. It's a theory. Theories are
It's not a theory.
speculations. Theory, yes, it
Science.
is.
So you're saying that all of science is just a theory. Nothing's
Most of
been
the science is
proven.
most of
Nothing's
science
been
is a
proven.
theory.
So
So
gravity.
you want to know what gravity is a theory. You choose to
Okay, yeah.
believe in gravity.
So what you're saying is gravity doesn't exist.
Who
Okay,
says
because
just
it's just a
because
theory.
it does
It's just a theory. You're saying it's never been proven that there's
it's never
gravity.
been proven. It's never been proven. You choose to believe in theories because you know what a theory is. Do you know what a theory is?
A
You have different
scientific
type.
theory.
It's an
Scientific
oxymoron.
theory is that all evidence proves to it
No,
being
it
correct,
doesn't.
but there is
No, it
still
doesn't.
things that we
No, it
need to
doesn't.
know.
A
No, it
theory
doesn't.
is something that have not been proven yet.
Scientific theory definition. The definition of a scientific theory is its explanation of some aspect of the natural world. It's not just an educated guess or hypothesis, but a comprehensive and repeatedly tested explanation supported by large bodies of evidence. Theories explain why or how things happen, and they can be used to make predictions about future observations. A theory is an observation of
Okay,
something.
but go back. Go back. What was that? With what? With what? How do you prove it? With
Yeah, a
evidence?
theory
Oh,
is
I'm
an
sorry. What is evidence?
observation.
It's fact.
Or
It's
Something
a
is
no, it's
proven.
not a fact.
Evidence.
A theory is something have not been proven yet through observation. Like you have to use your observation. You make up a theory. That's
It's
it's
been
based. It's
proven
like a
through
it's like the sister to
observation.
a
Read it
hypothesis.
again. Read it again. How is it proven? Through
It's not.
observation.
It's not. It says nothing about
You
being
just
proven. It says nothing about being proven. But like I read this. Let me read the shit again. It's a well substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world. Not all. It's not just an educated guess or hypothesis,
not just an educated guess or a hypothesis. Go
but
on.
a comprehensive and repeatedly tested explanation supported by a large body of evidence.
A large body of what?
Evidence.
Evidence. And what is evidence?
Let's look at the definition of evidence.
Okay. What is evidence?
No, I'm about to
Say
look.
that again. What is
I'm just
evidence?
about to say it.
Don't
Chill.
change it.
I'm
What is evidence?
about
What is
evidence.
evidence? It's something
It's-
that is
Yeah.
proven.
Because a
Is-
theory is something that have not been proven to be a fact. So even if there's evidence, that evidence can prove the theory right or wrong. That's what you're not understanding.
It's
Yeah.
saying that
So
all
why would
evidence-
something? Hold on.
it's
Why would
saying
some?
that
Why
all
would it?
evidence
Hold on.
proves
Why
truth.
would it? Why would a theory need to be supported if it's already proven? Huh?
Because all evidence points to that fact. But
All
with
evidence
science,
that
we
it's
know
not a
that we-
fact. It's not a fact. It's a theory. What is the definition of a theory? Huh? Theory. Let's look up the definition of a theory. Theory is a superstition or a system of ideas intended to explain something, especially one based on general principles and independent of things to be explained. Now, I'm going to bring up another definition, right? The etymology of theory means spectator or contemplation, speculation. Yeah.
Okay. And look
it's
up
a
the definition of evidence. Look up the definition
speculation.
of
Theory
evidence.
is a speculation, sir. How is it? A scientific theory is an oxymoron because science means to know. So why are you theorizing something that you're supposed to know? Right.
You're not theorizing.
Yes, you
You
are.
theorize things because you take an educated guess, right? And then you go through all the processes of science, and all the evidence points to that to prove your theory.
And to prove or support it. It says nothing about proving. It says support. What does support mean?
Oh, well, how about we look up what evidence is? Look up the definition. Read the definition of evidence to the whole group here.
Evidence of definition, the available body or of facts or information. Facts or.
Facts,
hold on.
Hold
on. Yeah. Shut up while I'm reading. The available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid. A belief or proposition is true or valid. So now let's look at what a fact means.
Ignoring.
Hold on. Facts. Definitely. Hold on. One second. Because we're going to go to the etymology of facts too. Right? Now, in today's definition, a fact is a thing that is known or proved to be true, right? Now, let's go to the etymology of a fact. The etymology of a fact is an action. Hold on, action, a thing performed, anything done, a deed, good or evil, but in commonly is an evil deed or a crime.
Damn, that don't even have nothing to do with something being true. That's crazy. Not evil and a crime.
Yeah, that's your original definition of a fact. An achievement, an event occurs, deed, achievement. Also, state, condition, circumstance, right? Something that is done. So yeah, let's look at the facts. What's the fact about evolution? What's mischievous about it?
What is mischievous about it?
Because fact is serious when it comes to law.
All right, well, there's a difference between definitions, law definitions, and regular definitions.
I just want to know what monkey they observed turning into a human, because that's observation.
Oh.
So let's read the definition of fact, not the law definition. The definition of fact.
I just told you
something that is known, has happened, or.
And I just gave you the original definition. Like, let's not skip over that.
Oh,
the original definition.
So the original
I already read
something that is
I already
proven
read the
true.
definition. I already
All
read
right,
the
that's the
definition.
fact. So let's not bend it because
To
that's
support.
the
So
definition
what
of
is the
fact.
rest of what does the rest of theory mean? To support, not to prove. Did you read that? Did you comprehend that? To support, not to prove something. It's to support something.
Of a legal definition. Now read the definition out of any.
It's not. It's not. It means to. I read the definition of theory. It has evidence based off of facts and things like that to support the theory, not to prove it.
Something that can be proven.
No. Theories have support. They're not. It becomes a scientific. Do you know what a scientific law is? Why isn't it a law? Let's look at scientific law now. Since we got to go back to school, scientific law is a fundamental. Hold on, one second. A scientific law is a fundamental principle describing consistent patterns or relationships in the natural world, often expressed mathematically. It describes what happens under specific conditions. It can be used to predict outcomes within the conditions of the universe. Unlike theories, scientific laws are not an explanation of why, but rather summaries of what.
So what about the laws of evolution? Oh,
there's no laws of evolution. Is evolution a law or theory? Is evolution a scientific law? No, it's not. But rather a scientific theory. While evolution is well-supported explanation for how life has changed over time.
Educated guess.
No. Stop talking while I'm talking. Life has changed over scientific laws describe a fundamental and unchanging aspect of the natural world. Scientific law is a concise statement that describes a fundamental relationship or phenomenon in the universe. It often takes form of mathematical equation, applies universally specific conditions. Examples, Newton's laws of motion and the law of gravity. You know what? Gravity is a law, right? Gravity has been proven. Because you can mathematically explain gravity. Why can't you mathematically explain evolution?
You can explain it. That's where DNA and all these other tests come.
What's the formula for evolution?
The formula?
Yes. Give me a formula.
It can be described through testing.
No, it can't. Show me what's the mathematical equation for evolution.
What's the mathematical equation for plenty of things?
Gravity has a mathematical equation.
What's the mathematical equation for an apple? There isn't one.
You're talking about scientific law.
Right, but things are proven through testing. And evolution has been proven through testing. How long things have been on the earth. So if you look at bones, say human bones, correct? Human bones. Let's just go with this. Human bones. What are the oldest human bones ever found? Where are they from?
And why do they have European teeth?
Those bones don't have European
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Does it still not occur?
The teeth of an omnivore. Oh my God.
Why does it still not occur? Why are animals not evolving into humans now? Why did it stop?
Animals.
Into a person right now.
Monkeys are a different species of primate. They will never become human because we are not.
A primate. Show me a primate that has evolved into a human recently.
No, primates.
You're not going to have that.
Okay, that's not going to happen ever because that's not what evolution claims ever. That's just a straw man. Like,
okay,
don't turn into people. Monkeys.
Hold on. One second. Oh yeah. Also, it's a common misconception that eventually a theory becomes a law with enough evidence. However, theories and laws are distinct concepts, with theories providing explanation and laws describing fundamental relationships. A well-supported theory like evolution doesn't become a law. It becomes a theory that is continually redefined by new evidence.
Yeah,
So that means it's not proven because they had to keep refining it.
Wait, what?
Yes,
Wait,
it can't.
No, that's not what it means.
Yes.
Okay,
I literally read it verbatim, dude. I literally read it verbatim. If a theory has to keep being refined, right? That means it can't be proven.
Darvid, I have a question for you. Do you believe that germs cause disease or can cause infections and things like that?
Yes.
Okay, that's called germ theory. Do you believe atoms exist?
Atoms exist? Yes.
Okay, that's called atomic theory.
Yeah,
So
theories are speculation, sir. Yes, it's not proven. You choose to believe in theories, whether you believe it's a belief, a speculation. People choose to believe in things every day. So I don't know what you're getting at.
Okay, well, you could use the word belief, but it's substantiated.
It's a speculation.
Correct?
Scientists said that Black people feel less pain. So
That's just wrong,
so what
though.
happened? So what happened to that?
But that's just wrong.
That's a theory. That's a theory, right?
No, it's
No,
not.
that's not what doctors say. That's
Yes,
what
that is what
that's
doctors
what
say,
a
and it's still
German
it's
science.
still taught in medical books today because they have not updated their medical books.
Name one medical book.
A lot of nurses and doctors are complaining that it's still taught in their medical history books in college that Black people feel less pain because they have not updated the history books, and they have cited scientists in all these textbooks. So what are you talking about? Scientists with entire degrees who do this for a living talking about Black people feel less pain.
Name one.
So what are you talking about? No,
Name
not
one.
name one. You go on Google and you get to searching.
Okay, I did. I don't find anything.
Stop being this. Stop being.
The only thing I found are extremely outdated.
If I was taught in high school that scientists said Black people feel less pain, I think you can go to Google and get to searching. If I was taught it as a child in high school, I know you were taught it as well. So it's a personal problem. So that's a personal problem that you don't know.
Yeah, you can go
maybe
to
you
the
should have paid attention in school. I don't know.
One medical.
Hold on, one second. National. Hold on. You can go to the national. You can go to the National Library of Medicine. It's the second thing that pops up on Google.
Let's see. All right, we'll go here. We will
search. Black people feel less pain. Racial bias. Harvard Global Institute, Health Institute. Racial bias in medicine. This is in 2020. So let's stop being disingenuous. Y'all don't research shit.
A Black child is more likely to unalive before their first birthday compared to a white child. Also, Black women are 3 times more likely to be unalive giving birth than white women. So let's stop playing these games.
Okay, so I looked up Black people feeling less pain. 10,000 results. Not a single one talk about what you're saying.
Go, where are you at? Go on. Hold on, go. I'm about to pull my screen up.
National Library of Medicine. The
National Library.
10,000 results. Not a single one have anything.
Hold on, one second. I got you. Let's not be obtuse now.
Yeah.
Let's not be obtuse.
And while you pull that up, Black women are 2 times less likely to receive pain medications while pregnant, or Black people in general while they're in the hospital. They're 3 times more less likely.
Right. This is the first thing on Google. How we fail Black patients in pain. Have YT medical trainees believe such myths such as Black people have thicker skin and less sensitive nerve endings than YT people. Oh, how you got the National Institute of Health.gov. You got Harvard Global Health Institute. A race-based sociological myth has long influenced medical practice. Even today, some doctors believe that African Americans are more tolerant of pain. So what are we talking about?
Now go read those articles, not just the headline. Read the articles.
Don't read the head. Let's read the fucking article.
So
this is from Harvard. No.
Read the article because if you read the article,
no. Shut up.
Yeah, he's cherry picking. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I'm not cherry picking shit. We got the article right here.
Can I just say something?
No, because you're being no.
Not even
no. You're being disingenuous. I got the article right here. Oh, yeah. Oh, as a consequence, non-white YT patients receive less pain treatment. No.
Don't cherry pick.
No,
Read the
I'm
whole
not
article.
I'm not cherry
I
picking shit.
guarantee it'll say how
I'm not
that
cherry picking.
is.
I'm not cherry picking shit. It's in 2013. The American Medical Association, the largest association in the United States, published a review of the relationship between pain and ethnicity in its Journal of Ethics. It's concluded that the variations in treatment stem in part of racial misconceptions about heightened pain tolerance among African Americans and from the false notion that blacks and
Racial
Hispanics are more.
misconceptions. So now you got doctors
Oh
saying
my
that
God. I didn't finish, dumbass. If you let me finish, it doesn't say nothing about that. The false notion that blacks and Hispanics are more likely than white YTs to abuse drugs. So what are we talking about?
Can I talk now?
Admit that you're fucking wrong, then you'll speak.
I'm not wrong, but I
Yes,
have no
you
problem,
are.
I have no problem
But-
admitting that
But
racial
that
bias.
says,
knowing how
hold on,
English works.
I've never had a problem.
hold on. The reason why they say we have a high pain tolerance is because we're more likely to abuse drugs.
That's just a myth. It says it. It says that it's a myth.
That's
I don't know
why.
why you're not acknowledging that.
But it was backed up by
once said
scientists
that
back
the Earth
then.
was flat. Do you
Okay,
But it was
believe
backed
that?
up by
How long ago,
scientists
Venus?
back then.
How long ago?
So clearly, just because something's
Doesn't
backed up by
matter.
scientists does not make it true. Thank
It
you.
doesn't
but
matter.
how
It
long ago,
happens.
Venus? This is the
It
problem.
happens. It
Like
happens.
if you didn't mute me, you would have heard me say that I understand that there is extreme racial bias in medicine, especially in history. But the notion black
Not
people.
medicine, science. Let's say science.
But we're talking about medicine. We're not talking about science. We're talking about
Is a part of medicine. Is a part of science.
Like why
We're
y'all?
not talking about
Why
science. Science can
y'all
be
being so?
science.
Why stop being so obtuse, dude? You know what we're talking about.
So medicine. The first source, by the way, which you didn't read, says that 40% of first year and second year medical students. So these are students who have literally no education in the field of medicine going into their first year who think these things, which, is wrong.
No, that's
racial
wrong.
bias. What do you mean? No,
This is where that disingenuous shit comes in. You literally admitted that. You literally admitted this shit. Like you said what I fucking said.
Look,
dude.
Look, it's right here.
Why don't you come off you and explain why black people are less likely to receive pain medications?
Yeah, why you cherry picking now?
Most likely because of racial bias, which I have no problem.
But you said it was first years. People are being treated by doctors and nurses. So I need you to explain to me why black people are less likely to get pain medication.
He read two sources. I was addressing.
No, you said first years. First years aren't doctors and nurses.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, so why are black people less likely to get pain medications at the doctor's office?
Venus, it doesn't seem like you're interested in.
Can you answer the question?
Yeah, I can.
So don't bring up first years. Don't bring up first years.
He brought up two sources. I was addressing.
I brought up three actually. I brought up three. Actually,
okay, three. I was just addressing the first one. Venus, if you were listening, you wouldn't ask that because I wasn't talking about this.
Well, we don't need to bring up first years when we know black people are being unalived in the hospital by doctors and nurses, not first years. So we don't need to bring that up.
What's the rate? What's the
it's
prevalence?
Like three times the rate of white people. Go look it up.
Really? In what countries?
The United States.
In the United States. Okay. So
okay.
I mean, like I don't want to get into a different conversation.
Y'all tried to lie. Y'all tried to lie.
I literally had no
y'all niggas, you fucking lied, dude. Just admit that you fucking lied.
Lied about what? What I lie about?
You said that this doesn't happen, right?
What doesn't happen?
We're saying that science is true.
That science. Hold on. It's a theory. Wouldn't you agree that it's a theory? That
that's not a theory.
Tolerate more.
Is it a myth? And it says that it's unsubstantiated, so it's not a theory.
Because more research has been done. Scientists at the time said it was true. So what is your point?
It is insane. The point is flying over.
Just like scientists at the time, right now, say stuff is true. That can be debunked later. Therefore, it is a theory. Therefore, it is a theory.
How do we improve science? With more science, right?
With more
science.
That's
how a theory works. That's how a theory works. And it's flying over your head. You think that because it can be.
So it's a theory.
You think that because it can be improved, that means that it's not provable.
And
right?
it is a theory.
Then it's a theory.
Define
It's
theory,
not
define
proven.
theory.
Hold on.
Define theory.
Are theories proven? Yes, sir. Are theories facts?
The principle of theories are proven, yes.
Are theories facts? Let's
Like
look.
for example,
No, scientific is not this. Hold on. Scientific theory is not the same as a fact. A theory is a well-substantiated explanation of something.
Yeah,
Right?
what is it used to make a well-substantiated explanation of something? What does it use?
Evidence, but is it a fact?
Evidence.
It's not.
Oh, that's crazy.
Exactly.
Evidence.
All right, what is
Can I-
evidence? What? Hold on 1
We
second.
went through this.
What is
Evidence is fact.
What is evidence is a fact? Okay, cool. But it's scientific theory of fact.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Scientific-
Okay, we can read the
scientific
definition.
theory
Don't
says
worry
that
about it.
I already,
everything that we
I already
have
read
that
the
we
fuck.
can
I already read the definition. A theory is an observation. It's not a fact.
It's an observation.
Hold on. I just want to
Right.
say I
Everything that we
learned.
can
Hold on.
test
I just want to
shows-
say I had to take a debate class in high school, and I learned that there are different types of evidences. Okay, so no, and they're all worth different things.
Yeah, I
For
agree with that.
different.
I agree with that.
So yeah.
The same is true in the court of law. Like eyewitness testimonies isn't used as primary evidence as would forensic
So
evidence.
if you were in a
So
court of
here's
law,
a definition. Here's a definition of theory. American Museum of Natural History. I can give you 3 more. A theory is a well-substantiated explanation of an aspect of the natural world that can incorporate laws, hypotheses, and facts. The theory of gravitation, for instance, explains why apples fall from trees and astronauts float in space. So I can give you another one. I mean, like, if you really want to say that theories don't use facts, or if you really, really, really want to say that theories are not facts, I can give you that because science doesn't deal with proving things. Like, absolutely.
yeah, it does. Yeah, and that's an oxymoron because the etymology of science means to know. So why don't y'all know shit?
We do.
You said evidence. You said facts are based on evidence, but I looked up and it said evidence are not facts. It said evidence are used to support facts.
Oh, okay, cool. So Venus, if there was a crime committed, nobody saw it. Can we ever convict or can we ever find out if the crime happened? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The same thing is true for science, and it works really well. For
There's
example,
a difference
if you really
between
don't, if you
crime
really
evidence
disagree,
and
if you
scientific theory.
if you really disagree that science does not figure things out, explain.
Like
how-
I just told you, not all evidence is on the same. We have circumstantial evidence that's used in the court. We have eyewitness evidence that's used in the court. We have tangible evidence that you can see with your own 2 eyes that's used in the courts, like video documentation, things like that. Or
Yeah.
so no, evidence is not, that doesn't equal fact.
Exactly.
Okay, but in science, but we weren't talking
There's
about
been
the court
plenty
of
of
law.
cases where
I brought
evidence
up- I
have
brought
been
up the court of
collected,
law
but
as
it
like
was
an
for the wrong
analogy.
person. So
I brought up the court of law as an analogy, right?
Yeah.
And you
So
take it
proving the
really
court of
literal.
law that and hold on,
In
what evidence?
science,
Hold on, what evidence do you have in the court of law that proves evolution?
in the court of law that proves. I could give you a
all
couple.
evidence points to it.
Here, I could give you one, and I can even show you. a
Here,
paper.
can
The
I
prevalence rate-
please rebuttal
Hold
to
on.
what you said earlier though, because you said a couple of things that were completely incorrect.
Can I just give this guy the evidence real quick?
What
this is
evidence?
gonna negate your evidence. So I mean, you could waste your breath if you want to, but
All right. So the prevalence rate of people that are being born with wisdom teeth is slowly decreasing. If evolution isn't true, how is that happening?
If evolution,
born with
evolution.
wisdom teeth, you do know wisdom teeth develop, right? They develop throughout your
We're losing them. The human species is slowly losing wisdom teeth. If
So-
evolution isn't
Well,
true,
I still got wisdom teeth. So, I have. So that's not evidence.
Wait.
I
So
have
because you
wisdom
have
teeth.
wisdom teeth, that just negates what I'm saying. I'm saying humanity is slowly losing wisdom teeth. So
Humanity
sure,
is slowly losing wisdom. Why are they?
Maybe your kids will have them, but then maybe in 50 generations from now,
If
nobody will have
If
wisdom teeth.
humanity is
That
losing
makes
their
sense
wisdom teeth,
because
why is it
wisdom
one of the
teeth
most
aren't
People
something
don't
that you're
have
born with.
wisdom
Wisdom
teeth
teeth
for
are developed
different
throughout your years of age.
Do you even know why we get a
Sometimes some
wisdom teeth
people's
removed?
mouths is too small for their wisdom teeth to be in there, so they get it
Yeah,
pulled
do you
out.
know why that happens?
Other
Because-
times it's because of the shape of people's skull.
Yes. Do you want to know why?
I just said that.
Isn't it weird? Do you ever find it weird that we have teeth that comes in 20 years into our existence and that is typically too big for our jaws? Have
Time
you
out.
ever
You just said
wondered
it
why that
yourself, though.
happens?
How is it a new statistic that people are being born without something that doesn't come
Yeah,
until
there's
20
some
years
people
after
who
their
never get
existence?
Because
their
you're saying
wisdom teeth.
evolution isn't true. If evolution isn't true, there's no
Is
reason for us to
are
be
you
losing
meaning
our
to
wisdom
say
teeth.
that people are starting to have a mutation that means that wisdom teeth never develop? Are you
Yes,
saying they're
yes.
not
That is
born with
exactly what I'm
wisdom
saying.
teeth?
Yes.
Because what
Yo,
you just
peace,
said was
dog.
that people are being
What's up,
being
man?
born
Excuse
without
me.
wisdom teeth, and that's not a statistic
I
because
say something
everyone
after
is
It's not a
born without
statistic.
wisdom teeth.
It's not a statistic.
It all
So
Who made
depends on
I
the
can
who
I
made
can
person's
who
show you
made
skull
papers.
and jaw.
I
hold on,
can
who
show
made
you.
the statistics have biases, right?
Oh, statistics have biases. Yep.
Yes, they
Totally.
do. Yeah, and so who made the statistics
Oh
for
my
that?
god, dude.
Yeah,
Hold
your
on for a
statistics.
second, dog.
Go
Hold up, y'all.
ahead.
Peace to the panel. I
Peace,
just made
peace.
an observation from listening to this
Here.
chat
Here's the paper, by
that
the way.
when hold on, bro. When the young lady made the assertion that there's a medical I guess theory that black folks are more tolerant to pain than I guess YT folks. You initially said that she can't find any evidence of that. Then you said that you searched it after you made a sarcastic remark of, "Oh, I searched it, I ain't find nothing." Then you said, "Oh, in 10,000 results, I don't see anything." And Darvin did it 1, 2, 3, and it popped right up on the screen. Then you started investigating a little more and had a little more evidence
Can I
to
give an
support
example to
what
feed
you're
off what
talking
Her
you're
about.
original
saying?
claim was that textbooks still claim to this day that black people
Bro,
experience
you
pain.
just
I
demonstrated
The
your
disagree. I
Tuskegee
still
bias.
disagree with
experiment.
that. I
Bro,
still
you
disagree
just
with
All right,
that.
I got a
demonstrated your
question.
I
You don't
bias.
teach
believe in
that.
evolution. You
The
believe that
Tuskegee experiment was a prime example of that.
Yeah, y'all ain't believe in the theory of black people. Scientists believe that black people are less tolerant to pain,
What's it called?
or
What's that
more
theory
tolerant.
called? What's that
What's
theory
the
called?
theory? Is a speculation. Did people not speculate and gather information?
Yeah. Is that a consensus in the scientific community? Yes or no?
Is that
Can I
consensus
say
in
what I
the?
wanted to
Yes,
say
it.
before he
Go
brought up
ahead.
the wisdom teeth argument? So,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the wisdom
if
teeth. Let's talk about the
this is
wisdom
a
teeth.
theory, right? This is a theory, right? That you need white skin in order to live away from the equator. Is that proven with fact or no?
It's not just about the equator. It's just the intensity of the sun.
Okay, the intensity of the sun. So can you argue that based off of different positions on the globe, based off of certain elevations and things like that, it really doesn't have to do with your position away from the equator, but maybe how close you are to the sun or other factors, right? That's what you just said, right?
The sun is 93 million miles away. If you move from the equator to the North Pole, that's like not even moving at all. So
okay, so you're agreeing that your skin color has nothing to do with your position to the equator, right?
Exactly.
I
The
mean, it
sun
does
still
because the
shines in the North Pole.
equator receives regular, all year round intense UV radiation, while the North and the South Pole regions don't, because
so is that a
the
proven
Earth's
theory
wobble
as
and
to
the
why white
seasons
people are
make
white
it
in
cold
Europe?
sometimes.
So is that a
Y'all
proven theory
only
as to
seeing
why
the
white people are white
hypocrisy
in
in this
Europe?
dude's statements?
So I already seen the hypocrisy.
Wait. I just want him to answer these questions.
Wow.
So is that a proven theory about why white people are white in Europe?
You keep saying proven theory, but like there is no theory behind this. You don't even know the name of the theory if there was.
Yeah, a theory is something that it uses evidence to support a scientific hypothesis.
But yeah, people
That
are
haven't
more
been
light
proven
skinned.
yet.
People are more light skinned in the
Exactly.
north and south of the equator.
Okay, so you say
because
that is because of that theory that is based off of where you are or the equator, right?
what's the theory called? You keep saying the theory. What's it called?
The theory is here. I'll give you
the theory of evolution.
But yeah,
It's
I mean,
the
like,
it's the equator skin equator. It's this equator theory. Like, come on, bro.
you're just
Stop being
making
out.
that up. You're just
Stop being obtuse, yo. Like, you know,
you just made that up.
the
on the
skin.
spot.
Yeah, it's called the equator
evolution of
theory.
human skin color. That's what the theory is. and it's based off of
Exactly.
the
Like,
equator.
It's a theory.
That's the literal terminology for it. So if I show you an article that says,
do you disagree with it?
so if I show you an
My-
article that literally states that white skin did not exist until 8,500 years ago in Western Europe, and it actually wasn't prominent until 4,000 years ago, published by.
I mean, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. What's
okay, so then what would that have on effect of your belief of a theory versus scientific fact?
What?
He's showing
Wait, what,
evolution.
dude? You asked me all these questions. I agree with almost everything, and then you're asking
No,
me.
you said
what's wrong with you?
You didn't agree with almost everything because the main thing that I was targeting was the fact that you said that, and this is what you said, and this is what I do not believe. You said that skin color has to do with amount of UV radiation that you receive. and it's based off
Yes,
of
the
the equator.
intensity of it.
So
Not the
listen, what I'm
amount, the
saying is,
intensity of
if I
it.
show you an article that states two things, that white skin was not even in Europe until 8,500 years ago, and secondly, that it was not prominent in Europe until 4,000 years ago, how would that change your opinion on that theory? Because
It
guess what?
wouldn't. Why would
It would
it?
not. It would not,
No.
because guess
Homo
what? The
sapiens.
thing
Homo
is that what
sapiens
scientists
emerged.
are now questioning based off of this new
Jaybird.
evidence,
Jaybird.
based off of this new genetic evidence, scientists are now questioning as to why all of
Hold
a sudden
on.
within the last 4,000 years, white people became the majority in Europe when that was never
Yeah.
the case. Guess what? There was no such
What?
thing as white skin in the human race before after, since even after the ice age had already passed. So when people were moving out of
What?
Africa
One second. Hold on.
20,000
One
years
second.
ago, the
One
ice age
second.
ended 11,000 years ago.
Yeah,
One
I
I'm
have
right.
second.
no
One
problem
second.
with
One
that.
second.
What's your
One second.
point?
One second. One second. Hold on. Since scientific theory is a fact, why don't people believe in the outer Asia theory no more?
Out of Asia?
Yes.
It's not substantiated. We found bones.
Oh, so theories, hold on, theories,
Because the
hold
oldest
on,
human remains were found out of Africa.
one second. Since theories are fact, right? That's what Matt Irish was telling me. If theories are a fact, then why don't people still believe in an out Asia theory?
It's extremely outdated, and there's better evidence to support that we come from Africa, not Asia.
Oh, it's better evidence to support
Mhm.
a theory.
Mhm.
It's better evidence to support a theory, not prove it, right?
Yeah, support it.
So evolution is not a fucking fact.
It is.
Hell
No,
no.
no, it's not.
I mean,
God
No,
can't
it's not.
evolution.
No,
Evolution
man. Hold on. 1 second, because we're getting too rowdy on the stage. And I want to reset the topic. Go back to the topic. Outer Asia is not fucking substantiated. So that's not a fact. But there's evidence more support outer Africa theory, and it is a fact. What? Man, y'all get y'all. That shit just came to me. I was just pondering on that shit. I was like, really? That shit really just came to me. But it's still a theory, just like out of Africa. I cleared the stage because again, I want to reset the topic. Yeah, I'm about to reset the topic. Anyway, like I want to hear about shit we can't even prove. Y'all, we ain't never seen a primate turn into a human.
Like I said, the out of Africa theory is based on racism. So
You're dog it, man. It's like when a lot of these things that people debate on these stages, y'all have him at one thing. He was totally biased in researching just the evidence that is available on a simple search. He said it was 10,000 results. He didn't find none, but you found it right away. So don't let him move off of that. You already caught him lying.
Yeah,
Don't
I already
give him,
said that shit.
to tell Jaybird, don't give him a whole bunch of other stuff to start talking about, and we forget the fact that he's a bold-faced liar.
He is a liar,
right?
but I just wanted to
Keep
catch
him right
slipping in
there
his own- in
and
his
stick him
own
to the
words.
wall with that. That's
just
all I
wanted
got to
to
say.
catch him slipping in his own words, because literally he'll sit there and talk about
He
theories
already
and
did
facts.
that, Jaybird. He already
Yeah.
did it. He already did. From jump, he did it. He lied, and then he tried to back it up, walk it back, and then he researched some evidence to support what she was talking about.
Peace.
What's up, Will?
Good, what's good? What's good with you, Miss?
Peace, Will.
What
Peace.
is good? Hey, these folks is crazy as hell, bruh. So look, even with their own little theory with this whole equator shit, right? Why do people that move into the equator now ain't turning so-called black, right? And by they whole little thing too, the equator go around the whole damn world. So that means everywhere it hits, every landmass, there could be black people there, right?
I made that argument before too, but they'll sit there and say, "Oh, it's
Like,
because
these
of
folks is crazy.
different environments and this." But then you look and you lay it out to them that America has the exact same environmental biomes as in Africa with subtle differences. For example, the only one that I could really find that was a subtle difference between Africa and America was the difference between a veal and a prairie. Other than that, and mind you, those are almost an identical like type of biome landscape. Other than that, every other biome that they have, we have it, and same thing in the
we
islands.
actually have more than them.
Yeah, so
Exactly. It's and like the young gentleman has said, I don't know who said it. I don't know if it was Ms. or UL, but the equator do go around the entire world. People act like it only stays in Africa. It hits the the Polynesian Islands, the East Indies, and straight through the top part of South America and the bottom part of the Yucatan.
But check this out though. In the where the Incan civilization
The
was, like I think
southeast
it's in
is
Chile.
actually in the equator as well.
In Chile, that's the highest UV radiation index according to the UV radiation index map. That is the highest exposure point of UV radiation. The only other place where it even is close to it is in some parts of Australia or Melanesia, and in a little bit of East Africa. Other than that, that is the highest exposure, like literally the highest place where you can have the most UV radiation. So if that was their argument, they always say, well, Melanesians are dark skinned based off of convergent evolution theory. But the thing is, convergent evolution has to do with two different species having the same feature, like wings, like a bat and a bird having wings. A bat and a bird having wings to fly and not having the same common ancestry is also, you could also argue that they could have retained a certain dominant or recessive trait that was passed off from a common ancestor, however many billion, whatever years ago that they want to argue. But that also does not apply to humans. If
You cut out. Or dang, what happened? What happened to Jay
The
Bird?
TikTok don't be reporting. TikTok, we are actors playing out a scene from the Wild Wild West. Yeah, don't be reporting. I don't know if he got reported. Hold on.
no, I didn't. I don't know what happened.
Hey, yeah, you back though.
No,
TikTok
I was
be
just saying
tweaking.
that. I was just saying that the convergent evolution theory does not apply to humans when they say that we all have the same common ancestor. So if we all have the same common ancestor, then clearly Melanesians have black skin, not because of Denisovan DNA, but because they migrated out of Africa however many thousands of years ago. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yo, the panel rode the short bus to school. Look, you can't even spell a short bus. But you always in my lives. Why are you watching people that supposedly rode the short bus, but you always in here? Right.
Someone said I'm
stay in our
arguing evolution,
lives.
so I'm proving what he just said. No, that's not the case. What I'm saying is what the arguments you
Oh,
guys
what's up,
make
Phoenix?
are not legitimate arguments because they always backtrack onto themselves. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Also, I want to get back to the topic, back to the question that I got posed up here.
Is America, Egypt, Morocco, Israel?
Yeah.
I don't
Y'all
know.
tap the screen. Let's get up to 25K, y'all. We've been live for a good almost an hour, if not an hour at least. Let's go ahead and get to 25K. Gift the host, gift the panel. TikTok had new rules and stuff. So let's get Darvid through the algorithm so we can get more people in here to have the conversation. Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, I was just saying I don't know. I don't know if I don't really get into, the different land masses and when they were titled and stuff like that.
All
All I
right,
can
for
tell
sure.
you is that, people always overlook the fact that the Moors were expelled out of Europe in 1492 to 1496, and Spanish, when they were demanded to either convert to Catholicism or get off of Spanish soil, that also included parts of North Africa. So the majority of those people went to sub-Saharan Africa.
I would say that Egypt is a Greek word. Morocco has always been over east. Israel, I don't really know. I know the Israel that we know today, wasn't it called? Oh my God, it's not coming to me right now. It was a different, because Egypt is a word that we recognize. We say Egypt's in America. I believe our people had a different name for it. Depending on what tribe you come from, would depend on what the people was calling it. Or we probably had a universal name that was understood between all tribes that was here. But I don't believe that we called it Egypt. I think we had a whole different name for it. I wouldn't call it Egypt in America.
All right, what's up? Appreciate it. Anybody else? What's up, Phoenix?
Request
What?
if you disagree.
How y'all doing?
How are you, guys?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good, Halito Phoenix.
Yeah. Anybody? Yeah. If anybody thinks that it is, I agree with that. I'd let it be known.
I don't agree with that either. Shoot, I ain't even gonna explain myself. It's no.
Say they're all in America, but I would say they were created by us. Because I'm not giving credit. I'm not giving no credit to people who lack comprehension skills and aren't even evolving today.
What it do? What it do? What's going down?
What's up, Kia? What's going on, now?
Same shit, different hustle. You know how it go. Is America, Egypt, Morocco, and Israel? I don't even know where to begin with that one. I'm gonna let the brethren break that one down.
Who got? I don't know who's gonna break it down.
Well, I don't like the whole Morocco's in America rhetoric because Morocco is overseas. That's overseas. Morocco is in Africa, and before those people even got to what we know as Morocco today, they traveled from another place. In Mauritania, which used to be a big part. And then there's sources out there that says that they come from Asia as well. So I don't like it when people be like Morocco is in America. That's the empire. That's false because that takes away from the different empires that was already here before Moors started claiming that their empire was here when it wasn't. There's history books of Moroccan empire being overseas, not in America. All that is new. The Israel, it to me that's more like a Bible that leans into the Bible. And if we want to use the Bible, I say the Old Testament is about America, the New Testament is about what's going on overseas, and that's just from reading about it, knowing like where certain things in the Bible that they talk about where it comes from that you could find only in America. So I wouldn't say that it was Israel. I think that was just another name that the colonizers used. We may had a different name for it that they changed it to, because we know that the oppressors like to change a lot of things.
Anybody else want to take a stab at it? Oh, can't even say that. At it. Think deeper. Oh, symbology. Someone Shebrew was saying that. Yeah, Eric is Egypt. Who called it Egypt? Like that's what I be saying. Like we got pyramids over here. Okay, cool. They got pyramids in Cambodia. Is Cambodia Egypt? They got pyramids. This dude stumbled across a pyramid in Europe somewhere. Is Europe Egypt?
It's all over the world. There's 2 pyramids in Europe. There's one in Australia. You got about 200 in Africa, about 300 in the Middle East. I can't remember how many was in Asia. Then we got the most over here in America. But even with that in America, I think some of those pyramids come from other nations trying to colonize us and set up shop. Or they could have tried to colonize us, saw our pyramids, went back home and imitated. It's one of the two.
It's the people everywhere. Where are the Kemetics, Moors, and Hebrews at? That's why where they at Tohonga? I don't know. Like I can never get down with that. Like I used to believe it at one point, but then I started really deeping into things what my tribes were doing. Like I'm like, we had nothing to do with no Egypt. You had nothing to do with no Morocco. Yeah.
There are places with all those names located in the Americas, in the United States, actually.
For sure.
So is
A
that what
lot
you're
of
talking
those
about?
places was named after the places over there that do the colonization.
But
I
just
could
because
argue-
a place is named in the same fashion doesn't mean it actually came from the same place, too.
That's also
It's
true.
like
But
the
I could
desire
also
that
argue.
people have to connect everything is borderline schizophrenic. I'm gonna keep it
Yeah,
real.
everything didn't start in America. I agree with that.
Because
but
think
listen,
about, they came over here calling it New Spain, New France, New Netherlands. They was, you know what I'm saying? They was naming it after their homeland, but we see the name didn't stick.
listen, I was gonna say that you can also make the argument that some of these names were changed to match what is now known as places in Africa in order to confound people, so that when you read historically about things that happen, you're not paying attention. Like I forgot what the guy's name was, but he was talking about how you can't find books about places was like the 1818s or the early 1800s to mid 1800s because it was known as parts of Florida or West Florida. You know what I mean? So you have to look about books. You have to look at books about that place instead to find where you're
Exactly.
looking for. So it's like they could change the name to confound people.
Right. Yeah. One thing I learned from Phoenix Moon, that's like a couple of months ago, was when she told me that Illinois used to be a part of Virginia. I was shocked when I found that out. Looked it up, and she was 100% right. So now I know when I want to dig deeper into this area's history, I know I would have to look into the Virginia history. So, always fact check everybody. But thanks for that knowledge, Phoenix, because I would have never gotten further in my information on where I'm at if I never was told that.
You know, to be fair, when it comes to those territories and being that it's a perverted name of the Allegheny Confederacy, when they say Illinois, that's like the black people, the island of the black people. So there's black Indians there. I got pictures of black Mohawks going to Europe. You know what I'm saying? In the 1700s. I got my Cherokee family going to Europe in 1763. I got my grandfather, Little Carpenter. It's a couple of them, right? Standard Turkey, the Moitoy lines. Those people are in Okeechobee. They are in England going to see a fucking comedy in 1763. So when they're saying Illinois, they're talking about the islands of the blacks. Those were the Great Lakes.
Mm-hmm. And when the French came into this area and met them, there was a tribe that was calling themselves. I'm probably saying it wrong. It's similar to Illinois. It's probably Illy. They had many different spellings for it, and that's how the territory we know today got its name. I'm sorry, Phoenix. What you say? Aline, thank you.
Yeah. Peace, everybody. They have Spanish and French are the same people. Like, I think it's good to stop compartmentalizing them by nationality because they're the same families. The House of Braganza and the Stuarts are intermingled, right? But King James is a Braganza from the Holy Roman Empire and Portugal, but he's the king of Ireland, Scotland, France, right? They're king and queen in more than one place. They could be emperor of France and the king of Italy. All those titles, the heraldry, it all tells the story.
So if you can't name it, if it's it, do I think DNA is fake? If you can't name your oldest ancestor with a DNA test, I ain't trying your shit. That's how I feel about it.
Thinking real talk, man, we need to have like some real genealogy spaces. Not like we're doing people genealogy, but people are coming in and they talking about their actual linear ancestors with documents and the story behind them. You know, to be honest, I'm tired of talking to folks who ain't did their genealogy, don't know shit about their ancestors, arguing with us about who we are, but they don't know who they are. Right? We got to cut that shit short. We really got to. We have to create these conversations where we can hear these fascinating stories about our ancestors, and we can put together. We kind of string along together where we all fit within that paradigm. Does that make sense?
I agree.
No ops, nothing. Now natives is scrambling for their proof that they citizenship, right? You think it's a good time to really be putting a whole bunch of business out there? They don't got no receipts. I don't care if niggas did their genealogy and ain't found one Indian yet. You still got more than every federally recognized tribe. Know that. Out of 575 tribes, half of them is more than half of them are from Alaska alone. Alaska wasn't a part of the United States until what, 1958, 1960. They like not old as Nigeria.
You said our DNA. You said because our DNA is coming from Africa. They don't need to prove anything. All right, cool. You only. Why do y'all champion being indigenous over stuff like having a casino,
I
having
was
a
just
tribal
about to
card?
say that.
Like, that's all you need to be as indigenous? Shit, let me go start a casino right now then. Yeah, like what?
Bingo hole by the end of the week, cause what they talking about?
Like, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah,
They would know there's nothing about a casino in not one treaty.
There's no casinos being mentioned.
Look at the Thomasina Jordan congressional record when they were federally recognized. They were told they couldn't have no casinos. And guess what's going up?
Oh, buddy.
Casinos.
So them casinos, if not all of them, are owned by Europeans. The YT that they claim that they hate so much.
Oh, DYT.
They got casinos. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, they figured out a way to make them some money, man. What we need to do is focus on our families and what we can do to get access to the resources that we need. That's really the focus. Let's never focus too much on the ops, the naysayers, and the people who are always causing us distraction. We stay focused on ourselves, we gotta win.
Fact, I agree. Which we could definitely I'll probably just have a chop it up with genealogy space tomorrow. You chopping it up. Cause hey, I don't really care about hearing about folks that ain't got an ancestor. Can't even get past 1840. I gave him the birth date of his ancestor. Like, ain't that some shit? They talking shit about us, but I gave him the birthday of one of his ancestors.
DNA. Africans don't even have African DNA. They make up less than 2%. That's why there's no cousin matches. They don't match anyone over here.
Yeah, what countries? What's the majority of the countries even taking the test of that 2%?
That's not even 100 years old, nonetheless.
Right. Like,
You know who I want to get on these stages again, and he keep on dodging, is that Dean guy. That Dean,
he was here yesterday. He was here yesterday. Want to shut up?
Crazy. I saw him trying to come up and check you, Darvin.
Yeah, he said, "Oh yeah, you not Powers," and I was like, "Tell me about the Powers."
Yeah. He didn't know nothing about the Powers. What's crazy is Dean is knowledgeable about the Indians that's in Oklahoma. I'll give him that. He knows that history. That's the history he knows.
He's about native history. He ain't got Indian history. He got native Oklahoma history.
He's a Seminole freedman, from what he said.
His tribal card says 00 on it.
Exactly. He is literally what he is he is the Pan-African Indian freedman. You get what I'm saying?
But they just got turned out to being the African Indian freedmen of the 5 civilized tribes with Marilyn Van. That's King Armstrong's people. That's his family, right? But at the end of the day, they still have the burden of proof of what they was doing prior to the Trail of Tears, because all of them didn't walk the Trail of Tears.
Yeah,
we got the records. So when he got 0 in Seminole blood, does not mean he's not 100% Cherokee.
It really don't. That's the thing, right? Like, you can literally find migration patterns from tribes that you might call extinct, that are the people who are in these other federal recognized tribes as freedmen, and in other tribes as full blood. the same family lines. So it's clear that it wasn't about having being a slave of an Indian or something like that. That's not what that was about, and that's the rhetoric that he pushes. He pushes, oh, well, if you got some dark skin, you was this, that. No, you got dark skin because your ancestors was that. Leave it at that. The Seminole. That's you. That's your story.
Let
Yes.
me tell you why he weird to me. Any Seminole talking about being a freedman. When did the Seminoles have slaves? And the whole entire war was about them defying, returning slaves, and turning people loose once they got to the nation. So what is they talking
Phoenix,
about? Seminoles did not walk the Trail of Tears. They did not go to Oklahoma to the 1850s after they was busting and splitting wigs back. They did not walk past any plantations. Picture them having the Seminoles walking past plantations on their way to Oklahoma. How you think that would have worked out?
That's why. Hey, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson meme on that one with my hands waved and I'm just looking to the left and right. I don't know how he put that story together. Like, I'm not Seminole, so I just leave that shit alone. But it's crazy how he gets on these stages in every indigenous room, and he wants to say, "Oh, you're not indigenous." Why? Because I'm not indigenous. I'm descendant of a freedman, and I think freedmen are African. Like, it's all conjecture.
With a
It's
whole
not
tribal
based off
card.
of
That's crazy.
genealogy. It's crazy. And sometimes you got to take those post-colonial tribes, just look at them. Okay, you're post-colonial. We're not the same.
Possible that the Seminoles are Moroccans?
Anything possible. I don't know. I'm not
Definitely Romani Negro mix, which could be Portuguese, Italian, or Spaniard. Remember, they the first Negroes.
That's because we ain't gotta talk about Dean too long. Like I told you, I got a video of him talking about how I guess he drive, and he pick up stuff from these different reservations. How he got lease agreements with them. Dude fraud as fuck. That's all I know.
That's not
I
least
got a question. Does anybody have Portuguese Sephardic Jew?
Oh, say Jay.
My bad. Not to your answer. I was talking. Yeah, I got that shit for D. My bad, y'all.
I knew he was a truck driver. He had told me that from 2 years ago. He was on my live and he said that. That's how I know he's a truck driver. Because he's like, I'm a truck driver. I had to pull over on the side of the road to have a conversation. I forgot what the conversation was about. But
it's a driver that he'll play it. But I probably gotta piece it up or some shit.
All right.
Wait, no, did I? Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, I'm saying
Send it to me on
Clown.
Discord if you do.
But yeah, Dean a clown, man. Like, he tried to pull this whole, I can show you my card. Can you show me your card?
Yeah, he
And
tried to
all
pull
of
that
this,
shit on
that, and
me.
the third.
I
Like,
agree.
that.
He clowned me, talk about what's a Paul
Yeah, he tried to
monkey?
pull.
What's it now? They coming up with new stuff. What's a Paul monkey? What's a matter woman? A pottle womack? I ain't never heard of any of these. Yeah, on there with the pale skins going crazy. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, he do. He be with them weirdos. See, I went in the space one time and I went up there on the stage and he was like, "Yeah, I got a card and whoop-de whoop." And I'm like, "Dude, that don't mean nothing. I got a card."
white
You get what I'm
with a
saying?
card.
Well, speak your language. It don't really mean, but it just means that your tribe is established. It doesn't mean that you're less indigenous. And I'm not even trying to have that conversation, right? But I don't really like how he tries to pull that shit on people. And I'm the type to jump up on the stage like, "All right, nigga, I got a card. So what you trying to do?" Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm at with it. And so he was like, "Oh, speak
I'm not enrolled in my tribe. What does that mean? You're a whole fucking Seminole freedman.
There was a
Who are you talking to?
there was a Shawnee, a Cheyenne. He was Cheyenne. He was on my panel and we was going back and forth. And he was trying to question me about the Choctaws, and he got mad that I told him I'm not going to tell you everything that I know about the Choctaws, just like I know you ain't going to tell me everything about your tribe. So Dean said he was in the comments and he came up there to check the Native American. I ain't never seen that before. That was the first. And then the next day I see him trying to check Darvin.
Yeah, our boy. Yeah, he tried because he would not shut up. I was like, if you don't get your old ass off my stage, just having no decorum. Like, do you need to pop a Viagra or something? You know, he's like these goddamn 60-year-olds trying to acting like they Debo or something, trying to boss us out of our authority. Like, man, you don't get your ass on just because you overtalk somebody. Somebody's gonna say, Darby, you can't do that. Let them speak. Blah, 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 blah. Like, no, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want on my panel. Take your ass to someone else's live where they allow people to get yelled at or allow people to talk over them for fucking 10 minutes babbling. Have a great night. All right, what's up? Peace, Brandon. I told Dean that he was. Oh wow, who the hell was Manny? Like, I don't know. Y'all know I don't know too many people on TikTok no more. Who the hell
Manny,
was?
Red Road Warrior. I don't know if you know him by that name.
Fuck no.
He been around for a while. He ain't nothing but a Mexican who looked at some pictures of Native Americans and said, "Hey, my family look like them, and I'm gonna go tell my parents that we're Native American." He said
Hey
this.
yo.
He said that his
Hey
parents never
yo.
told him that he was indigenous or his family was indigenous.
Hey yo.
Who's that pink? Who's that pink skin that be always complaining about about us being indigenous? And he be having like all these.
Drop it. Hold on, y'all. My bad. I'm gonna drop down so I can send it to you, and you can just bring it back up.
All right, for
Homie look
sure.
like a drug addict.
Send it to me on
That's it.
Discord.
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
You're talking about Chief Smoke a lot, Josiah. Mm-hmm. He's German.
That nigga be in hotels like he motherfucking homeless, bro. It's either he homeless or he trying to pimp his girlfriend
His
out.
cat burnt down his place. Him and his family was gone, and they left the candle burning, and the cat knocked it over. He said this on live, by the way. I'm not making this up.
Wow.
When he went home and he showed
worse.
everybody his place burnt down, and he said, I guess the cat had knocked it over because there was some wax on her paw or some shit like that.
Wow.
And I was in the hallway when I heard that. I was scrolling through my For You page and his live popped up and he was showing his place burnt down and all of his Native American stuff that was destroyed.
Sitting Bull and Klein's Cody collection burnt up.
The ancestors. I say that was the ancestors because Jay Bird did his genealogy and found one of his grandmothers is a Mohawk, and in her picture she had a whole afro. So
hey yo.
even talking bad towards us. I didn't know about the car thing. I only knew about his place.
Dang, you got a total car.
So, did y'all enjoy the movie Sinners? Anybody seen it?
I ain't seen it.
I'm gonna watch it again.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
It's good, y'all.
Yeah, that was a really good movie.
Only movies I'll go see in the last 20,
Yeah, I
30
just
years.
saw it too.
Avengers. I go see superhero, DC, Marvel shit. Other than that, I don't really go patronize too much. But that shit was good, and I'm going to pay for it again.
Nice. What, Thunderbolts? What you talking about? What movie you just seen? Oh yeah. That movie, yo, I
really enjoyed it. Michael B. Jordan is fucking talented like a motherfucker.
Yes, he is. Straight from the A, the Bay. You already know. Yo, I ain't gonna even lie. That movie was really good. Matter of fact, I'm a film buff, so I'm very funny. If I like them, if I really support a film, I'm gonna go pay my money to see it. A lot of people just watch it on bootleg and shit. But neither here nor there. Yo, that shit was it was deep. It was really good. Like I tell people, go watch that shit. I ain't even got my 11-year-old watching it. I don't even let him watch too many rated R movies.
Ooh, for sure. I might check it out. We'll see. Uh, maybe. I don't really watch it, so.
You say that now. That's how I was with the 5 Heartbeats. That was the last thing I wanted to see back in the day.
Yeah,
But that's
I
something
mean,
that you have to see for the culture. You gotta see it. You
I
gotta see
guess.
it for
I
the
guess.
culture.
Maybe. Maybe. All right. It's just for the culture, I
I think
guess.
I
I ain't
think
saying
it's
it's, I'm
very
a,
important to support.
you know, some things I just come across. If I come across that, like, I don't go out my way to see things really. So,
I think it's very important to support black film directors, creators, even films that might have been made directed by someone else, but have Black American. I think it's very important because the more that we give our prestige to people who represent us in these different areas, we have more of our stories told in the way that we want it to be told. And as addictive as our culture is, soon as we get that observation, it's gonna be adapted instantly.
yeah, I agree. And I didn't like They Clone Tyrone. I don't like it.
It was trash too. I thought it was trash.
That was a Netflix film though.
Yeah,
That was a Netflix.
yeah, Susan said she hasn't seen it. Like, I didn't even finish it. Like, I ain't like that. I was like, and it's like, it was about the deeper message. Like, I need to watch They Clone Tyrone to know that.
Yeah, I ain't watched the whole movie myself. It really didn't grasp me like that to keep it a band. Like, I don't know. I watched part of it. I was not interested, but still try to support it. But it was a Netflix movie. If they really felt like it was gonna be hitting like that, they would have released it in the theaters.
I'll probably go to the theaters probably next weekend or something. See if any of my family want to watch it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Take your mom on a son mom date. You get what I'm saying? I like taking my mom to the movies. You be chilling. Be cool.
Couldn't get it. It's hard to start it. Yeah. They clone Tyrone. Yeah, it was slow, and then it wasn't it wasn't that deep to me. This is like, yeah, people make it seem like it was the deepest shit ever. Like, no, it wasn't to me, at least.
Overhype.
What's your favorite urban or black cultured urban movie? I'll go first. Mine was Belly.
I gotta go with Fresh.
Hey. Oh,
Juice.
Fresh is up there. I fuck with Fresh.
Juice.
Oh
Juice is
yeah,
too, yeah.
yeah, Juice is a
Juice is
good
always
one.
gonna be solid.
Hey, Belly is fire too.
We got
That's up there.
we got some great movies now. Culture that's gonna be forever. Like there's movies that we've created that's like think about like Friday.
Yeah,
Friday is forever,
Friday's a
man.
good one. Friday is forever. Yep. That probably is my
Friday
favorite.
is
Friday.
forever.
Rite of passage. Like that goes without saying. That's like water. Everybody has Friday, you know?
Yeah.
Yo, another one.
Tales from the Hood.
Tales from the Hood.
Scary.
Is that
Scary movie.
it's for the wild lady? Is that one?
Mm,
With
yeah.
Clarence the third, dude.
No. You're thinking.
No, I'm thinking Creep Show, right? No, what is that?
I remember People Under the Stairs.
Snoop and somebody
Was
else.
that what it was? The People Under the Stairs.
At
It had oh boy, what was his name? I can't even think of his name off the top of my head. Damn, he played Michael Jackson in Jackson 5 back in the day.
Wasn't that little Merlin?
He's in the
Bullethead from Steve Harvey that died? That wasn't him?
Was it Merlin? Was it Merlin? Was it Merlin though? I don't think it was Merlin. I think it was hold on.
It's a good question. I was over here thinking, what would be my favorite movie? And it's like, I can't pick because we got so many.
Yeah, for sure.
We got so many. And like Phoenix said, we have so many that it's like a rite of passage as well.
Yep.
Nah, his name was Brandon Quentin. One else and stuff. But yo, did you know Wes Craven made that movie? People Under the Stairs. I can believe it. That shit was a creepy ass movie. I ain't gonna even hold you. The creepiest movie that I couldn't get sleep to after watching it in the movies was Candyman. I was fucked up for like 3 months behind it.
Yeah, we was
I was
in
messed
trouble
up
for
in the head.
even
I could
watching
not
that
sleep
shit.
at night.
You played that shit in my house.
I was fine with Freddy, Candyman, Jason, all of them. One I was not okay was
I
Hills Have
hated
Eyes.
Candyman.
Hills Have Eyes. Hands down. Trifle.
Yeah, that's it. Yo, The Hills Have Eyes was creepy because you know that shit was real. People out there in Texas really like
One of the most terrible movies that I watched 1,000 times, no matter how bad it is Bride of Chucky. That was like they could have kept that, but I watched that shit a lot.
it has a lot of comic relief to it.
The movie that fucked me up was Final Destination 2. That will fuck me up. Especially that scene with the truck.
Dumb movies is fucked up.
The whole Final Destination series did, but it was number 2 for me. The drain, garbage dispenser, the truck, the ladder falling on the guy's face, and that movie fucked me up. I was young when I saw that.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like video games are than movies now.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Woody.
To be honest, like a video game and have you shaking in your boots playing like on the real, like versus a movie. Quick, but when you playing a video game, like they got this what is that?
Silent Hill was one of them.
Not Michael Myers. Oh, Silent Hill was scary. Resident Evil was scary as hell too. Like, But they got one game. I just downloaded it too. I think it is Michael Myers. Like, is it Michael Myers? It might be Jason. I don't know. Either way, you want it, and like you can team online. It's like 5-6 people or whatever, and you can either be the person at the camp, like one of the people, or you can be like Jason. That's what the game is now.
All right. Who is Kikito? What's going on?
Hey, I am African, and I'm here to because I like that Kim. Yeah, I have a question that I want to ask you guys. Please don't insult me or abuse me or anything.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. um, but I just want to ask this question because most of us, especially here in Africa, when we see you guys, we see people that are exactly like us with a different accent. You're strong like us, black color like us, talented like us, loud like us, proud like us. Just the accent. You can
Just the
cook like
accent.
us.
What tribe you
Yeah.
from, Kikito?
Sorry?
What tribe? What African tribe are you from, or African background?
Oh, I'm from Uganda. My kingdom is Buganda Kingdom.
Mm.
Yeah. So you call yourselves Black Americans.
Call ourselves Indians too, American Indians.
American Indians?
All call ourselves all types of things. Black American, American Indian, FBA, ADOT, like call ourselves all types of things.
Okay. Right now I'm in Germany actually. And I feel different here. I mean, I can see it every single day on the trains, on the streets. Yeah. And it's really, really terrible because where I come from, nobody really cares about how you look. But it's really a big thing here. And I did not grow up like that. And you've probably lived that for the rest of your life. And I want to ask why you like have this kind of question, like are Black Americans indigenous Americans? Why is that? Is that because you also don't know where exactly you came from? Because you also talk about slavery, that you came from Africa, which in Africa we know very well you were taken from the motherland. We are 100% sure. I mean, everybody knows in Africa.
Y'all got any sources to back that up? That come
Sorry?
from, do y'all have any African sources to back that up, or is it just a folk's tale?
A new
So
tale.
we all
Was
grow.
none
It's
of
not a
your
first
wait
tale.
a minute, wait a minute. None of y'all was saying this 5 years ago. Y'all wasn't saying this 10 years ago. Y'all wasn't saying nothing 15 years ago. I'ma just say
Because we were
y'all
being
ain't have no
oppressed.
oral
We
stories.
were
Not
being
one person
oppressed.
wrote a book. Nothing in 400 years.
We,
Knock it
we,
off.
we did not say anything because by that time we were under colonization. We were not even independent. We were being oppressed by the white people. Really?
White people was oppressing you in Black Uganda.
Yeah, we got our independence in
What white people were
1960.
oppressing you? Name them. What family? What people? What country? Who?
The Europeans from Britain.
Is who? Romanians, the Greeks, the Turks? Who? The last
The
the Philippines? Who did
the
it?
British people.
Was under British colonial rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we were.
When did it end?
That was 1960.
60.
Yeah. And that's not a long time ago.
When did it begin?
Well, bro, I don't know. I was not yet born, but that's all I
Why
remember.
don't you know? You wasn't born 400 years ago when you think some kidnapped Ugandans was sent to the Americas either.
Yeah. Listen, I can only say one thing. I know you guys think because I would not say that you know, but I know you think that Africans don't like you or that. But one thing you need to know, I may abuse you, I may insult you, but I see you.
You did what to us?
Listen, no. I'm trying to tell you that
And you're
you and
wrong.
me.
I could tell you you're wrong because we do not
No, I
care.
can't.
We don't
Listen,
care.
even
I
though
don't
I
think
treat
that
you.
you can do anything to me. You don't make me feel
No,
any way.
you didn't understand. You didn't let me finish, please. I may Yeah, listen.
Drop some fruits in the
But
chat,
I'll
y'all.
never see you as different. Even after fighting, I'll shake your hand. Even when you're in trouble, I'll pull you up.
She would still
Yeah.
say that we are
But
not
one
you.
thing,
Can we
You are
get
not us.
one thing I need to.
Kitty-O. Slow down, Kitty-O.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're kind of questioning why us in America, especially the people in this, right? Because when you say Black American, that's a very vast group of people. You know, there's like 40 million plus of us. So you got to understand, not everybody is the same. You can't just say, "Oh, well, we know that they took you from our motherland." You don't know who we are, right? The only way you can know who we are is if we tell you our genealogy. So it's coming off like you're insinuating just because we have dark skin, we have to be descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. And in reality, this is the thing. You have to learn the dynamics of the slave trade, what went on pre and post, to have these conversations, but you really don't know all of that because you're coming from a point of view and an education that you're really not taught that. You're only taught things through one lens. And us as Americans, we actually, you can never really know more about a person than they know about themselves. And then when you're talking about our continental or national or ethnic identity, that's a whole nother layer, right? You don't really have enough information to make the assertions that you're making when you're speaking to individuals or even a group of people in this particular space. Now, if you would like to understand why people are telling you who they are and it doesn't correlate to the story that you believe, then you can ask. Does that make sense?
That's what I was asking. So you're called Black Americans because you're from different backgrounds. Is that what you're trying to say?
Black it was a caste system way before race came into the conversation. Like, question, right? When you say race, right? When you think of race, what are the names of the races?
What are the name of the what?
The names of the races. Name the races.
Well, we have black, white, Caucasian. We have
colors.
No, slow down. So I would implore you to research race theory. All right, you should research what race theory is so you can have a clear academic understanding of your positioning in this conversation first, because you're already incorrect when you start. The first three words you started off with was two of them was conflict each other. So it's like, listen, you need to understand race theory. You need to understand the dynamics of even American civilization, how our social economics, our classifications, and what each one means when you're talking to us, because you're coming from like a position of emotion, like, oh, well, we know that our people was taken from here and brought there, right? But you don't know where we are from over here. Right. So, and it seems like you might assume that just because people are indigenous, they have to be pale skins or something like that. And that's not here for thousands of years prior to any transatlantic slave trade. Right. There's people here thousands of years. Right. Just like on that other hemisphere near Africa, Europe, and Asia, you see how that big old hemisphere got all these different colors of people. Why would you assume that this hemisphere did?
Like to know why.
The screen, share the live, give the host and the panel, y'all.
Yep, for sure. Pretty sure there?
I would like to know
I
the
know.
same thing as well.
Yeah. You heard me?
No, I didn't mean hear you.
Oh, you cut it
No.
Oh, I said, he's not talking about the British also set the Ugandans free. So the other enslavement, that it has nothing to do with the Americas. Your enslavement of Uganda and those peoples in that area was the Middle East, different parts of India and other parts of Asia. It's not the same, not even as the West African or transatlantic slave trade. It's not the same.
The question from the guy from Uganda. Okay. Hi, Darvid. How are you?
Hey,
Hi,
I'm good.
Phoenix,
You?
and everyone else that's up here on the
Hi,
panel.
Nikki. How you
Yes.
doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you. It's good to see you over here too. So I have a question for you, sir. Have you ever in your life met someone living right now in Africa, the continent, wherever they come from, that has an oral family history that one of their people were taken and brought to America, the Americas? Anyone, like it could be a friend, it could be a colleague, it could be someone you went to school with, it could be a neighbor. Have you ever met anyone who has lost one of their family members and they were taken and brought over here?
No, I've not.
Has anyone ever told you anything like that besides what the story that was told? No.
There's a lot of things that happened when the white people came to Africa, to be honest. There's a lot that happened. And a lot of Africans were really, really, really lost. And I cannot really point out someone that lost a family because that's really 400 years ago. I cannot really mention anyone that I know who.
Let me give you an example. I'm sorry. So in my family, someone on my dad's side, right? My dad told me that I had a 5th great grandparent that was born in the 1700s, right? The 1700s. This is 2025 now. And he told me that my 5th great grandparent was from Africa, right? So that's the oral history. But, I've done the research on him and, comes to find out doing the research, he's actually from Jamaica originally. So even though you say 400 years, I'm telling you my 5th great grandparent, that was a long time ago in the 1700s. I was able to reach that oral history. So are you saying that like the families didn't talk to each other about their history? Like, because I think something like missing a relative would be something so huge that they would pass that along, right?
Yeah, but that's a long time. If your relative was taken a long time ago where there was not even communication, how are you supposed to stay in touch with them to know that they've been taken? You have, on the other hand, you have the power to check where your DNA to find out where you come from.
No, what I'm
If
saying.
I could check here,
Let me stop
if I could check
right
here,
there.
Nikki.
Let me stop you right there. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let me
Yeah.
stop you real quick right there because I don't have to take a DNA test because I know my ancestors' names and where they were born, things like that. So I don't have to do that. But what I'm saying is my dad told me, which means his parents told him, and their parents told them, and so forth, back to my 5th. So the story has been passed down from my 5th great grandfather all the way up to me. Each person got that oral history, right? And that's what I'm talking about. So I don't have to take a DNA test. I have to do the research to make sure that the information that they told me is correct. And when I did that, it's not correct. So I'm saying the oral history, I mean, it's passed down from person to person to person.
Yeah, but that's different. I think that's different because all you have to do is to check.
Show us, Kiddio, show us your DNA. Show us your DNA test.
You want me to share my papers right now?
Can I ask a question real quick, brother? Can I ask
Show
a
your
question?
DNA test.
Can I ask a
You have the
question?
DNA.
He don't
Show
got a
your
test.
DNA test.
He don't have a
Go
test.
ahead, sister.
Yes,
I don't have
he
the
don't have a
test.
test. Brother, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay, so she asked you some very reasonable, I mean, like very reasonable questions, right? You guys don't have any oral history. You don't have any written history about this person was taken, no type of records or anything, right? We
Because they
have
didn't leave records
records.
behind.
Hold on. We have records, right? We can trace ancestors back to this land way back, 1500s, 1600s, so on and so forth, before any of this so-called slave story even happened, right? And we also have oral history. So we have written history, we have oral history. We also have written records, government records, documents of people leaving here and going there and actually setting up shop over there in Liberia. So there's a lot of different things that kind of confirm other things for us. There was a story, a young lady that did, so she said, oh, let me go check on this land. Oh, we got this such and such acres or whatever. I think it was 2 acres, right? They went down there. When they went to go down there, the county was helping hide that the land was way more than the 2 acres that they said it was. It was nearly 200 acres. Now the story that happened. Hold on. This is important.
Yeah, people in the comment section are really being disrespectful.
Hold on, I'm not done. It don't matter. I'm not done. It doesn't matter what you're saying. I'm talking. I don't even hear what you're saying because I could care less. I'm trying to make my point. So what I'm saying is that when they went there, right, the records that the county was trying to hide from them, mind you, they had oral records that, oh, they came from Africa, this, and that. Do you know what they found out? Not those 2 acres, but 200 acres almost of land that belonged to them, and it was in the great grandfather's name. But they had been told that it was passed over to them by some slave master. But here, all the deeds and everything to the land was in the great grandfather's name. So it's amazing that these stories, now that happened here. They were tricked somehow out of their land. Maybe they unalived one of those grandparents and stole land. Something happened of that sort, I'm pretty sure. So they created this fictitious story. But the records were proven. So our people, we have proof and records of being here, owning land, always having the land, always being here. There's nothing changed about it. People can try and change these stories and make it seem like we have come to these different places and y'all have come to these different places, but it hasn't happened that way. Everything is convoluted, basically, just so you understand. And when you come here and you try to tell us who we are, how would you feel if we were coming to Africa and telling you, well, hey, our people left here and they went to Liberia and set up, and all you guys came from those people. So y'all actually from America. How would you like that? Would you feel comfortable? Oh, okay.
So I think he left. But with all what the sisters are saying, it's like.
And he left. I had a question.
Yeah, I had a question for him. I wanted to ask him, do he honestly think that the people taken from Africa would forget where they come from and not pass down to their descendants where they come from?
I got a question for all y'all, right? This is just simple ass question, right? If you was gonna compare people in conversations and identity, would you take the person who don't know anything about their genealogy and has excuses to why they don't have any records, or you gonna take the people who do have records, even through the different types of issues that prevent them from getting certain records, still have records going back hundreds of years? Like, these conversations that we're having is like almost non-adjacent. Like, it's weird.
Facts.
How
and then you gotta, but not to cut you off, bro, but they got us out here trying to prove our genealogy, but they don't have to prove theirs. Like, we not doing that no more. It's over for that. We're not gonna keep presenting our documents, what wars our great grandfathers fought in, because I know mine did, and we're not gonna keep presenting them with this information and they not presenting theirs. Like, those days is over, bro. Show y'all genealogy too.
You ever gonna come up here, Taino night?
I just be ready to ask them, yo, y'all took a DNA test. What matches have you found in America? It's always gonna come up to 0.
And they people say specifically that their tests are for entertainment purposes only? No, so why are people even bringing that up? I don't know why people
Technically,
try to say the DNA.
technically now they say educational.
But it always said
Let you know,
entertainment.
it don't say entertainment purposes. It says educational purposes only. Now,
It also said that
Yeah,
their
they
results are less than 0.001%. So, I mean,
Wait, bro, what's up?
percent. Why is such a the bias? The sample region bias heavily in West Africa. Like when you look at the sample regions of, like, let's just take ancestry because that's the biggest one. Like we not even really got to talk about 23andMe. They going bankrupt. I mean, there's really nothing you can say about 23andMe that's gonna hold up in an argument because they going bankrupt. Let's cut the games. So let's talk about ancestry. The number one commercial DNA testing kit. Right? When you look at their sample regions, it's heavily populated in West Africa, not as populated anywhere else in Africa. But when you look at these
Hold on, I'm
sample
sorry to
regions,
cut you off. Darby, do you have a topic so it can match the conversation? Since we're talking about DNA? I was just wondering.
I can make one, but I think that this title's so fitted.
Okay.
oh, you know the Indians want to talk about DNA. Get the natives in here. They love talking about DNA, even though they don't really have none to really compare it to.
Notice you changed the topic.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
been
I'm
changing
sorry
it
to
because I
cut you
already
off.
knew nobody was really going to talk about wasn't really talking about the last topic. So, oh well. And I already said my spiel on it. I ain't really got much else to say on that topic either. Like, just let America be America.
I be wanting to hear these different people tell us about their genealogy that go different places. I want to hear their stories. Like, like instead of them coming over here questioning us left and right all day, every day. Like, where do you connect to? Unfortunately, a lot of them don't have those stories. But for the few who do, I would like to hear them.
I was scrolling
We
through
got plenty of
TikTok.
mods in here.
Yeah, I was scrolling through TikTok. I think it was earlier today or yesterday, and I saw someone. I guess it's like a bunch of powwows getting ready to go on because I've been seeing a lot of videos of that popping up on my what's that called, the Gathering of Nations or something like that. I've been seeing a lot of that popping up on my For You page, and there was one video that I remember I saw, and this girl was like, "I'm here with the Navajo chief," and she was like, "What would you like to say about your ancestry?" This man gonna say, "My great 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 grandmother was a Cherokee princess." I'm like, what the fuck does
Navajo
that have
chief?
to do with?
What?
Yes, a Navajo chief. I'm like, what does that have to do with your ancestry? The question that she asked you.
That's interesting.
You're like, that really is because they be having pageants, and it literally says Cherokee princess or the ribbon.
Is that? I was about to say, are they trolling or something?
I think he
Yeah,
was trolling. He probably be watching the TikTok shit. But I'm like, if you Navajo, I
about to
know you're
say.
lying about that, but why you poking jokes at a whole nother tribe that your tribe never encountered?
I was about to say they trolling. Like, gotta be trolling YT people.
well, he very well could have had a princess that was a self-nominated princess, one that volunteered for the service. These agents that they have, these chiefs that they'll create a chief. The actor. Maybe she was from a chief, but that was one of those actors playing a part.
Chief is French. Chief is a French word too. Remember that. But within the council or the heads of the tribes, there are terms for those. It's just it was easier for them to call us chiefs for their understanding of how to title people in positions. But just let you know, chief is a French word.
They were doing it to call them chiefs, though, not us. Not that wasn't for us. That was for the tribe members, the nominated chiefs. When they created a new tribe and changed a few letters in there and made it a different tribe from what it originally was. Then they had different titles. They dressed them up in costumes and paraded them around. This is what they did. So this is where those titles come from. They were created for their theatrical productions.
Prior to chiefs, they called them kings. So they will be documented as kings in colonial times.
Calling them Indian kings and Indian queens.
Yeah, they'll call them kings and queens. So that's where that a princess comes from. I guess it's weird homogenation of these two cultures. Weird, but it is what it is.
If you disagree, come up on the panel. We got 3 open boxes. You ain't got to be here. We've been having a respectful conversation. Just remember, we return the same energy given out.
Yeah, it's a must be free live. So
Is me that they have so much time and energy and things to invest in trying to convince people who they're not instead of worrying about who they are and what they have going on. That's amazing to me. They take the time to come and badger people and go back and forth and tell them their own stories and stuff like that. And I just wonder why they always have that time like that. Seems like they're getting paid to me. When I start hearing all that nonsense
I
and
said the same things, we are. Now,
convoluted.
mind you, right? I just came out of an African live, right? Yeah, I think y'all probably know what I'm talking about. Gum Slavi, whatever you want to name himself. His name is Jay History, huh?
So many times, bro.
Right. They talking so much trash about us. It's kind of funny that if we were stolen from Africa, so-called stolen from only one side of Africa, as they claim, right? Why ain't they looking for the so-called stolen ones? That's a real good question, right? But I said that to his panel and he dropped me. I started laughing because I said to myself, like, y'all people know who we are. Y'all know who we are. And just like somebody said, I feel as though, and it's only my opinion, they're getting paid up on here. They recolonize America, to keep doing it. You know what I mean? Like when I said to him, I'm an Aboriginal. I'm trying to figure that one out. Like, y'all just let me have the floor. All right, cool. I ain't want to. Okay.
Yeah, you good, bro.
All right,
I know exactly what you're talking about because I debunked his ass a few times, bro. I had him. If you ever hear him talk about freshwater springs, that's because of me, bro. I made him really. He didn't know none. He didn't even know if Africa even had one. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. And I've been giving up so much.
And that was months ago.
I was cooking, my bad, so I couldn't respond right away. But yeah, I blocked him a couple like last week on both his pages. I'm tired of him.
Yeah, got 2 pages.
They didn't even care about us or anything like that to begin with. They're using us to make money, like you said.
Exactly, like they've been doing for decades.
That's all he's doing. Because he tried to say one day that Tut was African and he know Tut. And two people on the panel speaking Tut. And he tried to lie, and there was 2 other Africans. They started calling him BS, making fun of him and stuff.
They always try to say, "Oh no, it's a lie." What we saying?
So I hopped up there. Weird. I hopped up there because they tried to talk about Burna Boy and stuff. So I started off with the Burna Boy before I said what I really wanted to say, because I knew I was gonna get dropped if I came off with that first. So I was like, Y'all gloating about Burna Boy getting a few Grammys, but unless he beats Beyonce's records, he ain't shit. He got quiet because she hosts the record for the most Grammys. And then after that, I said to all you Africans that want to make fun of Tut, F you and your camel piss smelling ass mothers. F y'all.
Right. Yo, hey, you know what makes this channel is even worse? Because he got some black agents. Some black agents that's from here. That's why I say all kinfolk and kinfolks. Because we the chosen ones, but all of us, all the chosen ones, you know what some of them that's against us. So, but he got some of them up on his panel that always be on both his channels. I peep both of them. That one dude with the little bubble with the like he got the African flag, then he got the other boy, the other it was so-called black brother, the old head. He a little older than me. I'm 43. Dude, like I think he in his 50s or something.
Who, Red?
And he said he worked for the government, or he was in the army, something. But he got them two characters as agents.
He light skin,
man.
He light skin?
No,
Like,
dark skin dude.
Okay.
Dark skin old head. He be swearing he know what he's talking about. And I be saying to myself, like, dude, if you knew
Are
about
they Africans or Americans?
No. These two is Americans. And he got them on payroll. You know what I mean? Up on
What are
here.
you talking about?
These two black dudes that's always on J History or either Gum Slavy's channels, both his channels. Them two guys. Them two black boys. The other dude claims he played in the NFL. And that's hilarious. So to myself, you played in the NFL, but now you're up here on TikTok trying to get a check. Okay.
Who, Dean? Bald head?
This shit is funny. I'm a funny
dude.
dude.
He got a bald dude?
He
got a bald head, Dean?
Yeah, the old head. The old head dude. Wait. The other boy do too. He be trying to sound intellectual and shit.
Dean Gullah. Yeah.
I think that, and then another channel is We Something. We is the
We
name.
are more than black.
We are more than black.
Him. That's what I'm talking about. They are. Listen.
That's Shaka, yeah.
And then the other guy, I'm not sure who you talking about.
Listen. These same people be on.
Don't put that up, man. You got nothing. You weren't smart. If you were, you
Give me some land. Matter of fact, I was waiting for opposition.
Land.
You said opposition.
Indian Prime.
Come to the Reds, bro. You stupid little
Indian
bitch.
Prime.
I'm not a tribal nation.
Hold on. What reservation are you on?
Right.
Yeah, so we can come.
I'm on a territory, not a
So
reservation.
you know we gonna slide. Don't do that.
There's a difference. There's a
Hold on,
difference.
one second. One second.
There's a difference.
I'm trying to write 1 second. Like, I'm on. Yeah, what reservation are you on, Prime?
I'm on a territory, not a reservation.
But well, so you're not even on the reservation. So why are you talking about the reservation?
Because your mama's a bitch. She sucked dick for $10. That's
man, get your stupid ass off my live, dude. Why do y'all come up?
He's trying to get
Why
you.
do y'all come up here? I was about to say, why are you trying to
crash out? He couldn't have.
He crashed it out.
He can't.
Listen, these people's getting deported. They pissed off. They pissed off because they so-called original. But if y'all was original, why y'all getting deported back to Asia?
Oh, he's representing Juanita? Oh, bad. I'm going to call their chief. I'm going to email him.
Right. They shout out, yo. They crashing out because they pissed off that the government that made them is getting rid of them. You know what I mean? And the real people, the original people of this land is right here. We waking up. Everybody is. You know what I mean? And they pissed about it globally. The whole world is. You know what I mean? They wasn't expecting this. That's why up here on TikTok they got African lives going on. You got the natives. You got what's the boy named Joya? This dude crashing out. Yo, tell me y'all seen that video of the what's his name? No cat, something like that. He exposed himself. He said, listen. He said somebody in the other room. He said there's somebody in the other room snapshotting our profiles so they can, you know what I'm saying, put a watch on us.
Yeah.
He said because we don't want y'all waking up. He know who we are.
Yeah, I heard him say that
He
before.
been exposed that he was a
You heard
fed.
it, right?
Yeah.
Saying how the cat's out the bag. It's true. We stole you guys' identity, stuff like
Right.
that.
Mm-hmm. And that's crazy. I was saying to myself, like, damn, I wish all black people was inside of this live, like at least 500,000 people or something, so they could hear it for themselves. Because it seemed like a lot of black people is not catching on. Some people don't want to believe it because they want to believe the Slav. I'm gonna say Slav instead of but the Slav story, mind you, right? If you really think about it. How did we start owning stuff even after so-called Slav? You know what I mean? It really don't even make sense.
With that, bro.
No. I'm saying like this how a lot of black people is thinking. They thinking like, oh yeah, that's where you come from because that's your ancestors is from over there. The fake story.
Yeah.
This is all fake.
Facts.
And mind you, they got rid of the real history, but we digging it up. Just like the three pyramids. The first ones was the mounds, right? The second pyramids was the three-dimensional ones, the three-dimensional triangle ones, right? And then the third pyramids was on top of the Tartarian buildings for free energy.
Yeah.
That's what they really for.
Laminate.
That was created by our ancestors.
Right. Yeah.
I've been trying to give people information for 15 years, man. YouTube silenced me. That shit was crazy. I was like, damn, YouTube, that's how you feel? YouTube took down my channel. That shit crazy. I was like, damn, it's deep. SHEM. That's who we are. And them over there across that water, they Hamites. They Hamites, that's who them people is. We two separate people. And they jealous of us because we the first people of this world, the original owners.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They pissed about it.
They learning it. That's
yeah,
why
they learning. They learn. They know. That's why they so heated.
Mm-hmm.
I be laughing like when Jay joined. He be like, he always suck his teeth. I be cracking up. I be like, yo, why you sucking your teeth, my man? I thought you was a dude. But he be getting pissed off. Especially when I be getting with him. He used to request me to his channel all the time. Now he don't. He's how they send you a live request. But now he don't send me requests because he know. And I sent him some information through his messenger or whatever, and I said debunk this, and I gave him the information of damn, what the hell did I send him? But he ain't make no video debunking that. They do like a roach anyway. These people look way different from us. They be saying something, you look like us. No, the hell we don't. Y'all people look weird. Like, I'm just keeping it honest. They don't look like us. They really don't. But they saying we look like them. How?
I think one of the guys who said that earlier, like, I forgot how she said it, or I'm trying to get it right. I don't like misquoting people.
Right.
Damn, I forgot how she said it.
My fault. I ain't trying to take over the panel. Y'all.
Nah, you good, bro.
Because I got so much information inside of me.
It's OG
I
Darvish
learn
shit.
a lot, or just right here in this live. Matter of fact, y'all can type in y'all phones and y'all computers right now, June 2nd, 1924. You can type that in, and you can see when the natives was created. That was the exact date. I'm just saying, I give y'all a lot of information. You know what I mean? And you can look up Robert W. Young. You can type that in. Robert W. Young, the one that taught the natives their language.
Oh yeah.
Language.
Mm-hmm.
They keep, and that's another thing I keep getting pissed off about. They keep saying something. Well, speak your language. First off, we spoke Hebrew, and then we made up English. It's to to decipher. We did, and they keep saying they came from some. Excuse my French for road shit. I keep it 100. They keep saying something came from a caveman. Cut it out.
I would say this, but like my folks, well, let's keep it to what we know. My folks ain't speak Hebrew.
Right. But yeah, I'm saying it's just pissing me off. Like every,
it's a language though. You feel
and
me?
then-
Because he over there like we not Hebrew. It's a language, bro. Like,
Yeah,
I want to say.
I mean,
that
it's
the
a
G
language.
word.
It's a language. It's a language. Yes, but everybody ain't speak it.
That's a
fact. We
my
we
folks don't go to
the
Alabama.
real JW.
That
We
message
gonna
was
say
for
it like
KJ.
that. That's who we are. And they got people cash playing us across that water. They've been cash playing us for a long time. And you got a lot of people cash playing us, all our names, all our real names. They say our identities. We don't have no identity. Yes, we do, because they stripped us of all of them. And then we got all these groups of people playing as this, playing as that, playing as this, playing as that.
Cars playing out.
If they were their names, why would all the towns and things be named after these people? Like before the wartime, right? When they had addresses and created these post office, because all that's under maritime war that they have against us. That's why they have us under these residents, right? So before that, all the names, these names that they're saying, belong to these people that came here. Why was the names in the townships? Why, when people trace back a lot of their roots and their families, a lot of their last names are in these areas. That's what the townships are. They took the townships and they created the post office so that they could put the zoning in to create the states in the state of. So just basically,
Postmates.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. So when people say that, it's so ignorant and absurd because so y'all must have time traveled or something, came and created these places for y'all got here. Oh, let me just claim it now. What y'all did?
Right, that
What are we
part.
talking about?
Right. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like these people, they diabolical, man. I don't know. It's just everything is demonic though now.
My thing is
It's all
though, right?
demonic.
Why would they need to go to Indian training school?
For Indian, right? Is it
That part. And wait, the original people, the original Indians, we don't need no paperwork.
Right.
You know what I mean? Really think about it.
We don't need no training school.
Right. We don't need no training school. We don't need no person to teach us nothing. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't need none of that if we the originals. You know what I mean? Which we never did as black folks. We ain't need nobody to teach us jack. And we ain't had to subscribe to anything neither. That's, you know what I mean? And then them numbers don't sound right. You know when they say we only 13% of this population over here on our land? No, it's way more black people than that.
That's because they're counting other
Way more.
demographic of people under the YT status. Like the North Africans, there's some West Africans identify as it as well. Any European nation, so that's why their numbers seem so high. And then the people that come from Central America, that's pale, they be checking off YT too.
Well, see, so
Oh, that census thing.
But that's a racial percentage. So when you change the percentage from racial to ethnic, we are the second largest, and we actually go we balance between German Americans for number one and number two, and it's been like that for a very long time. That's when you look at ethnic. So if you're looking at racial, which is self-identifying, it's all mumbo jumbo, then 13% sure, right? But when you look at ethnic, it changes the numbers drastically.
Like, I agree with that.
Right. Another thing that bothers me is this DNA test, right? DNA came out in 1996. I remember I was 15. DNA came out in 1996 only to catch criminals. You know what I mean? But then they saying that, and Africans never took no DNA test. Let's get that out of the way. They never did. But you had to have the thing about DNA, you had to have a person literally in Africa sitting beside you so they could swab them, and then they could swab you and then send it off.
That's why I always tell them, you need
You know
to
what I mean?
live host.
You really got to think about it. These people, the same people that colonize us, is the same people that run these DNA tests.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So
that's more time traveling, brother. Remember that they have these abilities. So I assume that they time traveled back to Africa, took DNA tests even before it was even thought of.
right.
Like,
that part. Yeah. That's some funny shit, yo. I be laughing like I'm 43 now, man. I've been here for over 4 decades. I've been watching everything. And it's the thing, people don't want to re-educate themselves neither.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to stay stuck. Like, I knew the stuff they was teaching us in school was fake. I knew it. You know what I mean? Like when they gave us when they made that, or anybody grew up in my era knew that they made us watch this one movie in school. It's called Roots with LeVar Burton. They made us watch that. Well, what was the point? So we could believe that we came over on a ship. Now, I don't know how old y'all people are, but do anybody remember that they showed us that movie in school?
Nah, I'll be honest, I'm a little younger.
Oh yeah.
We had an option. We rejected that shit. Nah, we don't want to watch that.
I remember.
No, but when it came out, sweetheart, you're younger.
I'm too young. I'm like 29. Yeah, I'm young.
You're a little older. When it first came out, everybody watched that movie. Everybody watched the kids.
Right.
It wasn't radar, none of that.
Right.
And then when you think about it, on top of it, it was so graphic, and it was so it was so much like it would be like a rated R. So why would it be on TV? That's another thing. Why would they allow that? Back then, they barely allowed any like certain things. You know what I'm saying?
That part.
Yeah, you know.
So why would that particular movie?
We gotta look at it from this point of view too, right? Because I was around when when they made us watch.
Wait, hold on. Can I finish my point first, brother? Hold on. Wait a second. let me just finish. If I'm going too long, I apologize, but let me finish my point, which I damn forgot now. Go right ahead.
All right. So during that, for you to really watch, like you had to watch it in school, that was the 80s, right? During that time, there was a push for more of identity recognition. There was a lot of Afrocentric studies going on during the time in the 80s for many different reasons. But when you look at it from the political lens, they pushed it. I wouldn't say they literally pushed it because they was trying to indoctrinate, even though it might have been indoctrination. They was pushing it in the responses of Black Americans not having their truth being put out into the public. So it's very similar to what's going on with Black history currently. That one. The movie was out in the 70s, but they wasn't forcing people to watch it in school until the 80s.
Talking about it being on TV though. I was saying how it was on TV. graphic, and they had all this, all these things going on in it, and they just showed it on TV. There was no rating on it, so on and so forth. So it was obviously a reason for it to be put out. And then to find out later that most of it was lies. Alex Haley created these lies. I mean, the whole entire thing goes into the Pan-African movement with W.B. Du Bois and all these other brothers, all those brothers that set up to create the fake, fictitious African story that most people hadn't even heard of until around that time. Like back in the 1800s, 1700s, it was no, oh, y'all came from Africa. Nobody heard that. That was recent. People don't understand that either. All that stuff is recent and playing with people's minds. How could so-called, they want to say black, but they're not black, but how could indigenous, American, Aboriginal, whatever you want to call it, I get so tired of even talking about these titles, but how can our people, right, on over 50 million acres of land just in the South alone, right, in the early 1900s, but they were slaves before that. They just went from slavery to owning all the land. Right. All these slave owners was like, oh, we feel so sorry about slavery. We're gonna just give you everything, all the plantations. Right. I mean, make this make sense. People have to use common sense. They so indoctrinated and spellbinded to these witchcraft that these people put out here that they believe anything instead of using common sense. We got to use common sense. That's the only way you can figure any of this out.
That's what a lot of people don't have.
Yeah, it's a lot of planned programming. That's why.
Right. And I'm gonna say this. Another thing is, I don't know if y'all know this, but I'm just saying TikTok is for entertainment purposes only. But your wisdom teeth, they took them out for a reason, because they connected to a certain part of your brain. But a lot of people got theirs took out.
Harvey, was that my boy?
Still got mine. I ain't let them take
good,
mine.
Marcus?
I ain't let them take
I
mine.
still got all mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all a little remedy too for that. I'm gonna give y'all a little remedy for that too. Use some coconut oil, some fresh cloves, and mint leaves. Knock all them gum issues, any issues out, but you gotta do it regularly. And make sure you switch your toothpaste to some herbal toothpaste and not that Colgate yuck mouth. It's a little remedy for that. For that little wisdom tooth problem you got.
You guys know how
you guys need mine, Paul.
What they try to tap back into your pint milk joint?
So what?
Because your wisdom teeth is connected to the third eye.
And the heart as well.
But and that's the thing. Like my sister, I got an older sister. She's 2 years older than me, and I've been giving her information, and she been looking things up, and she was like, "Yo, bro, I didn't know nothing about this because she had all her wisdom teeth took out." You know what I mean? But I've been on my own since I was 13. You know what I mean? My grandma kicked me out of the house, and God made me go through, this whole process. Because he actually, it's a lot of us that's his arm that he made. He molded us into his army. But anyway, I'm going. Trust me, it's a lot. It's a lot to unpack. But I'm glad that I went through what I had to go through. But I give her information every day or every 2 days when she gets time after work. So it's the thing, they got everybody slaving away. I mean, slaving away at work 9 to 5. They don't even get a chance to think. You know what I mean? And I've been retired since I was a young boy. You know what I mean? Last time I worked was in Haagen-Dazs. And that was back in 1999? Yeah.
Last time I worked was 2020.
Right.
No, I'm capping.
I was a big timer here in my city. I'm in Philly. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm from New York.
Right. That's what's up. But
I stopped working in 2020, but I went back to work for a second because I stopped doing what I was doing, which was trading and real estate and stuff like that. And then I went back to work for like a year in like 2021 to 2022, and then I stopped completely working officially. Now I'm a business owner. I own trucks.
Okay. Yeah, my kids changed my life. I'm gonna be honest. God rest my wife's soul. But my twins is 19. But in 2004, that's when I gave everything up. You know what I mean? Some people don't know how to change their life. I still own my own company. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but some people don't know how to change. I'm saying everybody I grew up with is either unalive. They're not here no more. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not talking like the way you are.
Right, that part.
A lot
But
of people that age is, oh man,
right.
your generation, man. But I'm thankful for the ones like you and the ones that do have the knowledge and wisdom that are able to spread the truth and what really happened on the land, you know. So
Right. That's what's up.
we
Appreciate
definitely
it.
gonna check y'all out.
Hey, shit. All right. So,
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for African or one of these natives to come up here because I'm gonna air them out. That's
what's
what I'm
up,
waiting.
Crystal?
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on.
How you doing, Lorena?
Hey, divine honors, everybody.
Is up.
Yeah, peace.
Yeah, I was just listening to what you guys was talking about, and I just kind of wanted to give my little 2 cents. You know, I don't know. When I was coming up, we used to watch a lot of history documentaries, and they used to play them on the film projector. They were in black and white. And man, I wish I could kind of remember, because some of those, a lot of the things like the pictures and stuff that we see in the books, they had movies that they would play on a film projector. And it wasn't, I believe even during Black History Month when they celebrate, we be in the auditorium all day, you know. And this was in elementary.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Yeah, so you know, the stuff that I learned and stuff, like I didn't like history. I really didn't. You know, so my hat goes off to a lot of you all that can quote dates and remember who did this, who did that. You know, because what I'm doing, because we got to be careful. You know, some of the stuff that we was reading, it's all scrambled. You know, a lot of the information is scrambled, and so now we got to kind of, you know, decipher what's real and what's not. And what really hurts the most is that our own people, like, I didn't know that we was being hoodwinked and bamboozled. This shit is crazy to me.
Right.
It's really crazy. It's really crazy. But at the end of the day, I'm working on my story. I'm working on my story, and I'm reaching out to the family, you know, and everything. Because that's another thing. When you start realizing who you are and you get too close to the information, it's like you don't know who to talk to and who you not talk to.
Right.
Because everybody at the end of the day, they're gonna get exposed. Period.
Right.
So
What's up, Crystal? Oh, go ahead.
yeah.
Put me in the big screen.
All right,
Is that the world map?
All cities of Ethiopia.
Okay.
Oh, Kristen. I like her.
That's in America, right?
I'm just saying, look at the map.
Good show. Lost cities of Ethiopia.
The print is too small for me to read. I'm trying to read it, but I can't.
Yeah.
Then blow it up. Well, screenshot it and then hit the search on the picture. You know how you can screenshot it and then it'll search the picture for you. Well, I got an Android. I don't know how iPhones do. Y'all are iPhone users, so I can't even tell you how to search that picture. Okay, so when you're going, then you screenshot it, and then it'll encase the picture, and then it'll ask you, do you want to search it? Yeah, it'll search it for you.
Hold on. Quick question I want to know, because I got so much stuff that's in it that I save. How like wait, do you got to put that inside of your phone? Because I got a lot of stuff that I want to present to people. Is I make videos every day, but how do you do that? Like how y'all put stuff up on the screen and then y'all
You
can
gotta
see
go.
all of it and all of that?
So on your
You gotta
camera
go.
right here, you go at the bottom of your camera, there's some screens, some different little icon pictures. Pick the one
Okay,
that's the green screen.
green screen. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and then what?
Yeah.
And then there's gonna be a plus sign up under your photo, I mean your camera option, and it's gonna let you add photos to it after you add a green screen.
Oh, no, I'm saying like, can I do that with the
You can do it right now, right here on the phone you on right now. And I
right?
let continue, so you go. So hit your camera button again, not to turn your camera off, but just to hit it again, get back to that option.
Okay.
Right. And then you see at the bottom, it's the different icons. Scroll to the one that's green.
Okay, I see it. Okay.
Click that one.
Oh, but the photo. Oh, wait, the photo's got to be inside your phone, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Like that's what I was asking. Matter of fact, I think I got
Most of
one.
it just show the phone, and what other people do is just put their phone that they're on in the camera in
Oh,
front.
okay. I see it now. Now I see because I be seeing people do this, and I always wonder how to do it. But this is something I got in my phone. I think I screenshotted this on this phone, but I got a lot of screenshots inside of my other phone. Okay, so I got to screenshot this stuff first, and then I could be able to present it. Okay. What was this right here? I forgot. I think this was talking about. Wait, can y'all see that or no? I forget what this was.
Press save. Save.
You gotta press save first. Yeah.
The red bar at the button.
Hold on, say it again.
The red bar at the button after you put whatever picture you want in the screen. You can save it, but we can't. But then you hit save. Now move your head out the way.
Oh, okay. Now y'all can see it.
Yep.
Okay. I'm trying to think which one was this. I'll be looking stuff up so much I forget exactly. But I always wanted to do this and start reading off stuff. People don't believe in what I'm saying.
So we can see it.
How to do that?
The one the mods move.
Oh, I mean, I just learned how to just do this.
I'm not on my main page.
You learn something new every day. I've been up on TikTok for 2.5 years. I never knew how to do this.
Because I ain't know how to do that neither. I'll be completely honest with y'all, man. That no nothing.
Don't
I
get
forgot
aggravated.
what
I
I
was
was.
talking about a Visa card. Is that the right one?
Yeah, you.
Oh,
what is he trying to
pull up?
Where you correlating with this map?
Hold on. No, let me back up. All right, let me switch it.
And then you can also flip your camera around to where you're not in the middle of the picture.
Oh, okay.
That would be the little like arrow switch thing.
Black, yeah, I know you just explained that to him, but I was away for a second. Could you please say that again? Because I've never known how to do that either. I always show it from my phone.
Right.
Oh
no. So if I flip my
Think
camera,
about the process of getting the green screen, sister.
Yes, babe, please, if you don't mind. If it didn't take too long, I don't know how long it took to go over
You'll
that.
click your box, and then when you click your box, you'll click the little camera. Next to the camera is like a little arrow switch thing to switch your camera around so you're not in the way. And then you'll hit when you hit camera, you'll hit effects and then scroll all the way over and hit the little arrow, and then scroll down the green screen or scroll over to green screen.
Okay, I'm about to have fun with this.
And then there's different type of green screens that you can use. But if you just want the one that's like what the guy got on his background, you'll hit the. You press the little plus button, and then it takes you to your gallery.
Awesome, thank you.
And then make sure you press save.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I never knew how to do this. I can make videos like I want to. Because I be looking up so much stuff. My sister, be like, yo, that's all you do is look up information. I said, I've been doing this for 15 years, literally.
And it's the same for when you make videos too. When you press record, make sure you do the setting that you want for the time limit.
Okay.
You will hit the little box that's to your left and then scroll over to green screen. And it will be the same process for making videos.
Okay, cool. I got it. Yeah, I'm on it. I ain't gonna hold you. I've been wanting to do this for a minute. I've been wanting to do this. Yeah, but I got a lot of stuff saved inside the TikTok though.
And you can do that for videos too. Like if you have videos that you want to post, but you can't do that video on live. You can only do pictures on live.
All right, cool. I appreciate that. Now I know how to do it. You know what I mean? I'm on it. It's on and popping. There's a lot of stuff I wanted. You know what I'm saying? I'll be saying it. I'll be making videos every single day. But I be saying all the information. I tell people to go look it up because I don't be knowing how to put it up. You know what I mean? I'll be saying, hey, go look this up, go look that up. Like if you go on my profile, you'll see what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean.
But I always give people the exact thing what to look up. And then some people would say, good looking out for the information, you know what I mean? Because they go actually look it up. Like I got, and it's crazy, I got 3,400 people and they can't even see my video. TikTok got me shadow banned, man.
Hey, Joseph, I'm 10th and Diamond. Where you at?
Oh, I'm from 24th and Diamond.
I knew you was from somewhere.
You already, you know what I mean? I'm a North Philly, you know what I'm saying? Oh, wait.
You when he talk, I knew that.
That's what's up.
All my cousins in Philadelphia.
Right. You know what I mean? You already know, like we you know what I mean? Like we got our own terminologies. We unique on the low. You know what I mean? Because like every city and state we go in, but we get love from everywhere. You know what I mean? Real rap. But I'm from North Philly. I'm originally from North Philly. You know what I'm saying? Born and raised. But I done been around the city. I just don't fuck with South Philly. South Philly is a bunch of grimy people. You know what I mean? I'm just keeping it on it.
Gotcha.
But everywhere else, I done lived up G-Town. You know what I'm saying? I done lived down the bottom, West Philly. I done been all over this city.
77th and Greenway too.
27th and what?
77th and Greenway.
Oh, 7th Street?
77th, yeah, in Greenway, down in Southwest.
77th. It's 77. You talking about East Oak Lane, right?
Yeah,
Was it East Oak Lane or West Oak Lane?
Near Sharon Hill.
West Oak Lane, right?
No, I was southwest, not north.
Oh, that's southwest. All right, 77.
Mm-hmm.
I know past 69th Street. Only thing I know past 69th Street is Darby. You know what I mean? But you said 77th and Greenway. I'm trying to figure. Okay, that would be considered southwest.
Yeah, it's Darby, but look at this one right here. Darby, look at that one. Look at that one. That one goes with the other one.
1 second, I'll be back. I'll be back.
Yeah, if y'all want, y'all can screenshot. But the two people on the other map I showed you, it was circled out with those Nabisco kids, right? And then this map right here got two Nabisco kids at the top of it too. I don't know why I can't get the whole picture in. I guess because we have on the panel, the picture won't go up so big, and I shrunk it down as much as I could.
Right.
But that's some more lost Ethiopia spelled. This one I think is spelled with the AE Opia. Mm-hmm. And then this right here. So the question that somebody presented the other night was, why don't they have the Ethiopia SL trade, right? Because the ocean was called the Ethiopian Ocean.
Okay.
So when did that happen? Sometime, and they forgot to tell us, because they call it the Atlantic slave trade, but it was called the Ethiopian Ocean.
That is true. I did research on that too. It was called the Ethiopian Ocean, and it was a crazy last name. Wait, yeah, that name right there. I just now just peeped it. Yeah, that last name. It's a long last name. That name right. Everybody should know common sense. Can't nobody make it across the Atlantic. Nobody.
No.
And when I say across the Atlantic, you know them waters go out of control when you get almost not even towards the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Y'all ever seen them fishermen videos when they be going out far out in the Atlantic? They be like, they be playing the music, right? But you be seeing the water is so fucking out of control. How the hell is some little wooden ships gonna make it across that? And these are big giant metal boats. And I'm talking about big, they big as hell. And they be out in the middle of nowhere trying to catch them all that seafood.
You believe Christopher Columbus
Hell no.
sailed over here?
Hell no. Well, he might have made it over here when the water, depending on what route he took. But no, matter of fact, I don't think his story is real neither. This is my opinion. I don't think his story is real neither. Because it's kind of funny how they say he discovered America, but then one other story is saying he ended up on an island. I mean, like the South Americas.
Made
Two
it to the
stories.
continental United States or anything like that, but he did land Indian Islands.
Yeah, Caribbean.
I think he had 4 voyages, 3 or 4, I can't remember. There's diaries of this. There's multiple accounts of this as well. It's not just Christopher Columbus's account. There's multiple accounts of the people who was on the Nina Pinta and the Santa Maria on the first voyage, and then there are accounts of people who was on the second and the third voyage. There are tons of records that support this. So like I'm not saying that it's not exaggerated. However, to say it didn't happen, that's kind of
No, I mean, like if it did happen, though, the people that he seen was black folks. He didn't see nobody else. And this is the thing. We was peaceful people over here. We was peaceful. It wasn't none of this mayhem, all of this stuff that's happening now. You know what I mean? We was peaceful people. We civilized everybody. We was peaceful people. We ain't even had no weapons like that. You know what I mean? We had maybe a couple of spears or something, or a knife. But that was about it. Just for
we weren't even using spears and knives. That's like so long ago that we were doing that.
I know, right?
Right.
But we are ancient. We ancient people.
Buildings and cars and electricity and whatnot.
Right. Like all of that stuff is ours. It's ancient. Yeah. You know that stuff is old, right?
Yeah. When they got here,
cars, phones, all of this stuff is ancient. They just making money off it.
A couple hundred years old, for sure.
They making money off of this stuff. This was back in our ancestors and our ancient ancestors' times. And I'm talking about the real ancient ones. Like we've been here since BC. You know what I mean? And they've now finding things in America, ancient artifacts that got the QR code. Here we go. That's one. The QR code is ancient. You notice? They're using them now and try to make it look like, oh, it's a new discovery. We discovered this or we made this. No, you didn't. Is it that the ancient the QR codes is on ancient artifacts right here in America, and they dug it up, and I did research on it, or research meaning they showed photographs of the QR codes on ancient artifacts. They just reusing our stuff. That's all they doing. Reusing it to make money off of it.
This right here map is a 1650.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1650 Mardi. Okay. And that's of the South America. Right?
Well, that's Ethiopia. It's supposed to be the Ethiopia Ocean.
Oh yeah, the Ethiopian Ocean, which they calling it Atlantic now.
Right.
But right, it was called the Ethiopian Ocean. You're right.
Wait a minute. I got, and then this right here.
Yeah, that's the old. That's the old where I'm at.
Oh yeah, I went digging today.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you do. You tapped in like I am. I be going all the way down the rabbit hole.
Oh, I've been down the rabbit hole so far that I got lost and was stuck for a while.
Ah, that part. That happened to me about 3 years ago.
Yeah, I say about maybe I say I went down the rabbit hole about maybe 6-7 years ago, right? And coming out of, but I've been out of the church thing for a minute, but the church is what sent me down the rabbit hole. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was born and raised in the church. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so was we.
Right, that part.
Until I was
But since all of these churches is not,
I was there from
you know what I
age
mean?
2 to 37, right? So I spent 35 years of my life up in that camp, right? And actually reading that book myself and got to saying, well, hold up. And then the giants, I look for the Nephilim.
The Nephilim, right?
The Nephilim, they here.
Yeah. They were supposed to be destroyed, but some of them went somewhere.
They in the Victoria Islands. Okay. So then and then went down that hole with them, and then I found out they got the ones in Ohio, right? And then they showed me the hieroglyphic stuff, the writings in Ohio. So I was like, well, my grandmama them always been Indian. Well, I said, well, dang on, this is in America.
Mm-hmm. Even ancient names, to be honest with you, Egypt is right here. The real Egypt is right here in
I
America.
don't say the word Egypt because I don't like the word, right? But the artifacts that are there that are originally here, right? I wouldn't call it that because in my genealogy we got some pharaohs that go to the 44th dynasty, BCE 3000 and something, and they're in Utah. And Latter-day Saints have all of that stuff. Okay.
We the ancient ones, and they keep trying to say, oh, who are y'all? We the Olmecs. We everything that you can name.
They're attaching them. They have attached themselves to our records. That's what they have
That
done.
part.
Because I have 12,000. Let me show you. Look, it's 12,000 some odd individuals. They my cousin by record. See, 12,786 people. And guess what? Not a one of them is direct cousin. Not a one. Not one is direct cousin. Not one. Or removed. None of them is like my first cousin 10 generations away, or my first cousin 20 generations or 8 generations. Nothing. None of them. All of them are 4 to 5 times removed as a cousin. I'm a direct mama to child, father to daughter, father to son, however, your tree go, right? I'm direct
Direct descendant of a bloodline. Gotcha.
Right. All the parents. So I can start at King Cole, right? The first king of Britain, which somebody told me the other day it was over here in America, which I ain't ready for that one yet.
I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Because they said he looked it up, and Scotland was where Texas was. Come on, oh man! And this is all pre-colonial and pre some other stuff, right?
That part. Okay, you definitely went down the rabbit hole. I got stuck down that rabbit hole 10 years ago. Right. Yeah, but that's real rap though. Keep going though. You cooking?
Okay.
The real names was all over here in America.
Right. So King Cole. So I even got a granddaddy was born 0174 is Kavron Foranjot, the ancient giant king, right, of Finland. Now I'm like, dang, was that over here? Because look at this map right here, y'all. It don't even look like it's separated. So hold on. Look at this map. It don't even look like that this stuff is like a pond. You know how they say the pond?
Right.
Oh, this is a map that I've had it for.
You know, you can start doing videos on some real rap stuff. Do you ever do videos or no?
No. My brother told me I should. I just talked
Yeah,
about
you should, because you got a lot of intel and information. So that's the thing. We need to start really pushing all of this information out, because they trying to, you know what I'm saying, you know, everything been whitewashed and watered down. But we starting to dig up all the real information and the real maps and the real, you know what I mean?
Because what is that map? Oh, there it is. Here we go. So look.
Where'd you get that one from?
Look, I had it for a whole bunch of years. Don't even ask me.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you. I
I've seen that map. I've seen this one before.
I'd say I got it from
and you can see his other land masses on the other side.
Yeah,
That, you know, that
we're in a circle, but we're encased in this ice circle thing, and you know, you see all the other little dots and stuff. And then you see right here the pond, right there with it. They said that. Well, somebody told me they looked at the map and thought maybe there was that big tree that used to be right there that they cut down. So in all the 7 seas, right, is around the top right here. So we got Greenland Sea, Labrador Sea. We have the Barents Sea, the Faroe Sea, and there's 2 I'm missing. I don't know the other 2 names, but it's 7 seas up there to the top.
I used to remember them. I forget the names.
It's not the oceans. It's not the oceans, y'all. It's not the oceans. It's right there at the top, right here. Because in the Library of Congress, there is a documentation that say if you was on a skipper in the 1600s, it took either from 6 to 9 days to leave Germany to reach Nova Scotia.
Right.
Right. 6 to 9 days. That's a week and some pennies. But you know, we were told that they went way down there to the other part.
Right.
And all that big wide empty space right here. Y'all crossed all that big wide empty space when they could have just what they did do was cross back and forth in them little area right there up top.
Right. And Antarctica is not, well, you know, it's not frozen. I did research on that.
Oh, yeah.
They telling us it's frozen.
Well, look at this map.
Yeah, she definitely tapped in. I can see the comments. I'm reading them. Yeah, she definitely tapped in. So a lot of us is tapped in. We trying to tell the rest of the collective what's going on. I mean, because they don't want us to know that we're the original people of the world.
Y'all see this? This is a biography of Abraham Aurelius. This is in Latin. And if him, he was a cartographer from the 1500s.
Right.
His maps today are worth $10,000, and that is a rendition of a copy past the other copy that they copied off of the copy machine for $10,000. You see it? But then this is what he say that look like, right? But then this right here map from 1408 for when
They got 1408 map.
Huh?
I see you got the one for 1408.
Yeah, I got a map for 1408.
Good money. Yeah, that bothers me when they keep saying that when they say we came over here. Or something, we came over here.
I don't know when they got
What
him.
are they saying? 1490. I'm hearing 1492. Then I'm hearing 1619, which don't even make no damn sense. It's a lot of dates. That's why I be laughing. I'd be like, come on, man, y'all stories are so messed up. They done messed up with their own story when they brung up the the transatlantic thing, but in the same no, not that. The it is the same time, it's the same date, 1830. 1830, the Black Wall Street, and then, but at the same time, oh yeah, the Trail of Tears. How did both of them happen at the same time?
I don't know.
That's why I say these stories don't even add up.
They have a document saying that free Negro masters United States, also absentee of Negroes absentee of masters in 1830.
Right. Like we've been we the most highly intelligent people on this planet. We've been deciphering these stories and breaking them down like a motherfucker, making them look like 2 cents. You know what I mean? These stories don't make sense.
So they can't take it from us. They had to convince us to give away our stuff, right? So because everybody had one and they had a house by.
Somebody saying Black Wall Street was made in 1909. If you do your research, sir, or whoever you are, it started in 1830.
Well, no, so we can go past that.
Always got some trolls that's trying to, you know what I'm saying? It's probably somebody, trying to come through
Yeah, many other Black Wall Street.
Joseph, how about this? Those people were there way before 1830. Those people been there.
Yeah, that part. I'm just saying that date when it actually was discovered.
No, that's the date when that swarthy European scrolled up in there.
Yeah, right, that part. Just like when we say that we are ancient, we got actual coins with kings and queens on them. Like, let me name one queen, Queen Khalifa, the Queen of California, the original Queen of California. That's where California got their name from. Mm-hmm. And she got her own money, her own coins. Mm-hmm. But and I'm trying to figure out how as Africans going to explain that. If we so-called came from on boats, how is a black melanated sister the queen of anything? You know what I mean? And that's only one. I ain't even name them. I can keep going. I can keep going. But
man, hold on, I got something for you. I got something for you. Look at this coin right here that I swiped from somebody.
There you go. That's one.
Look at that date, 1511. That's it. And
that's where you get this from,
that's the Empire I-80. And money don't lie. Money don't lie.
Yeah, I got so much information inside of my old phone, inside of one of my old phones, but it's old. But I got 3 phones.
Y'all heard that song before? Kisses don't lie. Kisses don't lie. So wait a minute, hold on. I got one of my grandfather.
Do you do lives? Do you do lives, sweetheart? You ain't never did a live?
Me? No, not on my. I have, but then I do hair. So then I wanted to do one like this, but then nobody didn't come. So I was like, whatever.
No, I'm just saying, with all the stuff until you got people.
I know a lot, but people don't really like
natives and Africans would be highly upset if they start seeing.
They let me on their stages, but people don't really like play with me like that.
Oh, okay. They'd be highly upset. They'd be like, "Hold on, wait, she got a coin dated what with a black person on it?"
So this right here, I'm gonna show you the actual coin in a second.
We've been debunking Africa.
Look at that right there. So this right here is debunking the longhouses. So I come to debunk the longhouse. I don't care nothing about across the water, whatever.
Right. We got
spiritual. Look, a bush booger And a spiritual uncle who need lotion cannot tell me nothing. I have copper pipes under my house. Y'all have aluminum foil on your roof. We are not the same.
Mm-hmm. Copper.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another thing they took out of houses. If you notice, in copper used to clean our water.
Yeah.
Copper used to clean our water. We had copper pipes, and copper had another. Well, you know, it used to clean our pipes with all of this
Keep the bottom good too.
in the water. You notice they taking them out. Only the old houses still got them.
Yeah, if somebody ain't lifted it out, ain't took it out from under
Yeah,
the bottom.
right. Ain't took it out and went to go sell them. Oh yeah, and another one is this paint.
Wait a minute, do you see this corn?
Well, I ain't gonna go into it. But this,
Nikki,
remember it used to be lead in paint though, right?
well,
Why did they take the lead out?
lead doesn't hurt you, sir. It hurts other people. It doesn't hurt you, sir. It doesn't hurt you. It hurts other folks. That's why they say they tore down the buildings because of the lead. The lead ain't ever hurt us. It's them that it hurt. Hello. And when they take the carpet out of the building and leave the lead paint, the carpet and the lead go together. But you ain't heard it from Crystal. But y'all see this right here, corn says this emblem says 1690 Charleston, South Carolina. You see the brick city behind, ma'am? You see the brick city behind them? Look at this right here. This is the corn right here. I'm gonna get to the one with my granddaddy up there. I'm gonna get to him. I'm gonna get to him in a minute. But I want y'all to see.
Yeah, it was the lead was protection from just not only radiation. The lead protect us from what they got going on now, which is with these signals, with this Wi-Fi is actually hurting us, and we don't even know it.
Y'all see that?
Yeah.
You see that's the same emblem I just showed you, and that's what's going on behind ma'am.
The ancient coin.
Mm-hmm.
And they still saying we came from across some damn water. That's the only part that triggers. They know it gets us mad and pissed off when we know that we ain't come from anywhere from over there. But they know that's the only thing that triggers it.
On a rowboat at that. A rowboat?
Right. That part across the damn sea. Come on, man. Make it make sense. And how many people like, all right, I want people to put on their thinking caps, have some common sense. Common sense would tell you if it was millions of people at the bottom of a so-called boat rowing, as they tried to tell us. But if you had common sense, you would know the biohazard in the feces would actually unalive everybody when nobody survived.
Take everybody out.
And we talking about in days.
In hours.
Yeah, but they talking about it took 6 months for them to get over here. Come on, man. Make it make sense. It's called common sense.
So they had a plug in the boat that they could let that stuff out.
Right, that part. Come on, man.
So wait a minute.
And then so-called they were shackled down. Shackled down too?
Worm that Mr. Waltho told us about that eat up the wood. It eats petrified wood, and you have to petrify the wood on the boat before you can set sail on it. You have to like burn it up and stuff. Before you can put it in the water.
Right. And somebody said even the Atlantic Ocean is dangerous. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's why I brought up the fishermen that be going out to try to get that damn seafood out in the middle or the East Bubbles fuck. You know what I mean? Out in the middle of the Atlantic. They could barely survive. They barely survive on them big giant metal boats or the things, ships, big ass metal joints that be going up and down. Some of them be croaking. Some of them don't. They be taking footage of the Atlantic Ocean while they be fishing. But the waters be going real crazy, and they be almost not even near the middle of the Atlantic. The waters is definitely crazy. There go another one.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Junior, what's going on? So y'all do this man right here is one of my granddaddies is King Henry the First.
Okay.
Of Britain, the Briton.
Right, I remember you saying it earlier.
You see him? You see the corn?
Old black man. And that's the thing, as
Right
black
on the
folks, we was on all four corners of this earth. That's why I say we're the original owners of this world. We was everywhere, and we built everything worldwide. And I want y'all to look up Tartaria. Yeah, Tartaria.
You just didn't hold it.
There you go.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Tartaria, that's what our ancestors built, and it's everywhere. The architecture is everywhere.
Junior, what's up, cousin?
Hey, how
People
y'all
don't even
doing?
know that the Great Wall of China was built by black folks.
We
They don't even know that.
Can I ask you guys something?
Go ahead.
Okay. No disrespect to anyone, to anyone. But
Ain't worry about it. We strong.
if I want to ask you, okay, if anyone's black, where do the black people come from? It's no such thing as black people. It's no
Yeah,
such
we
thing
really
as
not
black
black, but
people
black,
in the world.
hold on. Black,
I'm not black.
black is tied to us by law. I'm just gonna say it like that.
No, big brother. Can I speak for a second and I'll make it make sense?
You just asked a question. We answered.
That's right. That's right.
But we not black. We actually Aborigine Hebrews. That's what we are. Keep going.
I'm American Indian.
American Indians, right? And we've been reclassified so many times. But we are the original.
Are you guys familiar? How many people have read the treaties? You understand that the treaties are the supreme law of the land?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
You're not talking just the slogans.
So okay, well, we finna get somewhere, and I hope nobody gets offended because what I'm gonna tell you guys, you can just look it up now, or you can look it up later. Just take some notes, and it's gonna answer all the questions for the people who may know, or the people who may don't know. The Peace and Friendship Treaty, right? Those are two parties, right? Those are two parties, which are who? The Moroccans and the United States of America, right? They let the United States of America come over here and set up their democracy on this land because people mistaking this land for a country, right? People say North America is a country, right? But in school, they teach you that North America is a continent.
Right.
Correct.
I know.
So what resides in a continent? Country. Every state is an individual country. That's why you get identification, which are passports to each country. And everything I'm telling you, go back to the treaties. The treaties is what runs the world. Nothing else runs the world. Everything else is hearsay. Look up the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, Article 22. You feel me? It's no such thing as black people because I'm finna make it make sense. Okay, the Australian people have always been from Australia, and the Chinese people have always been from China. The Japanese people have always been from Japanese. Brazilians from Brazil. Africans are from Africa. You can't be African and American. So what I'm asking you is, where is the black land? Where the black man land at?
Why does
tell me, just plain out tell me.
But
Anybody.
you're conflating too many things.
Yeah, I agree with
African
you.
Hold on
American.
one second,
Then you said black.
y'all. Hold on one second.
You all over
I
the
just
place.
got back. Hold on, I just got back. I want to ask some questions. I just got back. So you talking about the Treaty of Peace and Friendship? Are you aware of any of the older treaties before that? Junior?
Yes, the Treaty of Tangier.
No.
The treaty.
Yeah, volume is broke.
The volume is low.
Can you hear me now, good brothers?
Yeah. We hear you now like boost.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The Treaty of Tangier. Listen to me. The Treaty of Tangier, the Treaty of Madrid, Article 17. Are you guys familiar with red? Take notes, please. Take notes.
Yeah. Are you aware of the treaties? Hold on one second. So, are you aware?
You want me to continue, or you got
one second? What you got? God damn. What is it like? What does it talk about in the Treaty of Peace and Friendship?
Treaty of Peace and Friendship tells you Article 1. This treaty is adhered to two parties. It's not African Americans. It's not Indians. It's nobody
cool.
but the United States. Listen, you asked for an
Okay.
answer.
Are
Let
you
me
going to slow?
answer, good brother.
Are you
Are you
Are you going to slow
distracting?
down? Are you
Are
going to
you
slow
are
down?
you
Are you going to slow
distracting
down?
anyone?
Stop yelling.
Are
Stop
you
yelling.
distracting
Oh
anyone?
no, are you?
You
Are
distracting
can
the
you
people.
stop yelling at me? I got headphones on. Get your point across. You stop. Wait, yeah, the hell? Treaty of Peace and Friendship. I come from a treaty that's older than that shit. So my ancestors are on treaties. They're called Indian Kings and Queens.
Yes, and then in 1740, okay, in South Carolina, the Negro Act of 1740 say section 4, the term Negro slaves is confined to the ancient Berber and their descendants, right?
And what are those from? If you
can't
look
even
up
let me
etymology.
Can you let people finish, dude? Like, dude, let people finish.
Hey, I was talking. I couldn't finish. Y'all are the people that are destroying the people, brother.
Who's destroying shit? You
Feel
know,
me?
the
people with the
hold on. Civilizations. Can't no more tell me shit about destroying anything. Hold on, Crystal. Can't no more tell me about destroying shit. We all destroyed your own civilization.
Back to the 1740 Negro Act, Section 4, the term Negro slave confined to the ancient Berber and their descendants, not meaning the free inhabitants of Africa, such as Egyptian, Moor, Asiatic, Negro, Lascar. Hello, you're Moor, you're an immigrant in my country. I'm an Indian in my country, but you're Moor, you're an immigrant in my country. You are
Okay.
a free inhabitant of Africa, not America. So your
aren't
treaty
you?
don't mean nothing when my grandparents.
Can I respond? Can I respond? I can respond with the truth, and I can tell the people what to look up. I can tell you what to look up to get the answer that you don't understand. It.
I promise you can't tell me to look up nothing. Now my name is Crystal.gov.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I promise.
When you finish, may I get the floor one time for 3 minutes?
3 minutes? Fuck no.
No, sir.
Ain't nobody about to hear you.
Y'all don't want the people to know.
Hold on, I ain't trying to hear
Y'all don't
nobody
want the
babble.
people to know
Hold
the
on,
truth.
one
then.
second. I ain't trying to hear nobody babble for 3 minutes. No.
Well, read the treatise.
You get 90 seconds.
Look, no.
I don't really need it because I'm where I'm
Seconds is good enough, brother. Go
I
ahead,
just
man.
see
You talking too
y'all. I
much.
just
Go
see a lot
ahead,
of crazy,
man.
ignorant people.
Just go ahead, brother.
I just see people
is long enough. Go
that
ahead.
don't understand what's going on.
You don't understand. Like what Moroccan ancestor can you name, please?
Sultan.
Like, come on, dude. Moors came over here. They
You
were
tell
working.
me.
No, I'm not gonna tell you because I asked you the question. Who was your last sultan?
Why would I answer a question when I'm trying to
If
give
you were
these
more, how you don't got? Oh,
read
you're
the
a dirty
treatise, fam.
more. I get it.
Read the treatise.
I got it.
Resolution 1514.
Look, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all what we dealing with. We dealing with a slave catcher. Y'all hear me? These are the ones that look like us that are not us.
Moors is not
Watch
us.
this.
The Moors
Watch him.
got nothing to do with black folks.
Are you guys selling classes? Are you guys
Hell no, I ain't
living
selling.
off cash apps or what? What y'all?
Hold on, 1 second.
Brother, just answer the question.
1 second. 1 second. Yeah.
I don't gotta answer a question. You can block me if you want to.
I don't like
because obviously.
Who gonna block?
Listen, we gonna have a
obviously an intelligent person, they'll listen to everybody.
Yeah, we listen
whatever
to you
they
niggas.
think they know.
Hold on 1 second.
Even if I could be
1 second. We listen to you niggas. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second, Crystal. We didn't listen to you niggas babble for 5 years. Y'all still have the same fucking talking points.
Right.
Read the goddamn treaty. Like, what treaty? That treaty of peace and friendship is talking about fucking trade. What are we talking about? It says nothing about Moors being from America. I've read it multiple times. Now tell me Which one of your ancestors came from Morocco? Came from Mauritania?
In 1922.
The whole state intelligent, but y'all be having full fits in my fucking live. Bitching and crying on getting on the stage, me dropping y'all, me muting people when y'all don't even know how to fucking act. Y'all come to my lives. I don't come to Bonehead's live.
Hey, I just hear y'all lying to the people. That's it.
You're goddamn lying.
He's letting you talk too.
But what is we
I let you
lying
talk. I let you back.
He's letting you talk. He said 90 seconds, brother, and you still ain't say nothing.
Because guess what? Every time I
Me?
talk, and listen,
Wait,
every
go ahead,
time I
Joseph, let him
bump
go.
into
Watch
you
this.
guys, why you won't let the people read the treaties? Or what about, listen,
I've read the
everybody on
treaties.
here,
Read it
everybody on here,
themselves.
look up.
One second.
Can
One
I get
second.
my
One
90
second.
seconds? Can
Go
I get my
ahead.
90
Go ahead.
seconds?
90 seconds. Give him 90 seconds uninterrupted.
Give me 30. Look at
30
resolution
seconds.
1506, Article 15, and these folks is done talking about the bullshit that they own. Good people, everybody, and I'm off this live. Anybody want to follow me, and I'll school you on the rest. Because Indians are substituted, and in the book of etymology, Indian is an adopted name for a Moor. Because you talking about you an Indian, though, beautiful. Who is an Indian? House Joint Resolution 75,
Bring up the source. Bring up the source, because you just blabbing.
Just, yeah. Source up. Source up. Put the source on the camera. Put the
Who you
source
think you
on the
talking
camera.
to, man?
Yeah,
Source up,
put
man.
the source on. Hold on. Put the source on the camera. More's a fucking Greek word.
You say what? You say what, good brother?
More's a goddamn Greek word.
You say what, good brother?
More's Greek. Marvos. It comes from Marvos.
Man, we Moroccan nationals, fam.
You're a Moroccan
Greek.
national.
It's a Greek
Hold
word,
on,
brother.
one second. You're a Moroccan national, meaning they can kick you all out of here. You're
Right.
from Morocco.
You get deported, not us.
You can get deported, not us.
Sultan is not from over here neither. He's from over there. So
Hey, okay. This might be something different. Hey, if you could show me I'm wrong, or I can show you what I'm saying, I have no problem. Why should we cuss each other out and go back and forth?
We ain't
When all I
cursing
can
each other
tell
out. You the one
is
getting
what to look
You
up.
the one telling us that we fucking lying.
Yeah, he's saying that we lying.
Don't be out.
Because, good brother,
Source
you
up.
telling me.
Hold on, source up.
Listen, brother.
Source up or get off the fucking stage. You stop wasting my time. Source up. Show us what you're talking about.
right.
He made me laugh. I'm trying to
Because I know what he's talking about. He got to understand that none of us
you keep it at 100 though.
None of us signed none of them treaties. Like that's not like what is he talking about?
We don't have to sign the treaty
We
because
don't
we are at
acknowledge
home, good
them
brother.
treaties. We
Why
don't
would we
acknowledge
sign
them
the treaty?
treaties.
Man,
brother.
get off the stage, dude. Like you talking all that yapping. Don't want to show
Yo, I
shit.
was waiting for
Outta
Dirty
here,
Mo
bro.
to come with that shit too, bro. I was waiting for that.
And he kept getting pissed off saying something we lying and is we selling something. What the hell is we selling?
They
We
selling
selling
shit.
Jack. We only saying what we looking up.
Yo, they selling shit. I'm gonna tell
We're
you
not
one thing
looking up
about
for
them
what
all,
we
man.
know.
Yo, listen, honestly speaking, you can't do business without, you can't do anything without a more without paying $1.
That part.
Anything.
Hold on. That's why he
Straight
was saying,
catch
yo,
it.
everybody follow me if you want this. And I'm saying to myself, like, I never even say that. I just give people information and that's it.
Right.
I don't say, hey, follow, make sure you hit the button. You know what I mean? But he was pissed off from the rip though. It was weird when he first came in. And we felt it. But the host felt it. And I thought I was the only one that felt it, but you seen it and you felt it. He was all hype and pissed off.
Came late. I was busy a little bit.
Yeah,
Right.
I've been playing the game. I had the camera off and everything. I was muted.
Right.
I
could tell somebody playing the
I
game.
was about to say, damn, where the host go?
I was like, yeah, I came back because I've been here the whole time. I was listening. He coming back.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear him through my headphones. Like, what are you talking about? Like, who's yelling right now?
Then he's saying something we lying. First off, sweetheart right here. I guess he's saying she lying about what she's showing.
Let me see what she's showing.
Is proof.
Yeah, he's chatting, bro.
Oh God, she do. And that's why he's talking about, oh, I ain't gonna be here too long. Y'all lying to the people, but you in the request.
Right.
Like you in the
Right.
request.
Right.
Like, come on, bro.
It didn't even make sense.
But do we understand he came with treaties though? Like, bro,
He
that's
didn't
just
provide no source. I'm not bringing him back up. He didn't provide
Right.
no source. He didn't
Right.
provide no.
Yeah, hold on. He bring up U.S. something. I guess going off U.S.
I am actually showing you the 1740 Negro Act where it say that he an immigrant. So get your immigrant.
Some a lot of these stuff is not even concrete. It's all made up too.
Need some lotion. Wing toe, Gorilla 8, RH, Nabisco, Keebler else. I hope I got
Then he got in there. Hold on. Then he got in there to have Abraham Lincoln inside for his profile picture. Look like.
Hey, yo, not that Melungeon. Jesus Christ. You got Melungeon as your profile picture, dude?
Hey, I don't know who that is. Abraham Lincoln. Is that Abraham Lincoln?
They even hold y'all. See, that's why I ain't come off my mic the whole time. I don't really even entertain them lost Negroes. Man. They not connected to any genealogy. They just picked up somebody's doctrine.
No, we all know the
and ran
Moors
with
with
it. Like,
them. They from North Africa. We already know them. We already know they only thing they did was help slaughter our ancestors. That's it.
We need to do more. Moors need to do, like, what Moors are y'all connected to? Anyone that's caving for the goddamn Moors right now, what Moors are you connected to? Like, tell us that. Like, tell us, like, we tired of hearing the same goddamn babble. I know people that actually have Moors lineage. Like, come on, bro.
Oh yeah, that's Mr. Washington on the screen.
You ring?
Yeah, what's up?
Hold on. Let me take this off my car. Wait a second.
They don't whitewash everything, man. They don't know these white sea people in the crosshairs of us. They took all our pictures and everything.
Lincoln on the screen.
All right, hey,
I see this girl right here. She got a lot of
what's up?
Hey, all I want to say before y'all beat the man up, I just want to give y'all like just know what I'm saying, like just to ask y'all to do more research before y'all beat him up about, know what I'm saying, about Morocco. We've done it all. Y'all just do more research, man. You know what I'm saying?
We've done it. Like, hold on,
we
one
looked
second.
through the treaties, brother. Like,
we looked.
We telling you that we did.
I'm telling you this shit. I have documentation of Moors coming to America. They've all no. I can show you better. I can show you better than I can tell you. I can show you better than I can tell you,
bro.
Like, come on, bro. I can show you better than I can tell you. So yeah, let's go to a 16. Hold on.
Hey, Darby. Let him finish what he's saying real quick so we can get clarity.
I want to hear him too.
Go ahead. I was about to say, I can show you better. I can tell you. Moors is always classified as Africans over here.
I get it, but go ahead, King Kunta. What's your position? Go ahead,
man. I just want to know what I'm saying. I just want to ask y'all to do more research. Know what I'm saying? And don't believe everything. Don't believe everything that Google tell you. Go deep into it. But y'all at right now, I've been there. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get on here and argue with y'all and that. I just ask y'all to do more research. You know what I'm saying? Do more research.
Can I ask you a question?
Let Keo.
Yeah, go ahead, Keo.
Yo, so like, question, right? When you say do more research, right? In what specific field? Where do you feel like we need to research to come to a clarity that you're at?
Because like the young lady, she calling us and she's like, I'm American. I'm American Indian. You know what I'm saying? She classifies herself. I'm American Indian. You know what I'm saying? All right. So then you go look up. Go look. Okay, what is an Indian? You know what I'm saying? What is it? And why you calling yourself an Indian? You did.
So check this, right?
What's your true nationality? What is your true nationality?
So King,
you know what I'm saying? There's a name. There's actually.
Follow me on this. Just follow me on this quick logic, real quick, right? When a person says they are indigenous, that is a placeholder, right? They know their tribe. They know all this information specifically about themselves. What someone uses socially to say who they are is just because other people identify and understand it easier. So like the semantics, just follow me. Like sometimes these conversations you can end up chasing your tail because of semantics, and let's leave semantics to the side. Like, so if a person say they are indigenous, right? What do their tribe? What does their tribe have to do with an agreement between the USA and Morocco?
So
straightforward question, just answer it.
So listen,
yeah, that's a simple question.
So if you go back and look at the treaties that he's talking about, if you go back and look at them, those same particular Indians, right, who they classified as Moors, they classified the Indians as Moors. Those tribes, the five civilized tribes and all that, they classified They classified them as Moors, right? Those Indians, the Indians, they tell y'all
Slow down, because I want to build with you. Just slow walk with me a little bit. Don't rush it. Just we slow cook it. You get what I'm saying? Over here in America, we like to barbecue. You get what I'm saying? It might be a slow type of thing. So we like to powwow, let that hog sit on his spike for the day. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful Sunday. Type of energy. So just walk with me, right? So you said they said that these tribes, and then you said the five civilized tribes and all this.
And due to
on that treaty, does it list the specific tribes?
It lists, yes, it does.
And what are those tribes?
I can't name all. I can't. It's like five of them they named on it, but those five are nations. Those are nations.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that those five tribes or five nations don't exist, and that's not who they are. But I will ask you this: if those are five nations, right, which are composed of tribes, but they all usually under the same type of under the same type of
So I was there when they signed the treaty. You know what I'm saying? And whatever they had going on, that's what they had going on. I was just asking y'all to do more research before y'all jump on the brother man. And more, I just want to say this, more just means copper color people, man. You heard me? Before I leave,
more does not mean that shit. More does not mean that shit.
You would, because guess what? They've been playing word games.
The etymology of more means inhabitant of more
by words right now. They got us bound by words right now.
Yeah,
but you have to know how to use the word. But you have to
a long time.
But you have to know how to use the words correctly to unlock the locks of the conversation, right? So when you're saying that more just means copper colored person, that's not true. That's not true. Or at least I would say this: copper colored person doesn't refer to just some more. You get what I'm saying? Now, those are two very different things that I just said right there.
I just want to. I'm just saying how that what they call it. You know what I'm saying? When they were back in the swervies, what's it swervy? What terminology they use like that? It's swervy and stuff like that. That's what they use.
So
that particular color skin. Back in the day,
I'm done. Hold on, I'm done. I'm done listening to back. No. I'm done listening to the fucking babble. I'm about to just show the shit. Like, why are we wasting time with this shit?
Let me just ask him one more question, Darby. All right,
like, bro, get this.
I'll make it quick. I'll make it real quick, right? How in these rooms we really stand on genealogy. So who you are is who your ancestors are. How far have you gotten back in your genealogy? Have you found any Moors?
I went way back when I found plenty of all my people original from this land, man. I gotta trust me. I'm dug in deep. But anyways, bro, all I want to say is, man, don't beat the man up, man, and go look up. I mean, go look at how you used that term. And then look at the name. And then look at the name. Look at the name of the like how they had America was like cut like 3 sections. You got Mexico.
But do you have bays? Do you have bays or something?
See where these names are coming from.
Man, hold on. Man, see all this goddamn bet. Can y'all see that? You got the Negro.
White man.
Hold on, one second.
Hold on, let Darby get the mic.
1 sec. You got the 1682 Negro Act, bro. This is how Virginia saw. Got that? Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Right? If you can't, you probably can't even see it, but it's in Act 1 is enacted that all servants which shall be imported into this country, either by sea or by land, whether Negroes, Moors, Muslim North Africans, mulattoes, or Indians.
Oh
Now,
my God.
yeah, Virginia saw Moors as North African Muslims. Now, hold on. Now let's look at the NARC people in the Louisiana slave registries.
Hey,
Right?
I just want y'all to
No. Stop babbling. Stop.
Y'all have a
Hey,
nice day.
hey, stop babbling. Stop babbling and let me put in what I gotta put in. Like, stop babbling.
Your
Yeah,
time,
you can't.
brother.
You said you want people to get deeper. Darvin right now is getting deeper with you right now.
Oh,
So
and
you
he
should
fucking
just.
leaves. And he fucking leaves. But yeah, I'm gonna show the audience. I'm about to show the audience. Yeah, we the 1682 Virginia Act. Let's go. Let's put in NAR. Let's put in more in these Louisiana slave registries, right? Real quick. Or NAR. Let's put in more. Hold on 1 second. NAR people. Hold on 1 second. Why is it not showing? F-no descriptor. Yeah, F-no descriptor right here. It's not even. It's still loading. That's why it's taking for a while to load. But yeah, before we even, yeah, I'm about to show you how Louisiana saw Moorish people. They saw them as Africans, blind leading the blind. But yes, which if I ask y'all about if you have any NAR ancestry, you're probably going to say no. Do you have any Portuguese ancestry, right? Do you have any Portuguese ancestry? Do you have any Spanish ancestry? Sources, not no freedom suits, right? More. Let's put more in right here. 0. Let's put in NAR. 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 Bro. That because I'm on the wrong thing. Right? I'm on the wrong thing. Louisiana slave database. F no descriptor. This site takes a long. What is your now? My nationality is American.
Ain't too much to even say or think about. They want to hear extra. They want to hear us say
That
something
was a
way left.
simple question. But
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like a lot of these, that's why I said lost Negroes. A lot of these folks don't really do their genealogy, so they connect to things. Unfortunately, before genealogy was more, I guess, easily done. More people was actively doing it. I get why a lot of people made these connections to things that they're not necessarily proven to be genetically or genealogically connected to. I get it. Like that's why you have a lot of us who were saying, "Oh, we was Egyptians," and you got a lot of people
What's
who
up,
say
left footed?
this, that, and the third. And when you think about it, you're like, okay, so what Egyptian are you directly linear descendant of? When did they come here? There's no. It's like all a hypothetical. It's all a story, but that's why we're trying to stand on genealogy. Like everybody has their own path. Ain't nobody better than the next person. However, what makes it interesting is knowing who you are and who you descend from. So, like, I kind of look at it sideways when I come across the Moors, and then when you ask them, well, what Moors do you connect to in your genealogy?
you are preaching. Because if you're not connected to what you are preaching, I really, it's like whatever, like, you know, come on.
Yeah, I like it. But yeah, but if you see Nar, like I think I got to click on something. But if you see Nar, that's another word for Moor. And they were in Louisiana's slave registries. These are your Moors.
I ain't know that. I ain't going to cut Nar. That's weird.
Yeah, Nar,
That's
NAR.
weird.
Yeah, it's meant like people. Please read the treaties or treaty that like where did that even take place? Treaty of Tripoli. Where did that even take place? Treaty of Tripoli, right now, right? The Treaty of Tripoli. It was signed in 1796 between now Libya. What? Libya. You need United States and Tripoli. Now Libya. So we got it right here. We got the Treaty of Tripoli, right? Barbary pirates. Hold on. We can read the thing. We can read the thing, right? Not maybe. Yeah, Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Article 1. Article 1, the firm is perpetual peace between the United States and the bays and subjects of Tripoli of Barbary, may be free consent of both parties, guaranteed by most potent day and registries of Algiers. Yeah, if anything to any nation, either parties is at WAR shall be allowed to loaded boards on vessels belonging to the other party. They shall pass free, and no attempt shall be made to detain them. Like it's so many articles of it, right? But at the end of the day, the bread and butter is it says nothing about Moors being from America. It's just establishing trade between the United States and Libya, not even Morocco, because Tripoli is Libya. Come on, bro. This shit crazy.
They be
I
trying.
heard you. You right. I heard
They be
everything you
trying to
said.
get people to reclassify and do all types of crazy shit, man. Like this, man.
My folks was on the Treaty of Middle Plantation getting called Indian kings and queens 100 years prior. 100 years prior. That shit too easy.
I mean, the people in the chat, like the naysayers, it's like they're not gonna come on the stage because they really ain't got the genealogy for themselves. If they're speaking against us, because the conversation is genealogy. If you got it, you got it. It's nothing really to work around that in general. Like you can't really argue that. Either you got the records or you don't. Yes, it is okay to have African ancestry, Ruben. Do you have any?
Right. East Indians are from India.
Please tell me about your African ancestry, Ruben. They
Yeah,
have
I
a
was about to
beautiful
say.
culture over there.
Yep. In
We
West
got
Africa, North Africa, East Africa, South Africa. All beautiful. American.
It's American. You acting a nationality. The nation is the United States of America. And when we're called Americans because we belong to the United States of America. That is the
Right.
national identity. There's also a continental identity called American, whether it's all of the Americas, well, peoples of the Americas. But anyway, we are American. It's pretty simple.
Exactly. I'm crying over here. Yeah, I bet you are crying. Like, what you want us to say? Al Moroccan nationality? Like, what are you talking about? You got the Al Moroccan nationality. Ain't that shit? Hmm. I was about to say something. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm correct before I do that. Make sure I'm correct. Let me make sure I'm correct before I even say anything, Amor. Yeah, it's French. Come on, bro. You wanted to drop American for a French word?
Nah, you got what's I was about to say. Next time, try to be a little more, just kick back a little bit on them because they always gonna run, bro. Like I be trying to get them to stay. Like, nah, we gonna let y'all talk. You feel me? But I know how you feel when they start saying
If he didn't come on
too
that
much.
energy, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he wasn't already acting like that, like I don't mind having decent content that are different. But yeah, if you come on with a certain energy, I'm not for it.
Yeah, all that
I respect that.
argue with everybody and like calm down. Just bring your point. We can refute it and you can refute ours, and it ain't gotta be that deep. But they be getting up here mad as hell. Like, why are you so angry?
Man, you can't do none with them without paying $1, man. I'll tell you that.
I'm good on that more stuff. Like,
What's up? We got 369 in the building.
that's why it's important for you just do your genealogy. You'll be all right. You won't need to be. You won't attach yourself to that more stuff if you really do your genealogy, unless you are really a more.
You forget you good brothers. Anybody familiar with etymology?
Yeah, etymology, yeah.
Yeah, we are, brother.
Yeah, etymology and understand. You feel me? I was in the comments laughing, tripping out because we didn't get to the point. But can we talk like civilized humans and we can get to a point? I'm driving. You on the computer?
You the one.
Pull up what I asked you to pull up.
Yeah, I did.
Listen to me, good brother. We gonna make progress.
You breaking
and guess
up.
what?
I was about
if
to
I'm
say,
wrong and you show me I'm wrong. Hello, can you hear me now, brothers?
You probably gotta turn your Wi-Fi off or turn it on or something. Can't you breaking up?
You would turn your Wi-Fi off or on.
Yeah, you breaking up, and I don't think it's about you being wrong. It's about its relevance. How relevant is it to our position versus?
All right, can you? It's all good, brothers. Hey, can y'all? What about now? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. How about just we gonna do it one time at a time. Look, when we talking about the peace and friendship treaty, not the treaty of Tripoli, those are treated. Don't you and mothers, please don't interrupt me. I'm gonna make a valid point. When the Bible tells you to honor thy fathers and mothers, it is not talking about talking back to your mama, disrespecting your father. It is talk about representing your bloodline, your heritage. Don't you guys find it funny that every nationality have a heritage festival except for the black people? They get Black History Month. The only people get a Black History Month, brothers. It's not adding up, right? The Cubans have a heritage festival. Everyone has a heritage festival except Black community. The Black community get a reminder of we'll beat your ass. You feel me? We'll kill you. You feel
Unalive.
me?
You can't say that. Unalive.
Okay.
You gotta use the word unalive.
You feel me? So I got you. I got you, good brothers. I got you. I ain't gonna mess your live up. I'm not gonna mess your live up. Okay. So, good brother, the host, Mr. David.
Yeah.
Would you look up the Treaty of Madrid, 1880, Article 15?
Madrid. 1880. Article 15. Article 15.
Yes.
All right. Which cool.
Yes, and she's an Indian misnomer for more. You see what I'm saying? A person that stays.
All right.
That's why they took you into American
right
citizen. American is not a nationality, good brothers. That's right.
Formed
And those are treaties. The
Article
protectings
50
are the
relates
treaties
to the
in the
taking
United.
of nationality by
Before you get
by
to it,
natural. Hold on, one
can
second.
I?
They talk about naturalization.
Naturalization. That's what you
You know
said?
what naturalization is, good brother? You know, you don't
You know the etymology of
know what it is?
naturalization, good brother?
Is naturalization is please one in the hospital, they took your birthright. You feel what I'm saying? That's why your mother is an informant on your birth certificate, because she worked with the government.
But what you're
Nation.
saying
When they
is
signed the
very incorrect.
Declaration of Independence
But
and
hold
said,
on,
listen,
Junior, what you're saying is incorrect,
I'm
because when you
I'm
say that,
listening.
you said that Americans is not a national. The United States of America is a nation. So if you are a
It is
citizen of the United States of America, your nationality is termed American.
You have national.
That's why we are called Americans and Mexicans are called Mexicans. That's what I'm saying. That's a fact. So
Specifically,
I'm not saying you're wrong on what you're trying to position, but that part was incorrect.
The United States Corporation.
Hold on. So this is what the breakdown
when
is
you
saying. The Article 18 of 15 of 1880 Treaty of Madrid addressed
the
naturalization
exact work
specifically,
get down to
allowing Moroccans to naturalize abroad or nationality upon returning to Morocco. There was an exception that this rule allowed Moroccan subjects to retain their foreign
that's
nationality at the
right.
discretion of the Moroccan government.
Foreign nationality.
So what does that?
Can I elaborate
I'm trying to
on?
be
Can
patient.
I?
Go ahead. Just explain it.
I'm only asking. I'm only asking. All right. What they telling you is when America, John Adams, George Washington, Ben Franklin signed the Declaration of Independence, right? They are on the land of Morocco. We only know George Washington from on this land. And are we all correct? Can we all say that, right? We don't know him
You're
from
saying the
nowhere
United
else.
States
We
is
know him from on this
Morocco?
land, right? So
Uh-huh.
listen what I'm saying, good brother. Just let me break it down and I'm gonna make it make sense. And if you got a question to ask me, because I could be wrong. If you got a question to ask me, I'll elaborate on it. Is that cool? Because we can get somewhere. Because if I'm wrong, guess what? I'll say, hey, I was right. And I need
I
you
don't
to
know.
send me all the books that you can send me. Is that good enough? That's good enough. Okay,
Are
so
you gonna
what
be able to
happened
admit that
is
you got them wrong? I don't think so.
yeah, I'm gonna tell the truth. You feel me? But this come from a guy that lost everything. You see what I'm saying? I done bought pamphlet from people who selling this bull. I done bought everything. But when I got to reading the treaties and I got an understanding of what's going on, so basically the Treaty of Madrid telling you that you have to go back home because you've been naturalized. That means you've been born. Look up the definition of naturalization. It means you have been born. You've been born in a foreign country. The Peace and Friendship Treaty of 17 whatever it is. I can't think because I'm trying to stay on the Madrid Convention.
1786, 87. Like,
correct. And okay, upon that, right? They signed the treaty to come over here because the American people, don't you know that the people who so-called call themselves white, when they naturalized the Moroccans, which are us, the African Americans, they naturalized themselves, right? Because the white people are British people. And that is what all the wars been about, because they haven't been honoring their fathers and mothers. Can you guys remember when the little cartoons were coming on, when they was like, the little boy was like, the British is coming. He's talking about they coming to get these folks who denying their bloodline, they treasonous. You see what's going on? And naturalization means that they turned you into citizens. Have anybody read 18 USC 911, Citizens of the United States? This is the handbook for the United States Corporation, which is not a country, because if it's a country, it'll have a king or a queen. It has a president, like the president of Chick-fil-A or president of Ford or president of Walmart. You see what's going on? And what is the president? The president is the chief executive officer, right? That is not the highest title in business. What is the highest title in business? In commerce. Because when you're dealing with the United States, you're dealing with commerce. The highest title in commerce is what? The chairman. Can we all agree upon that? So who is the Pope Francis, right? He just passed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we all admit that? Can we look that up or whatever we want to do? Am I correct on it?
I'm looking at the Treaty of Peace and Friendship.
Yeah, but you're conflating things though.
Yeah.
No,
one
I'm
second.
not.
Hold on.
I'm breaking
I'm about to go through each section. Hold on.
15.
I'm about to go. Hold on. I'm about to go through each section. Like I've read this shit plenty of times. 25 articles.
Good brother.
Hold on.
Read Article 22.
One second. Read Article 22. Article 22.
21 and 22.
21. If a citizen of the United States shall unalive or wound a Moor, on the contrary, if a Moor shall unalive or wound a citizen of the United States, the law of the country shall take place and equal justice shall render the counsel assisting the trial at trial. If any delinquent shall make escape, the counsel shall not be answered from him in any manner. If any American citizen shall unalive in our country, no will shall appear. The counsel shall take the possessions in effect of his effects. If there shall be no counsel, the effects shall be deposited into the hands of
Someone's
person
a worthy of trust.
Yes, until the party shall appear who has right to demand them. But if the heir to the person has been unalive be present, the property shall be delivered to him without interruption. And if a will shall appear, the property shall descend to agreeable to that will as soon as the council shall declare the validity thereof.
So if we don't understand, what's going on, those are the two parties that are at peace on this land. Because remember, look at the year it is. This is when America is coming over here. What'd you say, good brother?
That's pertaining to piracy.
No, it's not, man.
Yes,
don't
it
the
is, bro. Hold on, bro.
Please,
hold on, bro.
please.
Hold on. I'll let you.
Don't the president say?
I let you get. We let you get your words off, bro. Now I'm going to speak from my
understanding.
knowledge. Hold on. I spent 13 years in the Navy. I know about these treaties because they're naval history. It's a part of our naval history, and those treaties were specifically so that U.S. ships can pass through the Straits of Gibraltar unimpeded. And it was like, we're not going to attack you and you're not going to attack us. That's what those treaties were for.
Oh, boy. No, it's not, brother.
Yes, it is. Literally, that's what it's for.
Read those treaties, good people. Please. Please. I done read the Treaty of Gibraltar.
How did you come to your conclusion? Hold on. How did you come to your conclusion? Because it says nothing about Moors being from America. It says nothing about it. It's 25.
Good brother. Okay. I'm finna give you the answer. Okay. Like when you go pay bills or sign for a house or whatever you do, right? Don't you put your signature? They don't put theirs, do they? So that's why the America had to come to an agreement, a treaty, which is what? An agreement that yes, we will abide by these rules to this contract. The Moors is giving, the Moroccans are giving the directions. The Moroccans wrote those treaties, and the Americans saying, yes, we adhere to the treaty. Did you hear what the Article 22 said?
Where does it say? Hold on. Where does it say Moors are from America?
Okay. Can I?
You not understanding?
That's a foreign treaty.
That's a foreign treaty.
If a treaty doesn't say it, they're from America, right? That means that we put two and two together.
I see. Can I answer this, please? On a historical note, I see the confusion. This is the confusion between Moors thinking that they're from America and reading these books that they say these people. No, I've read books where they say they cannot tell the difference between the people of America and the Moors, but we're talking Dark Ages. So that's all I'm saying is that they showed ingenuity of the Moors in yada yada yada. And I can pull up the Lenape, Delaware Codes. I can pull up many different books where it says
the Moors and the Americans look alike, but they say
Right.
they look alike. They share characteristics, but they're not the
Right. Okay.
same bloodline of people.
I can get down
Facts,
with
that's a
that.
foreign treaty. That's a foreign
Can I ask you
treaty.
this? Can I ask you this?
They're not the same
Why-
haplogroup. They even mixed in with each other, but they're not the same beginning They all began in two different. The Moors and the people of America have two different beginning creation stories. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
So the colonists I can literally I'm gonna mute myself and then I'm gonna pull up all my sources about.
I appreciate that. That's good. That's what's up. But can I say this, good brothers? Listen, and I'm gonna get off the floor for a second until brother bring his. Okay, if that's a foreign treaty, then why do every president of the United States of America speaks about the peace and friendship treaty and say this is the longest running treaty up until today?
Okay, can I answer that? Can
Make
I
it
answer
make
that
sense
as well as your fellow Moorish brother? Okay,
I'm not Moorish. You
Okay,
can't be
look,
Moorish
okay.
and American.
Okay.
You can't be two nations.
Okay.
You can't be two nations.
All right.
So what is
okay.
your
You said
nationality?
America wasn't. So you said American wasn't.
Oh man,
Let
this
the man
is
talk.
okay.
Hold on.
Let him
Yeah.
talk.
Let the Moors talk.
Mori comes from the Greek, mean burnt face or dark face, because black is a 14th century word that was way after the Greeks. So Mori only means dark people. And then whenever they went, it's kind of like how Black Americans today, we say we have Black culture. The Moors just took this Moro, and made it into Mauritania, Morocco. They made it their identity. They made it cool. You know what I'm saying? How we do it today. So that's why it's called a Moorish American, because you're claiming to be a darker American. As simple as that. It goes back to the ancient high priest of Anu in the hieroglyphics, Moor. So it's an ancient word. We're not gonna have discrepancies about that. But the people of America and the Moors may show similarities, but I'm telling you, the people of America, this is a stretch. These people are Yashrael. They share a different haplogroup. We wanted, as Moors, we wanted to mix in. We wanted to mix back in with the Yashrael. We're Moabite. So when you deal with haplogroups, and this is just my opinion, off of the Catholic Church doctrine of discovery, talking about finding
Spanish
people in the West.
Inquisition.
So yeah, in the Spanish Inquisition, Cortez and his chronicles talking about the Indians in the West are the chosen people, but they're animals now, and we can take them over. Basically, is what Cortez was saying in his chronicles. So we were trading together. We may have slept together and stuff, and we may have did business together, but we're not the same haplogroup. And I'm tired of Moors saying that, because there is a long lineage of Moors in Mauritania, in Algiers. There's still Moors like the Tuareg nomadic group. There's still Moors in America that, I'm sorry, babe. Yes, there are still Moors in America that can trace their lineage back to Abdul Rahman and can trace their lineage back to all these other people, and like Omar bin Said and all these other
By
people.
blood.
So,
By blood.
by
Good
blood.
brother.
So
Good brother.
and then
Can I
and
ask you,
then,
can I ask you one question?
it's my last thing. And then there's a mummified Moor at Harvard. So yes, there is the existence of Moors on this land of America, pre-Columbus and after. Iberian Mongoloid people versus Hall 1853 Native Americans have, which they classify them as Chinese in that case, because they were trying to tell on a white T man, and you were like, you're more like a Chinese, not a white T man. You can't do that. So the federal government outed them and said, yeah, you're not really the American Indians. Why would we do that to our fellow brothers and sisters when they already went through the Mongols and the Chinese in 1491? You feel me? Like they've been American Indians have been getting beat up before the colonists by the Mongols and by the Chinese. So why would us Moors who've been with them for so long and had treaties with these people of Algonquin, Iroquois, and all these other things, why would we do that to them?
I got one question, good brother. Are you part of the MSTA, Moorish Science Temple of America?
I am part of Moorish Science Temple of America, Oakland.
Okay. Now let me tell you this. Don't you understand that you guys are under the Spanish Inquisition? You a religion corporation, right? Taj Tariq Bey. Cannon Bay. You feel me?
No, Taj,
Yes.
Tariq Bay, and all them. I don't do the whole. Okay, we're not gonna go into this because we're going off.
Blood,
You know
Junior.
those people going.
You buy blood,
This isn't a
Junior.
more discussion. I was
You know
you
those
buy
people
blood.
are gonna be tried.
You buy
You know
blood,
they going
Junior.
to the IC, Dre.
Junior,
You say
you buy
what, good
blood.
brother?
You got the
Buy
Morris blood,
for
Junior.
what?
Hey,
Buy
look,
You got the
blood
hey,
Morris
for
look.
what?
blood, Junior.
Everybody
You
go Google
I'm a
Melungeon.
Moroccan.
Even the host. Hey, bro,
I'm a
host.
nationalist.
Go
I know, I'm
Google
aware of the
Melungeon, the
Melungeon.
lost tribe of Appalachia. Hey, yeah,
I'm
man.
aware of them. I'm aware of them.
Yeah, Moorish, Turkish, Jewish. Yeah, man. It's people really out here that got that Moorish blood. I'm tired of people trying to take other people's
You can't
identity.
be more.
For sure.
Excuse me, good
Yeah,
brother.
but I ain't got no
Moorish,
problem with that.
Moorish,
Mhm.
Moorish is being like a Moor. That's why I say Moorish instead of Moor. You don't be more. You can't be Jewish. That means you trying to be like a Jew.
That's what
that
I'm
means, like when
saying.
they say you
I'm
acting
not a-
childish, you acting like a child. You see what's going on?
All right, man, we
A
get it.
Moorish American is not a Moor. You feel me?
A Moorish American
You-
is an American. Where I go with my fez on, if I meet a Mexican, they say, "Hey, Moro, Moreno." If I meet a Dominican Republic, he says, "Moro, Morisco." If I see a Moroccan, he says, "My brother, Habibi." If I see a Ghanaian, the Ghanaians used to wear a fez. The ancient and Indians used to wear a fez. There's statues all around the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian's with people wearing the ancient American headdress. Peep why the Shriners and the Freemasons wear this fez to this day in front of us and laugh at us and dress up like clowns because they're making a fun of the Moors for being one of the first colonists to the American Indians. And we're not even going to talk about that. We're not even going to get into that.
Okay, which Indians?
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings tonight.
Can I
Real
say
talk.
this, good brother?
Because the Moors, a lot of the
Because
Moors,
Indians is a misnomer.
and culture is really American
Indians
Indian.
are
But the Moors
misnomers.
took it. But I'm gonna be quiet
That's
from here
right.
on out, man.
You said the what?
No, sir.
What
No,
did-
sir.
actually, what?
No, sir. No,
A lot of
sir.
the Moors
No,
are
sir.
Hold on, what did he say?
Indian is in the Constitution.
Yes.
And the word Indian is
Okay,
in the
pull up.
treaties. The Dancing Rabbit Treaty.
Pull it up.
And other treaties like it.
Pull it up.
Indian is
Pull it up, and I'ma-
indigenous.
Hey, good host. Hey, good David. Listen, pull that treaty up, and I'm gonna show you that they gonna tell you that this tribe has been adopted.
What tribe? What treaty? What tribe?
I'm about to get off here, man.
What treaty? What?
Bro,
go
sound
ahead.
like he was linked off that. He said,
It's a lot of tribes, man. You got to pick one.
It was like over 1,000 tribes. There's a lot of. It's like 1,000 tribes. Like which one? It is Darby, by the way. It's not David.
And which treaty?
Yeah, which treaty? Which treaty? Which tribe? Or tribe?
Hey, host, I am gonna DM you these basket crowns that look like tarbooshes, look like fezzes. I believe the Ottomans and the Moors and the Americans took that from the American Indians, man. I'm gonna keep it a bill. Just like all the books talking about the North Africans was giving American Indians gold. Nah, Vatican, we know where you got that gold during the Inquisition, the Reconquistas. We know it was the other way around. We know the people of America was giving them maize, and they got maize over there in their Egyptian tombs and stuff like that, and their hieroglyphs, and that ain't aboriginal to them. We know the Arabs got camels, and camels come from America, the Kamlops. Like, come on, man. Everything that they stole out east, man, we had in ancient America, man. But I'm going to be quiet because they're going to ban me because that's some Masonic secrets. Ooh-wee, I'm off here.
All righty. Good show. All righty. What's up, Sukla? Oh, did he leave? Did he leave too? Oh, Josh. What the fuck is whatever his name is?
You done ran him off, dog.
I can't stand them
Nah,
noise, bro.
I was picking up what the other dude was saying.
Oh, can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm Haitian, by the way. I'm gonna answer the prompt. Are Black Americans and indigenous to America? Yes, I think they're indigenous to America, including Haitians.
Facts.
In terms of like the whole Moor stuff, I usually don't get into that. I do know about it due to the fact that I do see the flags on all the Caribbean flags. and I do know that also who imposed the theocracy jurisdiction, including all the other three jurisdictions, which made us an empire. I see a lot of more a lot of more information. I'm not gonna say they're indigenous to America, and I'm not gonna say they're not. One thing I'm gonna say is I acknowledge both history, both American Indians and their history. That's all.
All righty, for sure. Uh, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Morris was solid. Yeah, that other dude, I had no idea, bro. That's a lot of the babble we've been hearing for for like 5 years now.
Shit, I've
Oh
been
yeah,
hearing that shit since like 2018, bro.
yeah. I didn't even know what a Moor was, so I got on Clubhouse. I'm not gonna lie. But I heard of the Moors, of course, because somebody told me back about the Moors back in like what 2017. But I didn't really like know more, so I came across them on Clubhouse. I was like, oh.
Yeah, somebody was trying to get me to change my identity, change your
That's
name
the
to
Y2
Rakim El
name.
Bey. I'm like,
Well, they was getting changing from what to what? They were trying to get you to update your status or change.
yeah. I'm like, I ain't finna do that shit.
I think the goal.
Oh, you talking about the people doing jumping off through all them hoops and stuff to be somebody else in America?
Yeah, because once you change your name, you can't change it back.
I thought the goal was to correct their status, not ours.
A foreigner in America, because that's all that means to me. When you be a national, you're a foreigner in America. You don't have no U.S. protections. I'm not giving up. I'm not. What I'm gonna do with my U.S. paperwork, my federal paperwork. Well, I didn't have to. I did it a long time ago. I was 15 when I did it. I didn't even know that it was that everybody was like, what, you did that? You know what I'm saying? I didn't know then. But when I went and got my Social Security card for my first job, because they needed to see the actual card, my dad didn't know where it was. On the application, you ask you who you is, and I said Indian. It used to say Indian back then. It didn't say American Indian. It used to just say Indian. So I put myself as an Indian. I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know that other people didn't have that as their classification too on their Social Security card until later in life, and people was like, "What? I'm black. We African American now." That's 2016. That's even newer.
Man, Crystal, they didn't start calling us African Americans officially until 1988.
Of course, and I was like, I ain't no booty scratcher.
I was born in 89, and my birth certificate don't say nothing about no Africa on it.
Now I was born in 70, and mine don't have nothing on it, period. But according to the S card, now they ask you who you want to be, right? And if you don't put it in there, they just look at you and assume what they think. So you have the right to make it correct, or you can get it wrong if you want to.
Yeah, what's funny is Jesse Jackson's mother stayed in the projects that I was born in, and they renamed my project Jesse Jackson Townhomes. And that motherfucker had us out there marching, talking about I am somebody and all this shit. Whole time he a car carry Cherokee.
The whole time. Nigga on the reservation. Y'all, they done named the reservation after him. The Hood
Rainbow Push Coalition. Ass nigga.
Honestly, I knew I was African the minute I found that my last is places in America with my last name, and I was born in Haiti, so I knew I had no ties with Africa, and my last name has nothing to do with Africa.
When I was going through because I also was trying to go through the Morris thing, you feel me? But when I actually sat down and got to realizing what the fuck was going on, they was trying to say that basically that all the Moors, or all the American Indians, everyone who call themselves American Indians, a misnomer. They really did some shit. This is what Sheik Al Bey told me. He said that
all the American Indians, it's a misnomer. They were all Moors. All of them were all up under the Moorish nation. That's basically what they were saying. They say ain't no such thing as black or Indian. You feel me? Saying that didn't make no sense to me, especially when it came down to the condition that our people was in. If that's the case, then why everybody else ain't got the like minded like them? I had to ask my people. You feel me? They knew about the Moors and all that. My people didn't celebrate that, didn't move like that. You feel me? So we all ain't Moors. So that's the misleading shit right there. When they try to lie to me about that, I couldn't get down with it.
Yeah, Chief, because I ain't got no El Bays, Rakim motherfuckers in my family, bro.
Yeah, on God, we got
I know
Sheik Al Bay.
I know some surnames is.
Yeah, on me. I still got all the paperwork and everything in my email. They still hit me up to this day. That's why I'm like, bro, like I couldn't go through with the status, with that so-called status correction because basically you was moving from one monster to the next monster. You was gonna be owned by their nation. You feel me? That's all that was. So I'm like, nah. Basically, if I commit a crime, y'all the ones that's gonna swing the sword. I don't know y'all. You feel me? I already know how the white tee get down. I'm about to go ahead and be, and be my own rule over my own nation, to rule myself. You feel me? If I'm gonna move up under something else, to move up under myself. I'm not gonna move up under the next nigga. That's stupid.
Right.
That's like gang banging. You feel me? And say I want to be your little homie. I ain't trying to be your little homie, bro.
Well, how you say your name?
My name Chi Love, like Chi, like the energy that flows throughout the universe.
Okay, Chi. So that's why I say this. I am not jumping through none of those hoops. Right? You can go and sneak the government back once you do your genealogy, right? So you have the right to self-identify, and it's also against the law to misidentify yourself. Okay, you got that's a double-edged sword right there at the Social Security office before you walk in the door. Okay. So you even walk in the door, they tell you you can identify however you want. But then just know this right here. It's also
it's a crime. Now, real talk.
You cannot identify yourself correctly. So people that I know personally in my county, if they are marking themselves as Black/African American, they are identifying incorrectly because where we live at is Tuscarora Nation, Tuscarora Confederacy. And the county that we live in is where the Tuscarora was like, well, right here, right? And the people that live here ain't ever moved, they never been nowhere. Right? It's the same family. Still here, ain't moved, ain't went nowhere. Okay. So I know for a fact the people in my county are Tuscarora, and I tell them when you mark yourself as Black/African, you're an immigrant. And they're like, I ain't no immigrant, Chris. I said, yes, you is, because you said you Black.
Respects on everything. Black means that you are undesirable. You don't belong to no nation.
Head to the law.
Yep, head to the law. That's why they can treat us and do us the way they please. You feel me? Because they were it's a whole different. We all know that all words got double meanings. You feel me? Triple meanings.
Hold on. Denotations, connotations, linguistics. Facts.
Black's Law Dictionary is not law. That's the thing.
You said, huh?
Black's Law Dictionary is not legally binding.
Oh God, it's really not. But that's the cold part about it is that's why you got to watch the flags when you walk into the room. When you walk into a courtroom, depending on what flags is hanging up, you feel me? That's the rules they're gonna run by.
Facts. That's the jurisdiction they're under.
And most
which is they don't.
Justonian law.
When you go in there and say, "Do you understand?" They don't talk about, "Do you comprehend?" They said, "Do you stand under the flags that they got that presented to you?" You got to watch it. It's just like he said. It's all Masonic, all that shit. They do this shit on purpose so they can get away with tricking us, bro.
Sir, whoever controls the words controls the reality. Period, man. Yes, sir. Y'all
Manipulating the words. That's why you can't translate nothing, bro. When you translating something, that's a lie, bro. You can just tell me what it means and how to use it. That's all. You can't sit there and say, "Oh, in my language, it means this." Nah, bro. That's a continuation. There will be a synonym or a homonym, bro. If it's not that, then that means you made that shit up. Just like the word Pharaoh. The word Pharaoh is Greek. Why is it not Egyptian? That don't make no sense.
How you said the translation and the transliteration are two different things. But I heard somebody say something about how they tricked y'all into this black thing instead of being American, instead of being indigenous. It was Walter and another.
We are everyone in this generation are that jack.
Nah, bro. Facts. We already know all about Walter Plecker, man.
I'm telling you right now, I'm not black. And if you force me to
know
say
about
all about Walter. I know better now.
Oh yeah,
you know about you're committing a crime.
Yeah, nah. Brother said he know about that Walter. Yeah, you know
Man,
about
I'm gonna tell y'all
that man
something.
is nasty, man. That man is
Tell y'all something.
Melville too.
If you would have called my
There's too many
granddaddy
mics
black,
going off, y'all.
if you would have called my granddaddy black, he put that thing on you.
On too, shit, and she pull out that sword and try to scalp you on me. She like, what you just called me? And you can't say the N-word around her neither. She don't play that.
Because like you said, it's a mate. Like I heard somebody say something about messianic or masonic.
I want all
It's all that. Yeah, I said that. It's all.
Am I? Is I'm on mute?
What's up?
Symbolic
We can't
symbolism.
even hear you. Yeah, we can't even hear you. We couldn't even hear you, Danny. You was speaking. You was low.
You gotta turn your big mic on, Danny. Turn your big mic
Yeah,
on,
turn the
baby.
big mic on. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
So whenever they was calling y'all, well, and this is like Indian wise. I'm not saying y'all as far as anything else. American Indians, when they were calling American Indians black, what the European was doing was when they created the word black in the Anglo-Saxon Germanic language in the 14th century, they created like a black deed, a no good deed, and then they secretly put it to pale, to bleachen, to whiten. The etymology of that word means to lighten. So when they slapped that word on y'all, they took away really all lineage that you have from a 14th century word. And that's how big these Masonic codes are, man. Real talk.
Okay, let me slow y'all down. All that is
You now,
great.
Daddy.
All
What's up,
right,
Daddy?
all that is, hey, OCO family. Y'all have went down the Morris rabbit hole of tricky legalese. The only day you're talking about is those tricky Moorish niggas who was hiding their own identities.
Yep, the dirty Moors, because the dirty Moors are the ones
No, sir, I can speak for myself. I'm quite
my bad,
educated.
love.
No,
My bad.
sir, no
My apology.
worries.
I guess she didn't hear the whole conversation we was having.
Oh no,
She's
I've
coming
been
from
here a
this.
while. No, I ain't coming for nobody. I've been here a while.
I'm finna slide down. Peace.
No, don't slide down. Stay up. Stay up. Stay up. Stay up.
Nah,
Stay up.
I
Stay
don't
up.
get disrespected. Have a good day.
How is it disrespectful? Because I said, let me speak for
Because you
myself.
said dirty Moorish people, and
I never
ain't
said dirty more.
I ain't
never said that. Sweetheart, I didn't say that. The brother said that. That wasn't me. I stopped
my
him
fault.
from saying that. I stopped him from saying that.
That's
Yeah, I
my
was like,
fault.
hey, bro, don't go there because I ain't said that. I can speak for myself,
My
is what I
fault.
told the brother when he said it. Because it was disrespectful. You are absolutely right. It just wasn't my words. That's why I stopped him. Like, nah, bro, I can speak for myself. I'm well educated and well versed. What I do know is that there's a lot that goes in here, and depending on where your ancestors sat in this, your story's gonna be a little different. And the reason why is because all these different perceptions created what we have today. There are various American Indians from all whites of this nation, right? We already had our own histories. We have our own understandings, our own languages, our own writing systems, our own schools. We were lit.
What's up, Georgia?
What we were lit before people even came in here, right? And so when we have these conversations, you have to understand that people don't come somewhere that's not comfortable. They don't come somewhere that's not nice. They ain't trying to take over the dumps, right? So clearly something was popping here that nobody else in the world had, because everybody got claim to this motherfucker somehow. What I will say is, from the American Indian standpoint, we were at the crib minding our business. And people came with other ideologies to force their way into our way of life. This came in many different forms, including the Constitution, including, the Civil Wars and all these things. One of the most recent documents that we're arguing over now is the Civil Rights. More trickery from different people groups globally to get us to hand over our birthright so that they could have what we have. These are giant people groups who want the rights, privileges, and amenities that come with being an American Indian. And so they get you to reclassify yourself willingly. They get you to hand over your grandma property willingly. They're getting you to uh, denounce your birthright to this nation by calling yourself a foreigner on your own land. It's that simple. The only person affected by all the policies, the invasion, the harms is the American Indian because we're at home. Other people are coming here when the option to go home exists. Going home exists. Will it be this easy? No. Will you have this many handouts? No. Will you have to work harder? Yes. Will wherever home is, yeah, there's a lot of work to do back there. And no, it's not going to be as fun as the world our grandparents left us. But anytime you are a foreigner in somebody else's house, you are literally abrasive by coming in trying to tell people what you offended by. It's my house. You're offended, go the fuck home. You don't like the rules here, get the fuck out. And this is not to no one in particular. This is just literally if you're not the Indian, that's kind of where it is with me today. I don't know why. But in my mind, in my heart, in my spirit, I'm hearing how dare any foreign people group come into my damn house and just try to act like all of this was to harm you or you're so oppressed by a situation you keep playing for, you're coming here for, selling your children for, etc. It's weird to me, right? When the option for everybody else to go home exists. So it's not just the white man. It's not just the Asian man. It's not just, it's globally all of you, the Moors, the Australians, the Zimbabweans, the Kenyans, the Eritreans, the Booty, the Bai, Jordan, Georgia, India, all of these people, all of them are literally like, no, you owe us your land. I just want to know why. Why do we owe you our identity? Why do we owe you our land? Why do we owe you a better life? What did the Indian do? When we get there, I can have an understanding. I just right now I was real annoyed by all that talk. It was just irking me.
I only came up here to denote that Moorish guy that was talking about Moors are from America. The host knows what's up with me. I correct a lot of Moorish people that are outside the temple talking a whole bunch of hog, damn, wash.
For sure.
Ain't nothing. If ain't nothing about no education, I'm gone, man. You did?
Nah,
Y'all have a
yeah.
good one.
Respect, bro. Yeah, Dirty
Respect, for
More
sure.
Slim wasn't for you though, bro. You came on correct. You feel me? But yeah, he was mainly talking about the other dude that was a Dirty More, not you.
For sure. But yeah, I find it interesting that how big the disconnect is from between Moors that's part of the temple and Moors that aren't.
Yeah.
It's like a huge disconnect with them.
Trustee Moors.
Crypto Moors.
I felt like I was sitting through a Morris teaching session or something. I felt like I was being hustled out my shit. And it wasn't the one brother who got offended. I don't want him to think it was the other one, the one that left real quick. When they heard my big mic, he got ghost.
Yeah.
But
It was one.
I just
Yeah, it was two dudes. Actually, one of them was stuttering and shit, talking fast. Sam, like, you don't slow down.
That was King Kunta, I think.
Yeah, King Kunta, Moore's King Kunta, with that King Choctaw name.
Yo, they be coming in here on 10.
Like, dude, it's like, yeah, you know.
He didn't like we said that treaty was foreign, boy.
They say you need to do more research before you speak on something. Like, we did it. We did the research.
we want him to present the sources of what he's trying to prove. Like just saying you need to do more research. That's not really giving any information. You just need to do more research. Like for what? Why do I need to research this? This is not pertaining to me nor my bloodline at all. So why do I need to research it?
Read, brother. I thought he was about to say bust out. Read, brother. Read Deuteronomy. That's the energy he was on.
You know what I find out though? Them bros, they do not like women speaking. It drives their ass crazy. That's why they was running past me. They can't stand to hear a woman teach. It just break their little soul to know that a woman could be smarter than them. They got problems.
Right. And that perplexes me if a Moor is acting like that. Like they be the ones like, oh yeah, we come for the mother. My son. That's the real Mason. My son.
I just want a Moor to come in here and break it down with his bloodline, like his genealogy. Like this is people, and you know, he came from.
I only know one more and one Hebrew.
That's it. Like I be wanting to hear the genealogy. You know, make it relative. That's everything else is just be like, man, who was you kicking it with growing up, man? Who gave you some books, man? Yo, y'all remember when a lot of people used to be Nubians and stuff?
Oh gosh. Oh God, goodness.
Everybody was a Nubian for like a whole 15, 20 years. It was crazy from New York all the way down to Atlanta. And everybody had the book with 101 ways to know Christians are lying. Like what?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear about that. Nubians, like I don't know. No people in Baltimore that was a Nubian.
Oh man, yeah, I know a lot of them down in Georgia and in New York. They're still Nubians.
Ain't that where old boy what's his name? Deuce with Daddy and them came from. You know what I'm talking about?
Who?
Yorkies. The Yorkies.
Oh,
Ain't that
you talking about Malachi York?
Yeah.
The compounds in Georgia. Yeah, the
Yeah,
you talking about the compound?
They was in Edenton, Georgia. They had the pyramids and stuff out there. Like, yeah, it was interesting. That was like the 90s, maybe early 2000s, something like that. I really feel like it was like late 90s.
It was.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And Jacob York, he had a house in Stone Mountain, a little mansion in Stone Mountain. There's a lot of stuff going on. I can talk about that all day. But
Mountain. What? He did?
I did wanted to answer that
That's bugged out.
question though, because a lot of Moors will try to lie to y'all and said that they're from America, and that's a lie. So historically speaking, and I'm not gonna go into no more science temple nothing, because what they were saying is a whole bunch of babble. That's how I know they're not part of no temple. Historically speaking, 1492, the Jews and the Moors got kicked out of Spain. They had to flee in the Iberian Peninsula. They went to Morocco, which wasn't Morocco at that time. It was the Kingdom of Morocco or the Kingdom of Mauritania. And then they didn't want them there because the people were of mixed descent. And okay, let me just put it like this. The Moors were doing some dirty stuff in Europe, bro. Dirty, like political warfare, proxy wars. And then they had trade routes all around the Atlantic Ocean, had trade routes all around the Mediterranean. This is from historical record. So the Moors genealogy comes from, this is why you get a lot of melanated people that have European ancestry, and they damn near act like colonists. They like the Moor. What people don't understand is when I was get taught my Moorish teachings, they taught me that I was the first colonist. So I had to understand that the downfall of the Moorish Empire was because of us. We cannot blame anybody else. We cannot blame a YT man. We cannot blame the American Indian, because we messed up both of those cultures. That's why the Moor is mummified in Harvard. That's why the Shriners walk around in clown costumes and these little cars making fun of us, because we claim to be the builders of civilization. We built, even while we were running, we led them to a civilization that they ended up capitalizing and building the U.S. corporation off of. So, like Hakeem Bey said, you did 365 years of dirty stuff. Do you not think that the 400 years of slavery, and then you literally, Hakeem Bey said this, you caused the Hebrews and the Indians to be enslaved with you because of what you were doing and all the religious dogma and all the proxy wars you were doing in Europe. So anybody that claims to be from America that is Moorish is lying. You were in Spain, you were in Portugal, you were in these places, you got kicked out. A lot of African nations, you weren't there for a while, so they did not accept you. So as Spaniards were offering money for your heads, they sold you to where they went to Brazil, they went to Dominican Republic, they later on went to Florida, had a couple relationships with the Maroons and the Seminoles, and the list goes on and on and on, and the amalgamation of the Moorish people with the Indians go on and on and on. But we're not from America, period. After 1492, it gets really sticky. But a lot of people have, like you said, crypto Muslims, crypto Jews, like Cristobal Colon. Us Moors have to take that. Like Cristobal Colon was a Morano Jew, and he was Sephardic, and it came out in the 21st century, clear as day. So who has a YT man can't take that and put it in his briefcase and walk away with it? He didn't do that. We did that. So when other people say to y'all, oh, the Moors were colonists and the Moor, yes. And if a Moor comes up here and says that we weren't, oh boy, Moorish bathhouses, Moorish harems, all those European men that hated Moors with a passion because we would take their wives and put them in brothels and harems and PIMP them. They took all that. They took all that frustration and anger out on y'all American Indians, and I feel so bad, bro. So bad. Learn about the downfall of the Moorish Empire. You'll see why they was trying to literally enslave everyone that looked like a Moor. That's what I was saying to the dude by, no, American Indians aren't Moors, but to the YT man, he was saying, I kind of can't tell the difference, man. Oh, nobody. You feel me? Like, it just gets deep, man. It just gets deep. Y'all weren't trading people in Britain, and y'all weren't doing these things. Y'all weren't coming to America and bringing people back to Britain, bringing American Indians back to Britain. Those were Moors, and I can literally bring up sources that the Moors were the first Slav traders. That's where indentured servants come from, man. So we led y'all to y'all's downfall, and I don't care what anybody says. Any Moor that says their genealogies in America, try before in 1492. And then go cry me a river, bro.
And you're right. That's why I teach them that, you know what I'm saying? They backdoored us, the dirty ones. Not you, but the dirty ones.
Yes.
We know.
No,
we know.
There's dirty Moors that will not tell the truth, like Cristobal Colon. He tried to prove himself to the Catholic Church so much that he literally turned on his brothers and then turned on his other brothers across the sea. Y'all.
Appreciate that.
Religious fucking dogma. And if you guys get a chance, look at the Vatican's wall of gold and then look up how much they took from y'all during the Inquisition. All this talk about the Mali Empire, Columbus mixed it up because he's a Mason. He literally said, it looks like the people of Mali in North Africa came over here and gave them, gold tip spears for their maize. Nah, man, they had gold tip spears and they were trapping that maize to people in the Middle East. They was trapping that maize to people all around the world, goofball. Come on, man. Camels, all these Arabs better kiss an American Indian's feet. They wouldn't even be riding on no genetically modified camel if it wasn't for the Camlops. You wonder why Camel cigarettes have one hump and it's American made. These Masons laughing in our face, man. Everything comes from here. Woolly mammoths, squash, every single sustainable food life comes from America. The Fertile Crescent is from the Yucatan all the way to the Florida, bro. These Masons are literally suppressing so much on the American Indians. That's why I leave after I drop this knowledge, so you do not get banned, bro. Because they ban people for dropping blood oath stuff about American Indians, dude. This ain't about no black people. This ain't about no Negroes. This is about American. There is secret societies called the Arabic Order of the Mystic Shrine, talking about how the Moors literally conquered the Indians. That's what white people tell me this to my face. Y'all were fighting way before we were fighting. What?
Wow.
Oh yeah, we just capitalized off. You know what a proxy war is? I'm just chilling outside this barbecue joint, and this YT dude is coming up to get a barbecue with his little Shriner hat on. I sparked a conversation with him, and he tells me that, yeah, the Moors fought the Indians, and we had a proxy war. We benefited off of y'all's damage. Have a good day. All those Chicago World Fairs, yeah, the Indians built that. The Moor that y'all just call it Moorish architecture because y'all steal everything. What? So I have to tell people, no, I'm not proud to be of my colonist descent, but I cannot say I'm not a Moor, or I be a Morano, I be a pig, I be a person that's not standing on a square. So I do have Melungeon, I do have Cherokee, I do have Ghanaian in me, I do have North African in me, I do have Spaniard in me. You feel what I'm saying? I have Moorish blood in me, and I know my ancestry, because they're trying to have a dogma religion thing like they did in Europe. Come on, man. It's the same shit. Dogma and religion. How many people can I pull so I can control? Knowing good and goddamn well you ain't even the same haplogroup.
Let's see the family's pictures. You want to see the that blood photo?
What's up? Oh.
That's the bloodline right there. And let me show you the Queen Mother. Her picture cropped out, but I got one of her just.
Who that? The Etruscans?
Huh?
Who that? The Etruscans?
The bloodlines from America, the royal bloodline.
Oh, okay.
No.
Hold on, I got a better of her, and then look at the people. Yeah, let me see. Is that one with just see her? Hold on. Yeah, there we go.
Look in the mirror. You see yourself in the mirror?
Look.
No.
There her go.
Around the mirror right there, boo.
That's the Queen Mother right there, and her descendants, and them two people on the sides is her. You know, her supposed to be like advisors or something. I don't know why they're up to the top, but I guess they're her advisors. There her go. Y'all want to see? Hold on. Let me show you her by herself, real close. Because I'm the screenshot queen. Okay, I'm the queen of the screenshot. Look at them. She is not this is American stuff too, y'all. This is not from across the water. This is America. Queen Mother. Don't ask me what the name was because I don't forget. I tell you I was swiping. Somebody was telling me about this and I was swiping. Okay. Yeah, I was swiping. But it goes with the empire of I-80. What have you come across with the Tartarian and the I-80 Empire, Darvin?
Where have I come across?
The Longhouse story ain't no good. The Longhouse story ain't working no more. Especially when the town that I live in got another town underneath the downtown.
I have to look into that. I'm going to have to find some books on the Empire IET.
Okay, and I'm looking at real life buildings where I live at, and I live in a country town now. Okay, I live with the Tuscarora Indians, supposed to be in the stronghold, but all these brick buildings is around here, and they tore down a whole lot of stuff too, y'all. And they tore down a lot of stuff. And they used to be a trolley car in the middle of town. They took that up.
Yeah, I got plenty of books. I got books called One World Tartarians. It goes into that. I got to read it again, but it's a lot of good gems. It also talks about Indians and how colored is short for copper colored and stuff like that. So yeah. Oh man, but it's a reason I enjoy it. Shit, it's been a reason. I'm been glad I decided to come back to TikTok. Like, I feel like on Twitter, There's no disrespect to spaces on Twitter. It's just like I feel like we be talking to the same people on Twitter all the time. Like how diverse the audience could be on TikTok. Like we had YT people arguing about some goddamn evolution earlier. We had this is a spin cycle on Twitter. Like exactly. I was like, people be having the same conversations, talking to the same people. If we start a space on Twitter, we're most likely going to talk to each other and talk to Africans. That's about it. You're going to talk to each other or about or to Africans. On TikTok, we get a plethora of different people coming up here. I got people from all over the world coming up to troll us, or to try to have a conversation with us. You know. So yeah, that's why I'm glad I'm on here. I've seen CR been going live too. CR been going. A lot of people be going live. I try to catch the lives when I can. Sometimes I only go live when I decide to go live, because I got to muster up the energy to be on here. But yeah, I see CR already gained like it's almost at 500 followers now. But yeah, it's just like folks having the same conversations on Twitter. I was like, I can't really rock with that no more. Same.
Twitter in a good minute. I go look and see, my notification. But as far as been in on the Twitter spaces, I haven't done that in a good minute because they're not gonna live. They just want to fight with me. And over here, we have a few people who like to fight, but for the most part, it's people trying to run and like really like, yo, show me that again.
Right, exactly.
Shit, Twitter been ran through.
And people are a lot more argumentative and once a week on Twitter now. Argumentative, yeah. Like
mustard.
Last time I've been in a space, I just post and go on Twitter, honestly, now. But the last time I've been in the space was with the one with Jory. Like that was the last time, and that was probably like a month ago, maybe. A month ago. So yeah, I be seeing them. I'm like, still the same old shit. But yeah, y'all, I'm about to wrap this live up. It's been nice talking to y'all. I gotta get up in the morning. Back to work. For
Thank you
sure.
for having me, man. I enjoyed y'all, man. Y'all came through with
Let
y'all.
me say this one thing before you go.
For
Please
sure.
do your genealogy, cousin. Because if you're from America, you're gonna be my cousin because my grandmas ain't ever left America. My grandparents go back to the 44th dynasty in Utah. You're 3,000. You're gonna be one of my cousins, okay? Please do your genealogy and then
Oh God.
put these people back on paper like they snuck us. They snuck us on paper. We gotta sneak them back on paper.
For sure.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. With that being said, till next time, I'll be back on live tomorrow. Till next time, peace.
Do the dog, go ahead.
Peace.
And peace a lot,
Come on, Daddy, let's go fight somewhere. I got a room to go fight in. Come follow me.